Naruto Uzumaki stood before the entire Konoha council, a mix of shinobi and civilians. Homura, Koharu, and Danzo sat prominently, while the fifth Hokage, Tsunade Senju, watched him with a weary, sorrowful, and defeated expression. The young genin felt the council's fury and glares, especially from the civilians who openly displayed their hatred, spite, and a sick satisfaction at seeing the bandaged, sling-wearing, barely alive Kyuubi Jinchuriki. Sasuke had severely wounded Naruto, piercing his chest and breaking his bones. Only the Kyuubi's chakra had kept Naruto alive long enough to knock Sasuke out and drag him back to Konoha. As he finally collapsed at the village gates from fatigue, blood loss, torn muscles, and broken bones, Naruto's last sight before passing out was Sakura and Kakashi rushing towards them, followed by Tsunade and Shizune. He believed he had completed his mission and would be thanked. Unfortunately for the blonde-orange loving goofball, Naruto awoke days later to find himself the object of Konoha's unified hatred. Less than an hour after he awoke, Sakura visited him. Naruto greeted her with a smile and cheer, only to receive 2 punches to the face, a broken nose, and a barrage of hateful berating. She accused him of breaking his promise to bring Sasuke back unharmed. Naruto, lacking the strength, will, or opportunity to respond, watched as Sakura left, calling him a demon and a monster. This brought back painful memories, and tears flowed, mixing with the blood from his nose, as betrayal and suffering crept back into his heart. Throughout the day, Naruto received a series of increasingly unwelcome guests. Shikamaru, the mission leader and one of Naruto's few friends, scolded him for his recklessness, brutality, and years of deceit, revealing that everyone now knew about the Kyuubi. This revelation shocked and hurt Naruto, as Shikamaru called him an idiot and a cheat, attributing all of Naruto's abilities to the Kyuubi. After Shikamaru left, other genin teams also visited, denouncing Naruto for harboring the Kyuubi and cheating in everything. It pained Naruto deeply to be called a cheater and traitor, with everyone convinced he had tried to kill Sasuke instead of bringing him back. No one cared for his side of the story. With each reprimand and shout, Naruto's fragile beliefs in his friends, the goodness of people, and even the will of fire crumbled. By evening, almost every genin from his class had berated him, with only the critically injured and Hinata absent. When evening arrived, Naruto's sensei, Kakashi, finally appeared. Naruto hoped Kakashi, who was responsible for him, would explain the situation and allow him to speak. Instead, his heart sank further and his beliefs shattered when Kakashi, in a tone of disappointment and harshness, expressed his displeasure. Kakashi stated that Naruto's mission was to bring Sasuke back unharmed, yet Naruto seemingly attacked him due to petty rivalry. Naruto listened as the man he considered a brother and even a father verbally tore him down, revealing Kakashi's true colors and his blatant favoritism towards Sasuke Uchiha. Kakashi ended his tirade, emphasizing the importance of teamwork, how Naruto had defied everything he was taught, and even the teachings of the fourth Hokage. He then revealed that Naruto was no longer his student, nor was his secret protected, as the Konoha Council had publicly exposed it. After the Cyclops left, young Naruto looked worse than ever, feeling his soul shredded and his heart crushed. For the first time in years, Naruto wished he were dead. As night fell, Naruto hoped to finally rest, but then he received his last visitor, Jiraiya, the pervy sage, a man Naruto had admired almost as much as the third Hokage. By the end of this visit, Naruto's opinion had drastically changed. Jiraiya expressed the same disappointment and anger as everyone else, even admonishing Naruto for using Rasengan to kill his friend and relying on the demonic fox against Sasuke. Like the others, Jiraiya disregarded Naruto's critical condition and Sasuke's actions, focusing instead on Naruto's failures. The Toad Sage told Naruto that the third and fourth Hokage would be sorely disappointed, especially the fourth, and informed him that his Toad summoning contract was terminated. Naruto listened with a blank expression, showing no emotion as tears silently fell, while the man he once respected berated him for practically nothing. After Jiraiya left, the young blonde simply stared at the wall with a dead expression, lacking even the will to move. Years of berating, beatings, isolation, and hatred, now compounded by the words of those closest to him, had taken their toll. Everyone has a limit to how much pain and sorrow they can endure, regardless of spirit, will, or inner light. Naruto Uzumaki had always clung to the belief in the best of people and that he had those who cared for him. Yet today, he confronted the harsh truth: no matter how much he tried, fought, bled, or protected, the people of Konoha would always see him as a demon and trash. With this realization came the understanding that his dream of becoming Hokage was now ashes. The immense pain, suffering, and sorrow he had experienced meant his soul could no longer hold on to the hope of finding happiness in Konoha. For the first time in his life, Naruto allowed the long-suppressed hatred for Konoha to take root in his heart. It had always been there, festering like a cancer with every glare, beating, berating, and bias. He had tried to quell it, but now he accepted the simple truth he'd realized as a child: he hated this place, Konohagakure, and its people for all they had done to him. Naruto had had enough, and the wall holding back his darkness finally crumbled, as the blonde accepted the cold, harsh reality. The next morning, Naruto was woken from his dreamless sleep by Umbu and Shizune, who informed him he was immediately summoned to the council chambers. With Shizen's help, Naruto dressed and made his way there, feeling the collective glares, hatred, and resentment from everyone present, except for Tsunade, Shizen, Kurane, Anko, Hinata, and the Umbu guards. Jonin, clan heirs, and the current generation of genin, including Suzuki, who smirked victoriously, were also there. Kurane and Anko Mitarashi looked at the bandaged, battered boy with undisguised sadness and sympathy. Kurane even had tears in her eyes, while Anko supported her, and Tsunade openly wept. Naruto was surprised by their reactions, but in his mind, he already knew what was coming. He had had enough of Konoha and seen its rotten core, so little could surprise him now. Genin Naruto Uzumaki, in light of your atrocious behavior towards Konoha, dishonorable actions in the field, attempted murder of clan heir and fellow shinobi of Konoha, Suzuki Uchiha, usage of A-rank Kinjutsu, and endangerment of Hidden Leaf Village by releasing Kyuubi's chakra, the Council of Konoha has found you guilty of all charges. Koharu read the verdict. Naruto gritted his teeth, enraged that they were stripping him of everything he had. You are hereby stripped of your status as a genin and a shinobi of Konohagakure no Sato. Your property, valuables, and money are confiscated to compensate the damage done by you to Uchiha-sama and this village. She continued, in addition to that, the Council of Konoha has found your presence in this village and Land of Fire to be a danger to both the village and our country. Because of that, you are hereby banished from Konohagakure no Sato and the Land of Fire for life. Should you ever be found within the borders of Hai no Kuni, you shall be executed on sight as an enemy of the state and traitor to Konoha. You have 24 hours to leave Konoha and 1 week to leave the Land of Fire. Now, place your shinobi license and your headband before Lady Hokage. Naruto's bangs hid his eyes, but his entire demeanor radiated unbridled hatred and fury. The civilian sick satisfaction, the shinobi council's smirks, and the victorious looks of Sakura, Suzuki, and the counselors fueled his rage, yet he contained it. This village had effectively destroyed him, trying to kill him since infancy, and now it had achieved its goal, while he had been too stupid and idealistic to see it from day one. Slowly, with pain in his muscles and bones, Naruto walked towards Tsunade, who looked at him with undisguised pain and suffering. Tsunade had initially seen Naruto as a younger brother, but over a few months, her view changed. Naruto became like the son she never had. Though she never showed it, her heart warmed when Naruto called her Baa-chan and occasionally Kaa-chan when she was particularly caring. Not long after returning to Konoha and witnessing Naruto's terrible treatment, Tsunade had tried her hardest to ease his hidden pain and anger, helping him and Shizen however they could, restoring his apartment, providing good food, clean water, and new clothes. Now, this village had destroyed the young blonde and everything good he had felt for the place, and it hurt Tsunade more than losing Dan or Nawaki, for Naruto was her son, and she had failed him. While she was absent, tending to Naruto's injuries, the council seized the opportunity to exile and destroy him, taking everything he had, right under her nose. Tsunade had never hated the village her grandfather and granduncle built, but after this, and what she later discovered in Sarutobi's files, she felt an utter hatred for the first time in her life. Naruto saw the familiar pain in Tsunade's eyes and gave her a sympathetic look. The young blonde might hate this village now, but not Tsunade or Shizen. They had never hurt or betrayed him. In fact, they were the only ones who truly helped and cared for him without deceit. He might seem foolish, but even Naruto knew this farce was entirely the council's doing, not his surrogate mother and sisters. With a free hand, he removed his headband and placed it on the table, followed by his license. As Homura reached for them with a sickeningly satisfied look, Naruto thrust a kunai through both, piercing the village symbol and his license, surprising everyone as the kunai went through the objects and the table, earning him even more heated glares. Before anyone could speak, Naruto finally did. Good riddance. That was all he said, his voice cold, filled with hatred and resentment, utterly foreign to everyone's ears. Kurane, Anko, and Shizen broke down at his words, while Naruto stumbled away from the chambers, ignoring the insults hurled at him by his former friends and others. Naruto. Just as he was about to leave the building, Tsunade's voice stopped him. He turned to see her approaching. And Naruto, I'm so sorry, don't be. Naruto simply stated, surprising Tsunade slightly. You and Shizen Nei-chan had nothing to do with it, I know. The council, civilians, shinobi, advisors. I've long known they wanted to get rid of me. I was just stupid enough not to accept it. I'm actually surprised they even allowed me to live. I was ready for the executioner's blade, to be frank. Naruto, don't say that. It's not like you, Tsunade practically shouted in shock. I know what happened here was harsh and utterly atrocious, but don't let it get to you. I'll overrule them, and they'll regret ever doing such a thing to you, and you'll be back in no time. Kaa-chan. Naruto stopped Tsunade by using the affectionate term, looking at his greatly saddened surrogate son. Thank you, you, and Nei-chan, for everything. I know you mean well and want the best for me, but please, just let me go. You and I both know that this village and all of those people, they'll never accept me as you and Nei-chan have. To you, I am Naruto, but to everyone else, even Kakashi team and Jiraiya team, I am a disappointment, a cheater, a demon, and only a tool to be used and tossed away like trash. Sakura, Shikamaru, Chuji, Kiba, and everyone else have made me understand it all too well. Tsunade was shocked, instantly understanding what had transpired. Naruto had been visited by all of them and must have received a hellish verbal lashing that finally broke her favorite blonde. Tsunade clenched her fists, stopping herself from going straight to them and snapping their necks one by one, followed by their parents and friends for doing such a thing. Her former teammate, Jiraiya, was first on her mental list. She hated him at this moment more than even Orochimaru. He was entrusted with Naruto, took him as an apprentice, and did this to him. Jiraiya, I hope you've already left this village, because if not, I'll personally send you to hell for this, Tsunade mentally swore. And you, Sarutobi-sensei, I hope your pitiful soul is suffering in Shinigami's stomach for what you have done to my Naruto and allowed those bastards out there to do to him. If only my parents and grandparents had seen it, if only Minato, my boy, had seen all of you in this. Tsunade thought with deep sadness, remembering the fourth Hokage. Arg, screw you all. You may take everything from my Naruto here, but you won't take what belongs to him by his birthright, nor will I abandon him a second time. To hell with being a Hokage and all of you fucking bastards. Tsunade wiped away her tears and looked at Naruto, pulling a green storage scroll from her pocket and giving it to him. Naruto, this storage scroll contains water, provisions, medicaments, clothes, money, books, scrolls, and a map from Senju's vault. This is all yours. Tsunade surprised the blonde. The food and water will last you at least a year, and there's more than enough money to start a new life somewhere nice. The scrolls and books should teach you what those two bastards should have. Don't worry or even think about returning any of it, all of that is yours, and I won't hear otherwise, Tsunade said with conviction. But why? Naruto asked with a shaky voice, shocked by Tsunade's generosity. Because you deserve it all, Naruto. Tsunade simply stated, kneeling and pulling him into a warm, motherly hug, tears flowing again. Why you just stay safe out there, okay? I'll send Katsuyu to you with L letters, and if you need anything, just ask. Oh okay. Naruto, with a shaky hand and small tears of his own, embraced his surrogate mother. Oh okay. Kaa-chan, thank you, Naruto said. Tsunade looked at her surrogate son with a small smile, tears in her eyes, and spoke. And Naruto, inside the scroll, there's a map with detailed paths and directions to a particular place I've marked for you. I want you to unseal it once you leave the village and are far away. Tsunade instructed. When you're feeling well enough, travel to the place marked there. And what is that place? Naruto asked Tsunade. It is Uzushiagakur, the land of whirlpools, and the ancestral home of Clan Uzumaki, your clan, and the clan of your mother and my grandmother. Naruto looked at Tsunade with wide eyes. The place may have been reduced to rubble and ruins by Iwa, Kiri, and Kumo many years ago, but they failed to destroy what is hidden there, the legacy of the Uzumaki and Senju clans. And I entrust it all to you, Naruto. Use it as you see fit. Naruto nodded with a smile before Tsunade pulled out two envelopes, one with a Hokage stamp and one with a Senju clan stamp. Naruto, when you get to Uzushiagakur, I want you to open them. I know you have many questions about your parents, the Kyuubi, and much more, and I hope you'll find your answers in those two letters. I'm sorry, I wish I could tell you all you wish to hear, I really do, but it's okay, Kaa-chan, I get it. Naruto smiled at her, hugging her one more time before parting. I think I'll be on my way now. I don't want to spend any more time here than I already have, and I don't want to give them all another chance at lashing out at me. Can you tell Shizune-chan goodbye for me? Of course, Kiki, I'll even send her to you from time to time with Katsuyu. Tsunade smiled. Take care of yourself, Naruto. I will, and I'm sorry, Kaa-chan, Naruto said, surprising Tsunade. I know how badly this village has treated you and your family, and I'm sorry for forcing you to come here. Don't be sorry for that, Naruto, Tsunade told him. Don't worry, as long as I'm Hokage, I'll keep those bastards away from you, so they don't get any ideas about getting you back. You just find yourself a life of your own and be happy, truly happy, you hear me? Promise me to be happy, okay, Sachi. Naruto was shocked to hear the woman who had been like a mother acknowledge him as her son, before eagerly nodding and smiling tearfully. Good, now go. And I'm hoping for good news in at least 3 years, Kiki. What good news, Kaa-chan? Naruto asked, confused. Oh, for the love of. I mean, about you getting yourself a wife and kids, you Kiki, Tsunade practically shouted, shocking Naruto. I want grandkids to spoil rotten, and Senju and Uzumaki won't get new members without them, you hear me? Why yes, Kaa-chan. Naruto almost winced when she shouted, but then he felt the warmth of Tsunade's embrace and her kiss on his forehead. Goodbye, Naruto. Go, and live a happy life. Tsunade smiled as Naruto pulled away and exited the building. Umbu, the Hokage shouted, and 10 Umbu shinobi appeared before her. Nico, Okamai, you'll escort Naruto out of the village and protect him while he leaves the land of fire. Anyone who tries to attack him is to be executed, no exceptions. Make sure he gets to Uzushiagakur safely. Yes, Lady Hokage, as you wish. Both Nico and her partner Okamai responded with clear eagerness and enthusiasm, already leaving to perform their duty. Lady Hokage, is it wise to? Bor tried to speak, but was met with a powerful glare from Tsunade and his Umbu comrades. I mean, what will the council and advisors say? To fucking hell what they'll say or suggest, I am a damn Hokage and I've had damn enough of their scheming bitching, Tsunade responded. Saru, find the traitorous frog of a pervert and get him in my office in 5 minutes. If he resists or refuses, then do whatever is needed to get him, short of lethal force. Lady Hokage, a personal request, if I may. Saru, a female Umbu clearly from the Sarutobi clan, asked. Can I at least break a leg or a rib? I promise, he will be in a coherent state upon delivery. Saru, I've already told you, if he resists, do whatever is needed to get him, short of lethal force. Tsunade swore she saw a murderous gleam in Saru's eyes, though she couldn't fault an Umbu. If anyone is killing that bastard, that's going to be me. Tora, Taka, you are now on surveillance of Suzuki Uchiha. If he tries to even get close to any of the gates or shows any signs of leaving, I authorize you to detain him with extreme prejudice and send him to prison. Got it. With pleasure, Lady Hokage. Both responded, feeling particularly vindictive for the young blonde whose suffering they witnessed today, and left immediately. The rest of you, carry on as you were. The remaining Umbu nodded and disappeared, as Tsunade saw Kakashi and Harano Sakura approaching her. Hey take, Harano, what do you two want, and be quick about it. Lady Hokage, Kakashi began, a gentle eye smile on his face. I'd like to request your training for my genin, Sakura Harano, as a medical ninja, since. Denied. Tsunade's harsh, merciless reply cut him off immediately. I will never train this disgrace of a kunoichi in the arts of medicine and surgery, never in my entire life. Her words shocked both Kakashi and Sakura. But, Lady Hokage, I have perfect chakra control, Sakura stammered, trying to defend herself. And my grades were at the top of the class, and Kakashi-sensei. Tsunade gave her no room for argument. And I am your Hokage, Harano, Tsunade declared. If I say no, then it stands, period. As for you two, and your precious Uchiha, Team 7 will now be on D-rank missions for the next 6 months. Half of your earnings will be confiscated for the Konoha orphanage, while Suzuki Uchiha's earnings will be only 1/5. Additionally, you are barred from the next 2 Chunin exams. And Kakashi, all your earnings from these D ranks and your next 20 C ranks, because that's all you'll be doing from now on, will also go to the orphanage. Understood. Tsunade glared at them, leaving them stunned. Lady Hokage, why you can't just. Kakashi started. I can and I already did, hey take, so shut it, Tsunade interjected. If you think the council will overrule me, think again. I suggest you spend this time giving your genin some actual training instead of those teamwork exercises, because Sakura Harano is now on a month of probation due to her poor record as a shinobi. If she doesn't improve her skills within that month, I'll personally boot her out of the shinobi program and deny any appeals for return. Until her probation is over, no other shinobi of any specialization will train her. I'll give you the criteria for the test later, hey take, so you'd best get to work. If she fails, I'll consider it evidence of your incompetence as a Jonin shinobi, and there will be a suitable punishment for you. As for your favorite Uchiha, I'll be placing a special traitor mark on him to ensure the pathetic excuse for a shinobi doesn't escape again. If he does, you know what will happen to him, don't you? Lady Tsunade, you're taking this too far, Kakashi said, genuinely shocked, knowing the full implications of a special traitor mark. What could have caused my team to suffer such unwarranted punishments? Your blatant bias, favoritism, and your inadequate work as a Jonin, shinobi, and self-proclaimed best student of the 4th Hokage, Heitake, Tsunade roared. Had you truly cared for Minato's teachings and followed him, you would have known by now that you've sullied his memory and legacy in the worst possible way. Now, get out of my sight. She watched them scatter, her thoughts returning to her surrogate son. Take good care of yourself, Naruto, Tsunade mused, heading toward her office. And I hope you are watching over him, Minato. I'm very sorry I failed you, and I hope you'll forgive me, my boy. Inside her office, Sara was already tying Jiraiya to a chair, the Toad Sage struggling with a broken leg and arm. Lady Hokage, as you requested, Sara said, pointing at Jiraiya. Tsunade nodded, dismissing the girl. Hey, Tsunaheim, what's the big idea? Jiraiya protested, insulted yet perverted. If you were looking forward to spending some quality time with me, you should have just asked. Just tie me down and wheel. Jiraiya, I'm tired of your hints, Tsunade said, cracking her fists. Now, you're going to tell me everything you and our bastard of a teacher have done to Naruto. And Kami saved you. If you try to sway your way around, I will make you wish you died, understand? She was ready to make her former teammate suffer. Ts Tsunade, WHYD Don TUCC calm down and WE just sit down I in a bar, like we used to, AN. Tsunade's right leg connected with Jiraiya's broken one, a single kick shattering the bone further. Arg. Fine. Okay, I'll talk, just don't talk, and best pray to your toads I don't kill you afterwards, Tsunade threatened, her voice deadly serious. 7 years later. Land of Waves. The Land of Waves, once a desolate backwater under a ruthless tycoon, now thrives as a prosperous trading nation. Its ports and markets bustle with merchants, businessmen, and traders from across the globe. No other trading hub in the elemental nations rivals it in price and quality. This golden age is owed entirely to Naruto Uzumaki, the unjustly banished shinobi of Konoha and the hero of Wave. When news of Uzumaki's banishment spread, Konoha suffered severe diplomatic repercussions, losing ties with the lands of Snow, Wave, Waterfall, and most recently, Suna, all of whom had respected and admired the knucklehead shinobi. The diplomatic blow from Suna was particularly sensitive and painful. Having recovered and significantly strengthened its position after Orochimaru's failed invasion and manipulations, Gaara, the fifth Kazekage, assumed office 5 years prior. He tirelessly worked to restore Suna's standing, proving himself a capable, respectable, and strong Kazekage. He mended relations with IWA, opening trade, and even signing a defensive pact, effectively replacing their previous one with Konoha in favor of stronger ties with IWA, Wave, the newly reformed Kiri, and even Kumo. This blow to Konoha's pride and prestige remains fresh and unforgiven. While most of the elemental nations enjoyed relative stability, the Land of Waves recently experienced a sudden shift towards instability. 2 figures in black cloaks adorned with red clouds appeared in the capital, immediately causing destruction and chaos, forcing people to flee or become fodder for the Akatsuki. Typically, members of the elusive Akatsuki act with restraint and stealth. However, this particular pair traveled to Wave for a specific reason, to collect a hefty bounty on Hanzo Hattori. Hanzo, an S-rank Ronin, a shinobi without a village but not a nukenin, played a critical role in Kiri's civil war and Mizu's civil war, which erupted when the 4th Mizukage murdered the daimyo and his family. Once a relative unknown, Hanzo emerged in Kiri 6 years ago, steadily becoming one of the deadliest allies of the current 5th Mizukage and Mizu's current daimyo, Ieyasu Tokugawa. He earned titles like Kirigakur no Onai, Demon of the Hidden Mist, after single-handedly killing over 150 Kiri shinobi within an hour, and Kage no Shi, Death of the Kage, after defeating the 4th Mizukage in single combat. The war ended about 4 years ago, yet Hanzo continued his work as a Ronin, offering his services first to the rebuilt Kiri, then Kumo, later IWA, and then Suna, building a reputation as a reliable, honorable, and resourceful shinobi. Konoha also tried to recruit him, but to their dismay, Hanzo consistently refused, stating he wanted no part of them. The Toad Sage Jiraiya once attempted to track Hanzo, only to draw the attention of Iwa's and Kumo's shinobi corps, who were eager to repay their debts to Hanzo. It was only about 2 years ago that Hanzo's residence in Wave became known, prompting the Akatsuki to seek out the elusive Ronin there. Kakuzu of Jiangu and Haiden had assumed Hanzo's reputation was exaggerated and he would be easily defeated. They were proven wrong. Hanzo swiftly appeared before them, somehow transporting them from the capital center to a clearing, where he overwhelmed them, driving both to their limits. Kakuzu had already lost 3 hearts and was low on chakra and endurance, while Hanzo had incapacitated Haiden early on with a powerful genjutsu. Kakuzu tried to reach Haiden to break the genjutsu, but Hanzo intercepted him, costing Kakuzu 2 more masks and hearts. Now, Kakuzu stood in his long-range form, covered in stitches, while Hanzo, dressed in a black sleeveless samurai shirt with red trimming over armored torso plating, a black mesh bodysuit, and shoulder/wrist guards, with samurai-like light armor protecting his hips, black umbu pants, leg guards, and closed boots, watched him. On the back of Hanzo's shirt was a symbol of a raging red tornado shaped like a 7-pointed shuriken surrounded by numerous handless blades. Hanzo himself had black, slightly silver, spiky hair with a tail and 2 spiky bangs, blue-silver eyes, and a black, featureless face guard covering everything below his eyes. In his hand, he held a katana with a black handle and a slightly longer than usual blade, with an additional sword resting on his right hip. Hanzo looked at his battered opponent, sheathing his sword. "From what I can tell, you only have enough chakra left for 4 more minutes in that form, no less," he noted. "I could simply stall you until you run out, but that would be too risky on my part." "True enough, and I can't take any more risks," Kakuzu declared, sending his stitched arms directly at Hanzo as a diversion, while his hidden lightning mask prepared a finishing blow from behind. Hanzo saw the stretched arms approaching but also sensed Kakuzu's last mask charging its blast from behind. Deciding to end the fight, Hanzo swiftly made a series of 4 hand signs, channeling chakra from his body. "Wind style, Raisin K's," Hanzo mentally whispered. Wind particles, charged with his chakra, spun around him, forming a dome of lightning-fast microscopic blades. The dome shredded Kakuzu's arms and stitches, protecting Hanzo from the lightning blast. The immortal bounty hunter roared in agony as his arms were destroyed, rendering him unable to cast his jutsu. As the Raisin K's dome dissipated, Hanzo turned his attention to Kakuzu's last mask. He vanished for a second, reappearing directly in front of it, then performed a quick series of signs, charging his chakra. Wind style, Kaze no Yaiba. Invisible, small discs of wind flew from Hanzo's palms, swiftly striking and shattering the lightning mask, its remaining stitches falling apart. Hanzo then turned his attention to Kakuzu, who was already desperately trying to escape from the seemingly unbeatable opponent, literally running in the opposite direction. Damn it, I haven't been so soundly beaten since Hashirama Senja nearly killed me, Kakuzu thought, running past his still entranced partner, abandoning him. That Hanzo is nothing like the Amekage one. It's like I was fighting Itaki Uchiha without a Sharingan, but with Kisame's endless supply of chakra and the 4th Hokage speed, damn it. I need to inform the leader that we might have a serious problem with. Kakuzu's thoughts ceased abruptly as he saw Hanzo standing directly in front of him, charging what appeared to be a spinning ball of pure chakra infused with fire. You should have run when you had the chance, bounty hunter, Hanzo simply stated, throwing the flaming ball of chakra at Kakuzu. Fire style, Raisin 2. Upon impact, the sphere immediately expanded around Kakuzu, engulfing him and incinerating everything within a 2-meter radius: grass, leaves, trees, even stones and the ground like a miniature sun, after which it was named. Once it dissipated, Hanzo sighed, seeing only glass where Kakuzu had been. One down, one more to go, Hanzo murmured, moving toward Haiden, who remained immobilized, only his face betraying twitches and microspasms, his 3-blade scythe lying nearby. Another Jashin fanatic. Like I haven't had enough of you in Mizu no Kuni. Hanzo swiftly drew his left katana and, with lightning speed, effortlessly decapitated Haiden, breaking his genjutsu and allowing the dismembered body to fall to the ground. What the fucking shit piss did you do to me, you cocksucking bitch? Haiden immediately shrieked at Hanzo, seeing his head on the ground near his body. Do you know what I'll do to you when I get my hands on you, you motherfucker? No, because you won't have a chance. Hanzo pulled a black, featureless scroll from his shirt and opened it, revealing a precise and powerful sealing encryption. He performed a series of one-handed seals. Uzumaki's secret Fuinjutsu, demonic void prison. As Hanzo spoke, a black demonic hand reached from the scroll and seized Haiden's head, pulling it inside. An ONI symbol appeared in the center of a circle after the sealing was complete. Hanzo then closed the scroll and placed a powerful protection seal on it to prevent its opening. Putting the scroll away, Hanzo let out a weary sigh. Though relatively favorable, the fight was tough, especially against 2 Akatsuki members. He counted himself lucky to have faced Kakuzu and Haiden, who had long established fearsome reputations in the underworld and across the elemental nations. It's always easier to fight famous enemies, as their abilities are known, at least in scarce detail. These two weren't stealthy, so Hanzo, knowing he'd eventually be an Akatsuki target, prepared for the occasion. Still, he was extremely lucky they were among the weaker Akatsuki and severely underestimated him. However, his victory meant only one thing for him and his family. There'll be others, and next time they'll probably send someone of better skill, much better, Hanzo thought, performing a series of hand signs. Fire style, Ao and Dan. He spat a blue flame from his mouth, engulfing Haiden's body. He stood over it, watching the dismembered corpse turn to ashes, never to return. Considering a single Ronin managed to kill both Akatsuki members at the same time, they will certainly send their most proficient and dangerous. Since I don't know who's at their top yet, I can only prepare for Itaki and Kisame's arrival. Either could easily kill Kakuzu and Haiden, so it won't be a walk in the park with them, especially not with Itaki. And worst of all, we'll have to move out of here, and soon. Hanzo sighed again, knowing the trouble it would cause him and his family. No point standing around here. The girls must be worried sick at home. With that, Hanzo vanished in a flash of black and red. Hanzo's house. Appearing before a 2-story wooden house, relatively modern but not overly excessive or expensive, Hanzo removed his face guard and went straight to the door. Opening it, he was immediately greeted by 2 women, both appearing ready for a fight, but instantly relaxing upon seeing him. The first was a beautiful young blonde woman with long, flowing hair, dark eyes, and red lipstick, wearing a short-sleeved black and purple blouse and black pants, both with a cloud-like design. Seeing her husband, she relaxed, her nails shrinking back, and 2 blue flaming tails disappearing. She smiled in relief. The second woman had long, bright red, spiky hair that reached her waist, and large, pupil-less eyes. She wore an elaborate, high-collared white kimono with the Uzushiagakure's symbol on the back of the obi tied around her waist. She too calmed down and immediately hugged her husband, along with the blonde woman, speaking simply but with care and love. "You're here," she said. "You should have let us both go with you, and who would have stayed to look after the house, after Yasaka and Masamune, Kurama?" He asked his first wife, Kurama, also known as Kuwabai no Yoko, who stood in her human form, modeled after her first host, Mito Uzumaki, whom Kurama greatly respected, loved, and admired. "You would have killed me if something happened to either of them, and you know it. Still, leaving us out here in the dark," said Yujito Nii, a former kunoichi of Kumagakure and Jinchuriki of Nibi, long presumed dead after her own battle with the Akatsuki 4 years ago, but saved by the man holding her now. "We could have left Matatabi with them and gone with you. Mao, don't talk like that, Yuji-chan, came the voice of a beautiful young woman with black and blue hair, wearing a sleeveless blue dress with a black pattern, showing off her figure and tattooed legs and arms in striped patterns, with a yellow right eye and a green left, and seemingly tattooed cat whiskers. She rushed toward her husband and hugged him. Naru-kun, tell me, are those? Yes, Mata-chan, they are gone, and they won't hurt either of us here, nor our children, said Naruto Uzumaki, once a shinobi of Konohagakure, Jinchuriki of Kyuubi, and betrayed by the very people he swore to protect. Now known to most of the world as Hanzo Hattori, husband to 2 Baijuyu and another former Jinchuriki, father of 2 children, and one of the world's strongest and most dangerous shinobi. And I won't let them, never. Over 7 years, Naruto had undergone significant changes, growing in both height and personality, maturing through the harshness of the outside world, gaining wisdom and knowledge of his ancestral clans, Uzumaki and Senju. He endured a hellish journey to reach his current standing, beginning in Uzushiagakure, the ruins of the once mighty and proud hidden village of the Uzumaki clan. Initially, Naruto doubted he would gain anything there, but Tsunade was right. She had left him instructions on how to access a place the Uzumaki had best preserved, the hidden temple of the Sage of Six Paths. It housed the most valuable and precious Uzumaki possessions, something all nations craved, yet only Naruto could access the great Uzumaki library. This library contained hundreds of scrolls and books on ninjutsu, taijutsu, genjutsu, kenjutsu, and most valuable of all, fuinjutsu. The knowledge of over 10 generations of Uzumaki, Senju, and even Otsutsuki Higoromo himself was at Naruto's disposal. With a determination matched only by his desire to learn, grow stronger, and surpass his former self, Naruto absorbed everything like a fish to water. While it would take most people 100 years to learn what Naruto had learned, it took him only a couple of years, thanks to his shadow clones, natural talent, Uzumaki blood, and Kurama's help. Despite Naruto's initial disbelief, Kurama was not only friendly but also deeply interested in and adoring of him, caring for the blonde immensely. The reasons for this, along with numerous revelations about Konoha, his past, and his time there, came later, practically at the end of his stay in Uzushiagakure. These revelations only solidified Naruto's transformation from a loudmouthed idiot into the true definition of a shinobi, embodying the knowledge and legacy of his clans. When he left Uzu for the world, Naruto was far smarter and more mature than before. Knowing that as a Jinchuriki he would be a prime target not only for the Akatsuki but also for other villages, Naruto changed his appearance. He completely removed his whisker marks, altered his hairstyle and color, changed his clothes, and even his personality, creating the persona who would eventually be known as Hanzo Hattori, a Ronin who helped end chaos in Mizu no Kuni, earned a reputation as one of the most feared shinobi on the continent, and more. Naruto never thought he would become who he is now, but he was glad he did. He helped end the 4th Mizukage's reign of terror, unified the collapsing nation with Ieyasu Tokugawa, saved the 3rd Tsuchikage from assassination by Han, a rogue fellow Jinchuriki, gave Gaara peace with Shikaku by modifying his seal to the same level as Naruto's, and performed many other deeds for Kumo, Iwa, Suna, Kiri, and others. But perhaps the most important achievements in his life were falling in love with Kurama, Yujito, and Madatabi, and fathering Yasaka, his daughter with Kurama, and Masamune, his son with Yujito. With the extensive knowledge of fuinjutsu from the Uzumaki, texts of the Sage of the Six Paths, and the colossal medical knowledge of Mito Uzumaki and Hashirama Senju, Naruto found a way to free Kurama without her dying. He released her from her prison within him, but he remains connected to her, capable of drawing her chakra through their shared link. By the time this happened, he and Kurama had long fallen for each other, and the Kitsune didn't hesitate to marry her. Mama? Papa? A 4-year-old girl, Yasaka, with golden eyes and long golden hair, dressed in a yellow and black kimono, descended from her room. Her 3-year-old brother, Masamune, with short blonde hair and blue eyes, in a blue shirt and white pants, followed close behind. They looked at their parents. Are the bad people gone? Yasaka asked innocently. Kurama moved to Yasaka, while Yujito went to Masamune, both comforting and kissing their children. Yes, my little Kitsune, they are gone and won't hurt mommy or daddy, or your little brother, Naruto said to Yasaka, kissing her and Masamune's foreheads. Now, let's see what your mommies have cooked up for us, shall we? Evening discussions. Later that evening, after the children were asleep, Naruto and his wives gathered in the guest room. They knew they had something important to discuss and had waited until the children were asleep to avoid scaring them. With no one to interrupt, Kurama began. We all knew this would happen eventually, Kurama stated calmly. The Akatsuki are starting to move, and it's clear we're their target. Kakuzu and Haiden didn't know about me being your Jinchuriki, nor about you, Yuji-chan, or Mata-chan. They were only here for the bounty on my head, Naruto clarified, as Madatabi and Kurama breathed a sigh of relief. But now that both of them are dead, I imagine the Akatsuki will send their best after me. After all, someone single-handedly killed 2 of their members. If I were them, I wouldn't let it slide easily. Considering they know where we are, it's only a matter of time before they come with big guns. As strong as we all are, I don't want to take any chances, especially with our kids' lives on the line. Me neither. I shudder at the thought of something happening to Makun or Yasaka-chan. Yujito agreed. In that case, we'll have to decide where to go. Obviously, staying here is pointless, and any other small nation is a no-go either. Our only options are the Big Five and their hidden villages. Kumo is out of the question since they'll reseal Mata-chan and you by force, and it will be back to square one for you, Yuji-chan. Naruto saw his wives nod in agreement. While Reikage and I are on good terms, I wouldn't put it past him to stab me in the back and use us all for his own benefit. IWA is also a no-go, especially considering Oniki uses Akatsuki to his benefit and would take Nibi, Kuwabai, their Jinchuriki, and their children. He's as old as he is spiteful, prideful, and eager for revenge after the Third War, so he'll use us, no doubt. And as for Konoha, Yujito and Matatabi clearly saw the looks of hatred on both Naruto and Kurama. No, never. I won't let those scums get within 100-mile radius of me, Naruto, and our children, not after what that bastard Third and his frog apprentice did to us, Kurama said with strong anger. I never held any ill will against them before. I understood what Mito had to do. With Kushina, it was hell, and she was nothing like Mito-chan, always so. Ugh, I've had more than enough reason to hate her. But all of that doesn't even compare to what those bastards have done to Naruto and how they banished him. Had it not been for Yasaka and those few I'm grateful to in Konoha, I would gladly level it to the ground already. So far, Konoha and the rest of the world think that Naruto Uzumaki is dead, and it's best that way. Aside from Tsunade Kaa-chan, Shizune-chan, Ankone-chan, and Kurenai-oni-chan, I don't trust any of them, especially the council and advisors. Naruto stiffened when he remembered them. And if they find out about Yasaka and Masamune, what Hiruzen team and Jiraiya did to me will be nothing compared to what those bastards would do to them. Hell, I would pay money to see Kurama go at Konoha. Which means our options are Suna and Mizu, Matatabi stated matter-of-factly. Both options are nice, and while I don't mind the heat, living near our one-tailed brother doesn't sound too well to me. We all know how he is, especially around me and Kara-chan. He's actually really docile now, Mata-chan. Gaara even says that Shikaku is like, stoned. Naruto found the right word. But while people in Suna are nice and Gaara is practically my best friend, Mizu is actually the best option. Ieyasu knows me and has long offered me a position at court. Mizu Shinobi respect me, plus we have a house in Kiri and the capital there. Not to mention Mei-chan is also there. Matatabi added, getting a mock glare from Naruto. Oh please, we all know how much she loves you, Naruto, not to mention she adores the kids like she's their mother, and she's all for sharing the love. You're just determined to get her on board with this, aren't you, Mata-chan? Naruto asked rhetorically, knowing the answer not only from her but also from Kurama and Yujito. Alright, we'll first settle things with Tajuna, talk to the kids and… Suddenly, Naruto stiffened and immediately darted for his swords and face guard, putting them on along with his armor in a matter of seconds. Someone unknown is approaching the house right now. Kara, once I leave, activate the barrier. Yuji and Mata, the kids are on you. I'll be back fast, Naruto said, putting on his game face and teleporting out of the house in a black and red flash. Confrontation at the house. Flashing back into the world under the shadow of the trees, Naruto scowled at the intruders. In the last 7 years, he had faced tailed beasts Jinchuriki, armies of samurai, shinobi of every rank and number, cage, and more. Naruto had survived and prevailed through it all, but this was the first time he was truly surprised by the sheer nerve of the intruders, coming right in front of his house, thinking they had the right. Well, it looked like it was time for Hanzo Hattori to teach someone a lesson in humility. Jumping off the tree branch, Naruto stepped into the moonlight and spoke. Not many dared to come to me so openly, much less survived. Naruto spoke in a cold and emotionless tone, eyeing the intruders. Now, state your business, shinobi of Konoha. To what do I owe the displeasure? Right in front of Naruto stood the entirety of Konoha's 11, now promoted to Chunin, some to Jonin, all grown up and prideful. He saw familiar faces, Rock Lee, who had called him unyouthful cheater and deceitful demon, Shikamaru, who berated him for bringing back the precious Uchiha, Kiba, Shino, Tenten, and more. The most interesting were Sakura, who looked just as she used to, only older and more mature, but overall, just as pitiful, pathetic, and arrogant. Naruto blamed the Third and Jiraiya for making him develop a crush on her for certain reasons. And the next interesting one was Suzuki Uchiha himself, fully grown, sporting the same duck butt haircut, but now with a special traitor mark displayed on the right side of his face. It was not just a leash but a brand, a mark for everyone to know that this man had betrayed his village, and if he ever decided to do it again, he wouldn't live long enough to regret it. Along with the former Genin, Naruto saw their former Jonin, scowling at Guy, Asuma, and especially Kakashi. Only Kurenai was present whom Naruto was actually happy to see and wished to speak with privately, yet, Hanzo Hattori, Shinobi no Akuma and Kirigakure no Oenai? Kakashi saw a slight nod from the man in front of him. You have made quite the reputation for yourself. The man who massacred the clans of Oda, Sato, and over 100 shinobi in 1 hour. Only my former sensei was capable of such feats. Fourth Hokage was a true shinobi no kami of his time. I am content with shinobi no Akuma. Now, what do you want, Konoha? I do not like to do business with you, so be quick. Naruto placed his hand on his sword, seeing how most of the former genin immediately adopted a fighting stance, and a genjutsu was even sent his way. Word of advice, Haruno, pitiful genjutsu like yours will only aggravate me more. You have 3 minutes to state your business and get out of here. Or what? You honestly don't expect to defeat all of us here on your own? Kiba boasted loudly, with Akamaru barking in agreement. You may be famous and all, but there's no way you can take me down. 2 minutes and counting, Naruto simply stated, unfazed by the threat. Kiba, silence yourself, we are not here to fight. Korone glared at him, then turned back to Hanzo Hattori. Hanzo-san, we come here not to fight, but to negotiate. Our Hokage, Lady Tsunade Senju and the Council of Konoha, wish to make contact with you and invite you and anyone you wish to bring with you to Konohagakure no Sato. There is a dangerous group known as Akatsuki, all S-rank, want-tailed beasts. One of them is Itaki Uchiha, the man who massacred his own clan. Naruto took a small pleasure in seeing Sasuke's scowl. Heard of them, met them, fought and killed a couple of them most recently. Naruto saw the shock on their faces. Your perverted frog isn't the only one who has been doing their homework. You want my help in taking care of them, but why should I even bother? As far as I know, your Jinchuriki has long died, so, technically, you are in no danger. That is where you are wrong, Hanzo-san. Naruto heard a new voice. Through the crowd of genin stepped a red-haired woman with violet eyes, dressed in a jonin uniform and with an Uzumaki family sword on her hip. At the mere sight of her, Naruto scowled and barely restrained himself. My name is Kushina Uzumaki, and my son, Menma Namikaze, is the Jinchuriki of Kyuubi, and I ask of you to help me protect him. Kushina Uzumaki, the woman who had given birth to Naruto and abandoned him in favor of his twin brother, Menma Namikaze, spoke. Naruto's past in pain. Once, as an orphan, Naruto had dreamt of several things. They weren't as grand or audacious as one might think of him. Before he dreamt of being a Hokage, he longed for something he had desired his entire life, a family, to be loved and cared for, to have parents who supported and protected him throughout his childhood and guided him into adulthood. Every orphan dreams of it, and Naruto was no different, yearning for a family, parents, and to be loved and cared for. To be rid of the constant loneliness, to feel the warmth of a mother's embrace, to be proud of a father praising him. Yet, Naruto was devoid of it all, never to feel it. And it wasn't his choice, by no means was it, as this decision was made by the very woman who stood before him, the woman who had given him birth and was supposed to have nurtured and protected him in this world. But instead, she abandoned him in favor of his twin brother, leaving him out in the cold, harsh, and unforgiving Konohagakure no Sato, to be used as its Jinchuriki, manipulated, used, and practically destroyed as a breathing, feeling human being not just by its council and Danzo, but also by the third Hokage and his only loyal apprentice, Jiraiya. And all of that, all the torment, suffering, loneliness, and more. It all started with Kushina Uzumaki abandoning her firstborn son and never looking back. It would surprise many, but Naruto had long known about his mother and twin brother, for over 7 years, to be precise. It was an utter shock for him to read from Tsunade's letters about his origins, his real parents, and what had happened to him. Finding out that Naruto was not only the son of Minato Namikaze but also of Kushina Uzumaki and that she purposefully abandoned him was not just hard, it was an absolute nightmare for Naruto, especially considering the reason why Kushina had done so. And that reason had made Naruto truly hateful and resentful of any notion that such a woman had given birth to him and that his father, Minato Namikaze, fourth Hokage and one of the greatest shinobi in history, had ever fallen in love with her. According to Kurama, who had maintained constant control over her second half sealed in Menma, Kushina, delusional after the attack by a masked man, childbirth, and the release of Kyuubi, had for some reason believed that her husband's sealing worked wrong on Naruto. She didn't even properly examine the seal on him, already believing that her husband had not just sealed half of Kyuubi's power inside Naruto but also Kyuubi's soul and that it had taken over Naruto's body. Granted, it was a partial truth, as Naruto did end up with Kurama's soul in him, but she had never tried to control him, and, according to her, his father's seal wouldn't even let her pump out any of her chakra, even in minuscule levels, unless Naruto needed it. But, to Kushina, a sealing mistress of Uzumaki herself, her firstborn son was lost, and she simply threw him away from herself, leaving Konoha for the fire capital to train and raise her only true son, Menma. When Naruto first found out, he was livid, absolutely furious, and had even lost control over himself, resulting in him pumping out more and more of Kurama's chakra, going so far as to literally allow its chakra to take over him. He would have destroyed the island of Uzu and unleashed Kurama had he not been stopped by someone he did not expect to meet. Flashback, Naruto's mindscape. 7 years and 4 months ago, in Naruto's mindscape. Naruto, stop this. If you pull any more of my chakra, you'll die. Please, Naruto-kun, calm down. Kurama desperately pleaded with her host, but it was all for naught. The giant fox was forced to watch from her cage as the walls of Naruto's mind and seal were being destroyed. That woman. Abandoned. Alone. I will kill her. Naruto roared inhumanly, more and more of Kurama's chakra being unleashed in the real world, his body already transforming into a vessel of red chakra with foxtails beginning to emerge. Naruto, please, I beg you. Kurama watched as her host was about to lose his life, and even though the destruction of this seal would free her, she did not wish to witness her first friend's death. Damn you, Kushina. Naruto, stop this, or you will. Naruto, that is enough. Suddenly, a new voice came from the folds of Naruto's mind, snapping his mental projection out of his rage for a second. That split second was more than enough for the newcomer to appear right in front of Naruto and push him away from the cage as he was about to rip away the seal. Naruto stumbled and fell into the water, anger and rage leaving his eyes and mind in an instant, replaced by shock and surprise. He looked upwards to see a young blonde man with sky blue eyes and spiky hair, dressed in a white Haori and Jonin uniform, standing over him, extending his hand. It took no time at all for Naruto to immediately recognize who that man truly was. Fourth Hokage, D-Dad. Naruto looked up in awe as Minato Namikaze, 4th Hokage of Konoha and father to Naruto, smiled at him. B but H how and WHY. When I sealed half of Kyubai's chakra in you and the other half in Menma, I also split my chakra evenly between you, sealing it as a failsafe, in case one of you ever unleashed Kyubai or the seal was broken externally, Minato explained as Naruto shyly accepted his hand, rising from the waters. In your anger, Naruto, you began to unleash more and more of Kyubai's chakra. If you hadn't stopped, you would have died, son. I tried to stop him, Yondaime, but your damn seal prevented me from that, so I'm blaming you on this part. Kurama complained loudly at the man, making him turn to face the giant fox. I would have praised your work here, Minato, but after what Naruto went through, I would much rather rip you to shreds, along with that cursed woman and your teacher. Do you even know what they put Naruto-kun through and what your predecessor did to him? Because I'll be more than happy to explain it all in great detail. Kurama roared in fury at the man who sealed her, but Minato didn't flinch. You don't have to tell me about it, Kyuubi. I know what they have done, Minato said to Kyuubi and Naruto, shocking them both. I've watched through Naruto's eyes and witnessed it all firsthand, and it is part of the reason why I am here now, Naruto. Minato turned to face his son, a saddened look on his face and apologetic eyes visible to the young blonde. Naruto, I know what you have been put through, all about it and even more than you think. And while as a Hokage, I may try and understand that what happened to you was necessary, as your father, a loyal shinobi of Konoha, and a human being, I see no excuses for what they did to you. And all because of the choice I had to make, my son. And for that, I ask for your forgiveness. I have no excuses to offer, only the truth. D-Dad, what do you mean by all this? Naruto asked him, and Minato answered. Naruto, when you were born and I had to seal away the Kyuubi, I had a few moments left in the world and I asked Kushina to look after both you and your little brother. I also wished for Hiruzen to inform my mother about you and your brother, so that she may help raise you, but right after I passed away, your mother decided to abandon you, convinced in her grief, sorrow, and delusions that Kyuubi here had taken over your body and that my sealing didn't work properly, she decided to leave you in Konoha, Minato told his son with sorrow and great disappointment in his voice. The woman I had loved for all my life, who had made me the happiest man in the world. I knew Kushina feared Kyuubi greatly, hated it so much that it clouded her judgment at times, but to go so far is something even I couldn't see happening, nor can I forgive her for doing such a thing. Not for abandoning you, nor for how she had turned the village against you. Turned the village against me? Naruto was confused. Before she left, Kushina had informed clan heads and the council of Konoha that Kyuubi had taken over your body and you were no longer her son. Minato saw the utter horror and shock on his son's face. Sandaime and several others didn't believe her, but it was enough for the others, and with that, Kushina turned the entire village against you. She even offered a reward for avenging your death at the hands of the Kyuubi monster. Naruto simply stood there, frozen, unable to do anything but think about it. His own mother had not only abandoned him but had gone as far as to persuade his entire village to hunt him down. She even offered to pay money for it, for killing her very own blood and son. It now explained to Naruto why the entirety of Konoha had not just hated him but also hurt him so much, why there were beatings, fox hunts, and more. Now it made sense to him, and it only made Naruto hate his mother even more than before. Kurama saw her favorite blonde starting to slip into anger again, her eyes looking at him with great sadness and sympathy before she spoke. So, Yondaime, how would you know all of that? I remember that little meeting well, but how did you know about it? Kurama asked an obvious question. Kyuubi, I thought out of all the Baijuyu you were the most intelligent and intellectual, or were Mita Uzumaki's notes wrong? Minato smirked slightly when he saw Kyuubi's surprised look. Just like you, I had been watching over both of my sons, and I know what had been happening since Naruto was at that council meeting with Menma in Kushina's hands. I merely stayed away from your sight, which I have to admit, wasn't all that easy. Kurama simply huffed and turned away theatrically, while Minato turned back to speak to his son. Naruto, I know how angry you are, and you have every right to be furious. However, I want you to forget about it, to let it go. What? How can you ask me to do such a thing, Dad? Konoha, all of my friends, you saw how badly they treated me, how they just spit on me and hurt me, and you want me to let it all go? Do you even know what it's like to? Naruto ranted at his father, who interrupted him. Why are you telling me this, Dad? Naruto demanded. Do you want me to go back to Konoha? Forget all the accusations and bad things that happened? Be the same happy-go-lucky dope they saw me as? I was banished, he continued. If I return, I'm a dead man walking. Minato listened intently. No, Naruto, I'm not asking that. Minato shook his head. What Konoha, the Sandaime, Jiraiya, Kushina, and the others did to you, I doubt even the Sage of Six Paths could forgive. I don't ask you to forget or forgive them, Minato clarified. All I ask is that you release this hatred inside you. Quell your fury. Move on with your life. What happened to you was wrong, atrocious, true, he conceded. But don't let it change who you really are. Don't let it change what you want to become. Naruto seemed to calm, watching his father closely. I once hoped you or Menma would become Hokage, Minato admitted. But after seeing through your eyes, after what happened, that hope is beyond me now. My real desire, Minato continued, is for my son to find his own way, to build his own life, free from chains of anger and rage, to be happy with those closest to him, not to let his past control him. That is what I ask of you, Naruto. Build your own life, Minato urged, but do not let anger pave your way. Leave behind Konoha and all the nightmares it inflicted. Walk towards a brighter future, with no strings attached. My mother entrusted you with the legacies of both Uzumaki and Senju, Minato reminded him. I know you'll put it to great use. Can you do this for me? Live a life free of anger towards Konoha. Naruto listened intently to his father. He contemplated everything. As much as his fury wanted to disagree, his father was right. Living a life of rage would make Naruto like Sasuke, an avenger, a traitor, someone who cared for no one, not even himself. Naruto had seen what revenge and obsession with anger did. He was a victim of such people. If he fell into that abyss, he'd become just like those he despised. No, Naruto didn't want that, never. His mother and village hurt him, nearly destroyed him, but he wouldn't become like them. He would build his own life. A life detached from Konoha and its corruption. He'd rise above it. He'd be better than Sasuke, Jiraiya, and the rest. If Konoha confronted him, he'd face them. He'd show them he was a far better person, a much greater shinobi. He would build his own shinobi path, his true shinobi way of life. He would prove to the world that he, Naruto Uzumaki, was not a demon, not obsessed with revenge and anger, but a man and shinobi of true value and ideals. Smiling, finally letting go of his anger, Naruto looked at his father. I will, Dad. I'll do that. Naruto smiled. Minato smiled back. You just wait, Naruto shouted in his usual way. I'll build my own life. I'll become the best shinobi out there. One you can be proud to call your son, Dadabia. He then shut himself up. Minato chuckled. I believe you, Naruto. I have faith in you, Minato said truthfully. He embraced his son in a fatherly hug. And I'm already proud of you. More proud than I could ever be. I'll be looking after you, Naruto. Minato began to dissipate, bringing tears and shock to Naruto. Don't worry, Minato added, since the seal hasn't been broken, and you haven't unleashed the 8 tails, I'll remain in here for a time being, in case the fuzzball tries anything funny. Oi, who are you calling a fuzzball? Kurama shouted indignantly. I am an intelligent and culturally attuned kitsune, you blonde monkey. Your great-grandparents were often in awe of how intellectual I am. That great-grandfather even asked me for gambling help. Heh, I believe you, Minato chuckled simply. He turned back to Naruto. Naruto, take care of yourself. We'll meet again someday. I will, and thank you, Father. Naruto smiled through his tears. Minato dissipated, leaving his son with renewed vigor. An inner fire burned brighter than ever. Flashback end. Present day. That day changed Naruto's life in many ways. It paved the way for the young blonde's future. He shed his hatred for Konoha. Any notion of revenge was gone. He broke free, unleashing his soul to endless possibilities. Don't misunderstand. What Konoha and Kushina did would not be forgotten or forgiven. Anger still existed in Naruto, but it would never be his guiding force. No, now he had a different drive for life and for growing stronger, to protect his true friends and family. His father opened his eyes. Naruto would be forever grateful. Without his words, he wouldn't have Kurama, Yujito, Matatabi, Yasaka, and Masamune. So, instead of letting anger seep in, Naruto pushed it away. He looked at the Konoha shinobi and spoke. Protect him? Is he a babe needing breastfed and diaper changes? Naruto saw anger in his biological mother's eyes. If memory serves, he's about 21 years old. A grown man by all standards. A shame Naruto didn't live to that age. This surprised everyone, especially Kakashi, Hinata, Kurane, Suzuki, Sakura, and Kushina. You knew Naruto?" Kushina asked Hanzo. Her voice was surprisingly quiet, desperate. "You knew my son." "Bullshit. How could you know the dope?" Kiba barked, ignoring glares from Hinata and Kurane. "He's been dead for over 6 years now, or close to that. And he was banished over 7 years ago, wasn't he?" Naruto asked them. "We met in the land of sand, not long before his death. A true tragedy. Such a good-natured boy, with so much light and hope. All crushed by the people he considered friends and comrades. A shame he perished," Naruto continued. "You could say he changed my life in several ways." Naruto saw sadness from Kushina, Kurane, Hinata. Some looks of shame from others. The rest remained unmoved. "He told me what happened to him in Konoha. How it treated him," Naruto stated. "Let me tell you this much, like hell will I work for a village that can't tell the difference between an innocent child, a victim of his mother's delusions, and a monster that needs to be stopped. Now, if you're quite finished, I suggest you get your sorry asses off my property," Naruto warned. "Before I kick them out. And tell that perverted frog of a Sunin to stop hiding. I can smell his stench from Kumo." Naruto glared at the tree. Jiraiya hopped out, looking slightly older, considerably more annoyed by Hanzo's words. "You have quite a foul mouth, don't you?" Jiraiya said proudly. "Do you even know who you just insulted? I am the sage of Mount Mayaboku, the wet dream of all ladies from east to west and I don't give a damn." Naruto cut him off, looking at them all. "Now, have you said what you wanted, or is there another reason you're here?" "Hanzo-san, please reconsider," Kushina pressed on. "Konoha's council is ready to offer you a substantial monetary reward for your services. You'll also be granted your own compound within Konoha's walls for you and your family. All we ask is your help to destroy the Akatsuki and protect our village," Kushina explained. "In return, in addition to all of the above, you'll be granted Konoha citizenship, Jonin status, and more. You'll even be permitted to become a shinobi of Konoha and recognized as a head of your own clan when you decide to establish one. In other words, you want me to come to Konoha, destroy Akatsuki, and in return, I'll be made into one of your Jonins." Naruto raised an eyebrow. "With a compound and clan head rights," Kushina and Jiraiya nodded. "Do you take me for an idiot?" Naruto scoffed. "I know your village has seen better days. IWA and Kumo are eyeing a rematch from past wars. Not to mention your alliance with Suna is long over. They're with IWA and Kiri. And let's not forget the issue of Otogakure and Orochimaru," Naruto continued. "Still at large years after the invasion. Even with all the clans, talented shinobi, Sunins, former and current Jinchuriki of Kyuubi, Konoha doesn't stand a chance if all those forces descend upon you." "And your solution?" Naruto questioned. "Recruit Ronin, shinobi without crime records or allegiances, mercenaries and hired blades, people who've seen blood and tasted war. At the top of that list is me. The man with a list of killed enemies ranging from Tyrant Oda Nobunaga to the Jinchuriki of the Five Tails and his beast." None of the Konoha shinobi retorted. They knew Hanzo Hattori spoke the truth. Konoha was desperate. It had lost to Jinchuriki and was surrounded by enemies eyeing a rematch. Umbu intelligence suggested a new war within 2 to 4 years. Konoha desperately needed to regain prestige and power. Losing almost the entire Uchiha clan greatly diminished Konoha's power. Even if Suzuki bred now, Konoha wouldn't have Sharingan users capable of fighting anytime soon, not for at least 12 years. They needed strong, powerful shinobi now. Talented as today's generations were, nothing beat an experienced veteran. Out of everyone, Hanzo was at the top. His skill set, experience, expertise, and proficiency in so many shinobi arts made him seem like a second coming of Tobirama Senju. If he joined Konoha, IWA and Kumo would immediately back down. Suna and Kiri would be more open to negotiations, given Hanzo's close ties with the Mizukage and Kazekage. All the while Hanzo spoke, Hinata Hyuga watched him closely. She couldn't look away. She couldn't explain it, but something felt strangely familiar. So close. It was as if she was looking at the closest person from her past, suddenly appearing, only he looked utterly different. Yet the feelings, it was just as if she was seeing him again. Putting faith in her heart, she activated her Byakugan. She looked closely at Hanzo. The Hyuga clan was known for seeing chakra clearly, also for remembering its unique signature. Hinata, who spent years observing her love, the boy who gave her courage, widened her eyes. Words escaped her lips. She couldn't believe her own eyes. Her Naruto Uzumaki stood right in front of them all. Naruto K-kun. Those words drew universal attention. Confusion and surprise appeared on everyone's faces, including Hanzo's. And Naruto-kun, it really is you. Why you are alive and you are here. Why you are Hanzo H. Hattori. Had Naruto not mastered emotion control, his eyes would have widened. All of Konoha's shinobi were flabbergasted by Hinata's revelation. What? Naruto is Hanzo? Sakura shrieked at Hinata. Hinata, what are you blabbering about? How can that dead monster be the man standing here? Naruto Baka had messy blonde hair, that hideous orange jumpsuit. He couldn't sit still for a second. Hell, if he were Naruto, he wouldn't think twice and ask me on a date, for crying out loud. Yeah, I have to agree with Sakura on this one, Hinata, Tenten added, looking at Hanzo. Naruto was a total idiot. This guy looks much more like someone who knows his stuff. Heck, that guy has specially crafted Ronin armor from Tetsu no Kuni. 2 chakra katanas. Our Naruto didn't even know how to use a kunao properly. Wow, I know I was bad, but that was just cold, Tenten, Naruto thought to himself. He turned back to Hinata. Still, I should have remembered the Hyuga clan can identify shinobi by chakra signature. Given Hinata observing me for years, she must have recognized me. Damn it, let's hope Niji doesn't get any ideas, or Akamara doesn't recognize me by scent. Oh no. Tenten, I wouldn't be so sure, to be honest with you. Shikamaru suddenly spoke up. Clan Hyuga is known for their Byakugan. Through it, they can identify anyone they know, even if looks have changed. And we all know Hinata spent a long time looking at Naruto, so, pardon me, but you do realize I'm still here. Naruto drew back their attention. I don't know what this is about me being your dead friend or something, but here's my final word, get out of here. Or Akatsuki will be the last thing you're worrying about. Hanzo already had his hand on his blade. Everyone got into fighting position again. And no, please, Naruto-kun. Hinata tried to plead. Naruto cut her off. For the love of, girl, you are mistaken. I am not your. It really is you, Naruto. Niji Hyuga's voice came. His Byakugan was fully active as he looked at Naruto. Hinata-sama is correct. The man before us is Naruto Uzumaki, not Hanzo Hattori. During the Chuunin exams, I memorized your chakra signature. I could never forget it. So don't try to deny it, Naruto. This statement immediately shocked everyone. They all turned to face the man in question. Kurane, Kushina, Hinata, and even Jiraiya and Kakashi looked at Naruto with hopeful, bordering on desperate, eyes. Kiba, Sasuke, Rock Lee, Niji, Sakura, and Ino had dangerous curiosity and disgust in their eyes. The others simply adopted serious looks, expecting to see whatever was under the face guard. Naruto looked at them with narrowed eyes for a bit. Then he sighed. He understood they wouldn't leave him alone unless he satisfied their curiosity. Even then, they wouldn't stop. But if they really wanted to go down that path, they were welcome to try. He was still legally banished and couldn't return under threat of death. For once, he was glad Konoha's council acted as it did. Pulling his hand away from his blade, he raised it to his face guard and pulled it down. Everyone looked in shock and surprise at the new face of their former comrade, now banished Konoha shinobi. No longer was there any fatness. Whiskers were gone. Sharpness was visible on Naruto's face. It was no longer the face of an idiotic, knucklehead blonde Naruto Uzumaki. It was the face of a truly grown, handsome man, a shinobi who could shame many. While not verbally, mentally Tenten, Ino, and even Sakura had to admit this new Naruto was not just good, but dashing and gorgeous, even if they'd never publicly say it. Sasuke, Kiba, Niji, Rock Lee, Sakura, and Tenten looked with shock, followed by an immediate scowl. Asuma and Might Guy did too. Shock and surprise crossed the faces of Kushina, Jiraiya, Hinata, and most prominently, Kurane. She couldn't hold back her tears upon seeing him. Deciding to finally break the silence, Naruto spoke. Niji, just for clarification, Hanzo Hattori is Naruto Uzumaki. I didn't impersonate him, but created him from scratch, Naruto said, his look impassive towards his former comrades, friends, and mother. Though now I'm starting to think I was a bit too good at this. Now, I would say it's been a long time, Naruto continued. But really, I wish I didn't have to see most of you here for another 2 lifetimes. And some of you, I'd really like to give a piece of my mind and steel for what they did to me. Naruto gazed at Kushina, Kakashi, Jiraiya, Sasuke, and Sakura in particular. Gaki, damn, Gaki, it really is you. Sweet Kami, I almost didn't recognize you, with all the black hair and no whiskers, Jiraiya shouted in joy. He started moving towards Naruto. He was immediately stopped by an instantaneous, powerful wave of killing intent from Naruto. Hey, Naruto, what's all this ki about? You aren't happy to see me, Jiraiya stammered. Should I be? Naruto reminded Jiraiya. Last time we met, you said I was a major disappointment to your precious village. You said the 4th and 3rd Hokage would be appalled by what I did. Jiraiya stopped in his tracks, remembering. A look of shame crossed his face. I guess my godfather would know better, Naruto continued. Considering he trained the same fourth Hokage, aka Minato Namikaze, my father. Only guess what? My father wasn't disappointed in me, far from it. Why, you already know who your father is? Jiraiya asked Naruto, who scoffed. Oh, I know all about him, as well as the woman right in front of me, Naruto stated. And don't even get me started on what you and that old bastard of a Hokage did to me. Naruto narrowed his eyes at Jiraiya, whose eyes widened as he realized what Naruto was discussing. Memory alteration seals. Not just one, but 3 of them, right upon my mind. Tell me, were you trying to make me a mental retard, or did you just enjoy mind-draping me with that old dust bag? And Naruto, it's not what you think. We had no other choice, Jiraiya tried to defend himself. Kyuubi was starting to influence you and... Don't give me this load of crap, Naruto cut him off. You are a level 8 sealing master. You knew my 8 trigram seal was safe, not weakened. You altered my memories not because of Kyuubi, but because it was convenient for both of you. Especially considering I'd found out quite a few of your dirty secrets, like one about this woman right here. Naruto looked at Kushina, who looked at him with desperation. So, Kushina Uzumaki, happy to finally see your firstborn son? Any words to share? Not that it would matter in the grand scheme of things. Sachi, please, I know what I did was horrible, but please, you have to understand that I... Kushina tried to explain. Naruto immediately cut her off. Believed I was possessed by Kyuubi because of my father's mistake. Naruto watched the shock and tears on her face. And had to be abandoned by you? While also becoming a prime target for the entire village to kill? Kushina, you are an Uzumaki and a level 10 sealing mistress. Not to mention a former Jinchuriki of Kyuubi. For you to distinguish a caged fox from an unleashed one is a matter of a simple, careful glance, Naruto emphasized. But no, you merely assumed I was possessed, and that was it for you. Do you even know how many times I was sent to the hospital before I turned 3 years old? I was not just hunted by villagers, but bloody Genins, Shinins, and Jonins. Hell, 2 of the Jonin here tried to take my head. Naruto turned his gaze to Might Guy and Asuma Sarutobi. Isn't that right, Guy, Asuma? With Guy it's self-explanatory. But with you, Asuma, that hind of yours nearly sliced my head off my shoulders back then. I still don't understand what Korone Oni-chan found in someone like you. Korone's eyes widened, her mouth agape. Oni-chan. Naruto, oh my little bundle of joy, you've remembered. You remember again. Wait, Asuma. Hunt, hind, slice. Korone's joyful thoughts turned murderous. She glared at Asuma Sarutobi. Asuma, did I hear that right? Korone demanded. You partook in fox hunts and nearly killed Naruto. Asuma shuddered under the murderous gaze of his former girlfriend. I didn't know any better, Asuma tried to defend himself. And I thought he really was a Kyuubi and... He realized something, turning back to Naruto. Wait, how do you remember? When I saw you last, you didn't remember any of it and... Details aren't important, Naruto stated. What is important is you used the girl who adopted me to get close and claim the prize. I believe your exact words were, not only do I get to avenge our 4th Hokage, but those 15 million Ryo will also be mine, so you better stand still so I can slice you clean, demon. Naruto watched Asuma pale instantly. His former team and some others looked shocked, even disgusted. I may have been 4 at the time, Naruto said, but I still recall how that blade nearly cut off my hand when I tried to reach for a kunao to defend myself. Thank Kami Anko-ne-chan got back from her mission early and decided to stop by. So that's why she... Asuma. I'll fucking murder you for what you did to him. Korone was livid, ready to kill Asuma right there. Kakashi stepped between them. Step away, hey take. This man, this bastard. Not only did he cheat on me, but he fucking used me to kill my adopted son right here. I should have never trusted him nor his bastard of a father. So you better bloody step away from me, before I kill you on sight. Korone, calm yourself. Don't you see you're not in your right mind right now? Kakashi calmly asked, but Korone stood her ground. Guy-sensei, is what Naruto says, is this true? You really tried to kill him? Tenten asked in shock, comprehending the horror of her sensei's actions. Yes, Tenten. It is true, Guy admitted, surprising most. There was a time I tried to end the unyouthful existence of a demon within our youthful village walls. It plagued shinobi and civilians with deception, and as a youthful, beautiful green beast of Konoha, it was my duty to end its existence before it spread further, Guy declared in his usual manner. I nearly succeeded, had the fox not unleashed its unyouthful foul power, drawing attention from the corrupted Umbu, but I swore on the fort's grave and my honor that I would eventually end this monster, one way or another. For I am the youthful green beast of Konoha, Might Guy. Oh, Guy-sensei, you are absolutely right. Naruto always used foul play and cheated, so he must be a true unyouthful demon. Let us vanquish him together, and if I fail, I shall do 10,001 pinky push UPS and 100 laps around the land of fire. Rock Lee immediately agreed with his sensei, eliciting shocked expressions from Tenten, Korone, Hinata, and others. Well, if you wish, I welcome you two to try. Only you'll be running those laps in hell, Lee, because if you attack me, I'll be more than happy to send you straight there, Naruto warned him and the others, turning to Korone. And Korone Oni-chan, while I'd enjoy you killing this guy right here, it's best not to. I wouldn't want to see you or Anko Ne-chan become Nuke-nin for no good reason. Better if I take his head off, if you don't mind. Won't be the first Sarutobi I've killed, nor the first Konoha shinobi. Naruto let out a dry chuckle, seeing shock and a bit of fear in the eyes of his former comrades. Naruto, had I not known you, I would have assumed you were threatening us, Kakashi suddenly spoke up. You know that making such baseless threats really shows your unintelligence, right? After all, even if you left the village, no true Konoha shinobi would kill their own kind, even under a different name. And I know you are not a murderer, Naruto. And who said anything about them being baseless threats? Hey take. Naruto asked him with a deadpan voice. I've been banished, all my property and money stolen because of false charges, the people I thought were friends turned on me in a blink of an eye, not to mention I received more injuries and was closer to death within Konoha more times than I was out in the field. And did I mention how my mind was altered just so I could stay a docile, dumb knucklehead? By all accounts and means, I've got more reasons to wish death upon Konoha than Madara and the third Tsuchikage combined. And as for that last part of yours, 3 years ago, on the borders between the Land of Wind and the Land of Stone, a group of Konoha shinobi, 27 shinin and jonin, were tasked with intercepting the Kazekage and his escort, preventing talks between him and the Tsuchikage. The orders were to either stall or kill on sight. Nobody returned, and 5 days later, their bodies were brought back on a cart by a villager from the Land of Rivers, whom I paid good money to get their bodies back to their families, along with a warning, remember. Naruto let out a small smirk at the shock coming over most of the shinobi there, who realized he was the man behind the infamous Rivers Massacre, one of Konoha's worst recent defeats, where all participating shinobi were brought back dead, brutally murdered, and some barely recognizable. It was initially assumed this was the work of Akatsuki, someone like Itachi Uchiha, or a team of Kiri Zumbu. But to hear that Naruto Uzumaki, who always spouted about becoming Hokage and was considered the dead last of their generation, had actually gone and killed all of them, his fellow village shinobi, in cold blood and without mercy, it was a hard pill to swallow, and many couldn't even believe it. Dobe, do you expect us to believe you? It's common knowledge my brother killed them back there, having taken a contract from the Kazekage, Suzuki retorted to Naruto. You may look different, but you are nothing more than a dead last, which you'll always be, no matter what. Yeah, Suzuki-kun is right. You're just an annoying little pest who can't compete with real shinobi like us. You probably just changed your looks to appear cooler and try to make me fall for you, but it won't work, Sakura shouted at Naruto, who looked at her with an "are you shitting me" expression. Good Kami, was I really that dumb to have a crush on? Oh, right, I was that dumb, Naruto mentally sighed before speaking. Sakura, I don't know what gave you that idea, but let me assure you of something. I've traveled all over the elemental nations for over 7 years and have seen many, many beautiful women and girls, and compared to them, you are like those frogs Jiraiya-san in here fantasizes about in his sleep. And as for the change in looks, I have an S-rank Nuke-nin organization after my head, plus you Konoha idiots wouldn't let me live in peace, not to bloody mention me holding a Kyuubi inside me, so I needed to make a couple of changes in order to survive and not become a prime target for the whole world to take. So, those reports from Gaara, Temari, and Kankuro about your death at the hands of Suna's Nuke-nins were false? But they brought back your corpse, Lady Tsunade, and Shizun personally examined it and confirmed it was you, Shikamaru stated to Naruto in shock, who merely smirked. We mourned your death, Naruto. We buried your body and Konoha had the biggest celebration since its founding, lasting for 2 days without end, I hear, Naruto added. As for that corpse, you'd be bloody surprised what a dead blonde genin of my age, a skilled Irionin, and a special seal can be used for. Gaara was more than happy to provide the first 2, while the last I did on my own. What better way to disappear than to die? And after that, it was only a matter of dyeing my hair black, since it's the most common color on the planet for hair, changing the hairdo, and getting rid of whiskers through a very precise and a little bit discomforting operation, but damn if it was worth it. What a drag. You clever bastard, to think that Chuji and I were crying over a fake corpse. Do you even know how bloody painful it was for us all? Hinata, Korone-sensei, Anko, your mother, you've broken so many hearts with that stunt. Hell, Lady Tsunade and Shizun were openly crying over the damn coffin during the procession. Have you thought about what it would do to us? Shikamaru screamed at him. We know what we said was wrong on many levels, and we were sorry, but that was just cruel and horrible. Shikamaru, just because you, Chuji, and some others among you realized what you've done doesn't excuse you, nor grants you forgiveness, Naruto stated coldly. Now, enough about all of this. I am still technically banished from Konoha and can't return, so me going back would be signing my own death warrant, and according to my punishment, I can't go back under any circumstances, so. Actually, Naruto, the Council of Konoha withdrew that punishment from you upon the return of Kushina and Menma back in Konoha, pardoning you of any and all crimes, Jiraiya chimed in, getting a curious eye from Naruto. Now, given the fact you're still a son of the 4th Hokage, a Jinchuriki of Kyuubi, and a citizen of Konoha, there's no way we can let a prodigal boy like you continue to stray away from your home any longer. Plus, if you come back, then maybe Tsune'll finally forgive me and I can be allowed in Konoha once more. In other words, I'm either coming along with you peacefully, or you and this cavalcade of double standards and nut jobs will take me there by force, is that it? Naruto wasn't sugarcoating it. Well, when you put it like that, I guess none of us here has any other choices. We were ordered by Lady Hokage to get Hanzo Hattori no matter what, and since you are him, there's no way we are coming back without you, Kakashi simply stated lazily to Naruto. But in all seriousness, Naruto, do you really think you can take us all down here? Can you really bring yourself to strike us, your own mother included? Naruto simply blinked at him before turning to Hinata and Kurone. Hinata-chan, Kurone Oni-chan, you two have been there for me when I needed it most. For that, you have my eternal gratitude, Naruto spoke truthfully. Because of that, I ask you to please walk away from here. My quarrel is not with you, but with the rest of them, and should you remain here, I will not be holding any responsibility for what you may witness. I have no desire to fight you or to harm you in any way, so I ask you to walk away. Kurone and Hinata looked at him surprised, before both nodded and decided to follow Naruto's advice, using Shunshin to get out, shocking the rest of the shinobi. Hey, what the hell was that? Why do those two get a pass and we don't? Ino shouted at him. And are you really that dumb that you think you can take us all by yourself? Sasuke-kun and all of us here will tear you a new one in no time. Kaki, you really have done it now. Jiraiya said simply. Minato, I hope you can forgive this idiot son of yours, wherever you are now. Suddenly a large dome appeared right above Naruto, his house, and the surrounding area, not surprising Naruto. Did you think we would let you escape in any way from here? This barrier won't allow anyone to leave this area, no matter how strong, fast, or powerful they are. You are now stuck here with us, Naruto. Best if you surrender now, before it becomes ugly. Jiraiya-sanin, do you think I wasn't counting on this? Naruto asked him in a dangerously calm way, placing his hand on his left katana and drawing it. You think that I am stuck here with you? No, it's the complete opposite. Naruto put on his face guard and readied his katana. It's you who are stuck here with me. And with a flash of black and red, the battle started. It's you who are stuck here with me. And with a flash of black and red, Naruto was gone from the spot, immediately drawing shocked expressions from Kakashi, Jiraiya, Kushina, Shikamaru, Asuma, Guy, and Sasuke, with the rest of the group being confused, yet everyone had gotten into a standard formation. Hey, did the dead last just pull a shadow clone on us and leave us hanging? Kiba snarled, sniffing the air. Damn it, I can't get his smell from here. Akamaru, do you smell that idiot? The large Ninken only whined, stating the opposite. Kiba, that move Naruto just pulled off was definitely not a shadow clone jutsu, Shikamaru stated with knowledge and full seriousness. Jiraiya-sama, Kakashi-sensei, correct me if I'm wrong, but wasn't that the 4th Hokage's Hiraishin? A space-time Fuinjutsu, allowing for instant teleportation from one spot to another. Yeah, that certainly looked like Hiraishin to me, Jiraiya agreed, carefully analyzing the environment with the other shinobi. That definitely looked like Minato's signature flying Raijin, but I doubt Naruto could have learned that anywhere. Hell, the only existing scroll on Hiraishin written by Minato is in Konoha, with Menma, who still can't even get the formula right, and he's a genius compared to Naruto. No, the Gaki must just be playing with us, trying to even up the chances through some cheeky little pranks. Yeah, I agree with you, Jiraiya-sama. I remember during my time training Naruto that he had abysmal chakra control, at best. Minato-sensei told me that Hiraishin requires precise chakra control, as well as a clear vision of where to teleport and where the marker is placed, otherwise one won't succeed in transporting oneself. And Naruto was never one to fully focus his attention on anything for at least 10 minutes or so, Kakashi stated with confidence, but still lifted his headband and revealed his Sharingan. But if Naruto wishes to play this game, we might just humor him and take him down a couple of pegs. 7 years or not, I doubt Naruto has changed much. I would not be so sure. Naruto has spent a very long time away from Konoha and has made himself a reputation as Hanzo Hattori, one of the most skilled and powerful Ronin of this generation and era. It is only logical to assume that the Naruto we knew is nothing compared to today's version we are to face now. Shino spoke calmly, but still hiding a good amount of fear at facing an S-rank head-on. Taking into consideration the reputation Naruto has garnered over the years, confirmed feats, kills, and combat information from various sources, I believe our best course of action would be to tactically retreat or try to reason with him diplomatically. Shino, are you really that afraid of Naruto? Come on, it's the dead last of our class, the Kyuubi cheater, and the #1 idiot of our village. Trust me, I've been on the same team as he, and trust me when I say this, he has nothing on me, Kakashi-sensei, and especially Suzuki-kun, Sakura arrogantly stated, ignorant of the lack of logic in her statement. Hell, Suzuki-kun nearly killed him had Naruto Baka not cheated and pulled a Kyuubi on Suzuki-kun when Naruto tried to kill Suzuki-kun in cold blood. Heck, the only reason he's still alive is probably because of damn luck and Kyuubi, otherwise he should have long kicked the bucket. Kushina gritted her teeth at hearing the pink-haired Kunoichi say such mean things about her firstborn son. She wished she could have reprimanded this disgrace of a shinobi, but then she remembered that she was no better than her until she had returned to Konoha with her Menma 7 years ago. No, she was worse, far worse, having purposefully abandoned her son with a burden that he never should have carried alone, making him a prime target for the village to get rid of through placing a reward upon his head and denying any and all claims by those few that informed her of Naruto's life in Konoha and his behavior. Kushina had always kept an eye out for Naruto, or rather, Kyuubi, as she believed him to be one. She was expecting the demon fox to rise up again and give Kushina a justified excuse to kill the boy herself, to free her son's body and soul from its clutches, but it never happened. Years and years went by, with abuse, cruelty, beatings, and close-to-death situations reported to Kushina, and yet, slowly, piece by piece, bit by bit, her previous beliefs began to crumble, and the image of a possessed child with whiskers and eyes of a demon began to be replaced with that of a horrified, lonely child, crying out for his mother to come for him, surrounded by people all ready to kill him. Kushina had spent countless nights waking up from nightmares at the thoughts of her Naruto, with her dreams showing her son being killed many, many times. And it wasn't Menma, no, but Naruto. Eventually, the widow of the fourth Hokage finally came to a realization of what kind of horrible mistake she had made and, with her younger son in tow, rushed back to Konoha, fully intent on reuniting with Naruto and seeking his forgiveness. However, by the time Kushina had gotten back, it was already too late, as Naruto had been banished from the village for over a month now, and the entirety of Konoha had been absolutely glad it had happened. Her and Menma's return was met with celebrations, and she, along with her son, were treated as if they were heroes, with Menma now being renowned as a savior of Konoha for harboring half of Kyuubi within him. It was a complete opposite of what Naruto had experienced, according to Tsunade, who not only refused to acknowledge Kushina and Menma as part of her family but also denied them Menma's inheritance as a senju, which was by right his. Kushina was outraged when her mother-in-law refused to even as much as call Menma by his father's name, but when Tsunade had stated that only Naruto was a true son of Minato and her grandson and that the only reason Tsunade didn't pummel Kushina into dust for what she did was because she didn't want to let her son face Kushina in the afterlife and suffer the shame. Needless to say, relations between Kushina and Tsunade were antagonistic at best, and at their worst, Tsunade wasn't beyond punishing Menma for his seeming arrogance and being intolerable to the fifth Hokage, even if Kushina didn't see anything wrong with her son's behavior. Kushina was utterly devastated by the news of Naruto's death, the unbearable truth that her firstborn was gone, a son she had never known. At the funeral, only Naruto's true friends were present, a small group. Tsunade openly wept, breaking down at his grave, her curses against the village, the council, Hiruzen Sarutobi, and Kushina echoing the deep pain of Naruto's suffering. Kushina's own tears at her son's grave were but a trickle compared to the torrents shed by Tsunade, Shizun, Kurane, Hinata, Ayam, Tuki, Irika, and others. The advisors and some civilian counselors also attended, as the council, after Kushina and Menma's return, had grudgingly absolved Naruto of his crimes and punishments. Yet, most of the village still viewed him as nothing more than a cheater, troublemaker, and demon. While Kushina raged and lashed out at this injustice, deep down she knew it was her own fault. Now, after 6 years of mourning, she saw a chance to reunite her family, a chance she would not miss. Naruto, please, I beg you, come back to the village with us. I know I wronged you terribly, and I know how much you suffered because I wasn't there. But please, Sachi, just come back with me and your friends. I can make everything right. We can be a complete, true family. Kushina pleaded in the woods, desperately trying to persuade her son. Your brother and I, we both truly want you with us, as part of our family. I'll even train you alongside your brother, and the village will welcome you with open arms and… You still don't get it, do you? Naruto's voice cut in, but its source was impossible to pinpoint. Even Suzuki and Kakashi with their Sharingan, and Niji with his Byakugan, couldn't locate him. You, Menma, the village, everyone here. I don't give a damn about any of your fates. Everyone's eyes widened as Naruto's voice suddenly came from their midst. They all turned towards him, but before anyone could react, a stabbing sound resonated, followed by a cry of pain. The cry came from Shikamaru. 3 senbon were deeply plunged into his spine, immobilizing him and causing intense pain. Naruto stood directly behind him, having precisely placed the senbon to disable Shikamaru for good. Without hesitation, Naruto used his katana in his right arm to block an attack from Asuma, who had reacted first to Naruto's sudden appearance. Asuma, without waiting to charge his blades, aimed to slice Naruto's neck. Had Naruto not been so rigorously trained, or lacked his profound experience of war, he would have been down. Instead, the blunt side of his katana met Asuma's blade, then Naruto brought his katana down and back, slashing Asuma's arm deeply, nearly severing the bones. Asuma gritted his teeth against the pain, almost dropping his weapon, but his role was complete. He had stalled Naruto long enough for the others to react. Just as everyone turned towards Naruto, the former blonde wasted no time. He kicked Shikamaru in the back, sending him into the arms of Koji and Lee, just as 3 explosive tags detonated at Shikamaru and Naruto's feet, engulfing the area in an explosion and smoke. Fortunately, the rest of the group reacted in time, leaping clear of the blast. Koji and Ino, who had joined him, carried Shikamaru away. However, even though they had escaped the explosion, the Konoha group now faced a new problem. Scattering to avoid the blast, they were now broken into pairs and threes, easy targets. Most understood this and began to converge, but their luck ran out again. A thick, chakra-infused fog settled within the barrier, obscuring vision, smell, and even hearing. Water-style, Magen Kirigakure no Jutsu. Naruto mentally intoned as his personal variant of the hidden mist jutsu enveloped the area. He watched from a tree branch as the Konoha group split, clinging to those closest to them. Now, time to pick them apart. Naruto thought, making his signature hand seal before he and his clones vanished in flashes of red and black. Careful, Koji, set him down more gently. Ino commanded her teammate, who carefully laid Shikamaru down, his injured comrade shaking slightly with the 3 senbon in his back. Okay, give me some space, I'll try and see what Naruto did to Shika here. Ino, who, like Sakura, had completed medical ninja courses in Konoha, immediately began examining Shikamaru. Her eyes widened in shock. This is bad, really bad. Ino, what is it? What did Naruto do to Shika? Koji asked, worried for his best friend. These senbon. Naruto didn't just injure Shikamaru, he plunged them precisely between Shikamaru's vertebrae, with a surgeon's precision, no less. Ino explained to a visibly paling Koji. Right now, Shikamaru is paralyzed and can't move or react to anything, his nervous system is in shock. As long as those senbon are in his back, he won't regain his senses. But, if I try to remove them myself, I could cripple Shikamaru completely. One wrong move of those senbon and your best mind won't be able to move even a muscle. Ino and Koji's eyes widened as they looked up, seeing Naruto sitting directly above them. I took a few lessons on human physiology and pressure points while I was in Kiri. Their Umbu, Irionins, and Hunternins really know their stuff. And their acupuncture is one hell of a stress reliever, a real lifesaver when you have stiffness all over your body. Naruto, how could you do something like that to Shika? Why, you could have paralyzed him for life or worse, kill him. Koji shouted at Naruto, who remained unmoving. Look, I know what Shika, me, and others said was bad, and we're all really sorry for it, buddy, but that's no reason to be so hostile towards us. Why don't you just come back to the village with us, and I'll ask my mom to treat you to something really tasty, like the good old times? Jay just helped Shikamaru here and we can all go home together. Chuji and Ino then heard a distinct, dark chuckle from Naruto before he spoke. Koji, you were always a jovial buffoon. A good, kind one, but a buffoon nonetheless, always going along with the crowd and letting your stomach do all the thinking before your head. Naruto stated simply, causing Koji to grit his teeth and clench his fists. If we were truly friends, you would have at least asked me about the Kyuubi and what happened in the valley, not berated and accused me of what I was forced to do. Hell, you and most of the others, you're all just a bunch of morons, having fallen for Suzuki's tales and turned on me. You were out there too, Koji, and we all knew that Suzuki had defected, yet you, Kiba, Shika here, and everyone else just took the words of a traitor over our supposed friendship. Some friends. And as for Shika here, I wouldn't be surprised if he later said thanks, since moving around is such a drag. Naruto let out an amused chuckle, recalling Shikamaru's laziness. You can't say that Suzuki defected, he was under the influence of the curse mark, and it made him go rogue. Ino protested, forcing Naruto to turn to her. He wasn't in the right state of mind when he did it, so you can't just blame him for what happened to you, Naruto. You were the one who injured and nearly killed him while using the Kyuubi and… Nearly killed, Ino? Naruto asked again, raising an eyebrow. Ino, did you, or anyone else, take the time to look at me when I was in the hospital? I had 2 stabbing wounds in my chest from Suzuki's Chidori, nearly all my bones were broken or on the verge of breaking, and don't even get me started on the blood loss. And what about Suzuki? A couple of cuts, bruises, and some minor concussion, I believe? Yeah, he totally didn't try to kill me, and I put him at death's doorstep. Naruto sighed, dropping to the ground and looking at the pair, who were ready to fight him. Who am I trying to convince, a number 2 fangirl and a fatso with a brain in his stomach? Anyway, enough talk. Who are you calling fatso? My bones are just… Koji cried out in rage, not even catching a glimpse of Naruto looking into his eyes. Genjutsu, Nocturne Embrace. With those words, Koji's rage instantly quelled, his body slumping to the ground, his mind now tormented by his deepest nightmares, unable to escape. Akimichi clan members focus on the physical application of their chakra, able to draw upon yang chakra with relative ease to a limited extent. This makes them best suited for taijutsu, with less reliance on ninjutsu than others, and a complete lack of genjutsu. Want to beat an Akimichi? Use genjutsu. Gotta love Senju's Warring States Encyclopedia. What the hell? Koji, are you? And Naruto, you have genjutsu too? You were supposed to be unable to use any of it. Ino screamed at him, moving towards Koji to wake him up, but she couldn't reach him. Naruto appeared directly in front of Ino and delivered a powerful punch to her gut. Yamanaka, the complete opposite of Akimichi, best at genjutsu due to their mind-controlling abilities, but worst at taijutsu. Naruto mentally recited as his knee struck Ino's chest. He then grabbed Ino's long hair and repeatedly punched her face 5 times in rapid succession with his right hand, breaking her nose. Letting go of the dazed and unfocused girl, Naruto finished her off with a powerful kick to the head, knocking her unconscious and likely causing a concussion. Result: 2 ribs broken, 3 more damaged, broken nose, cracked skull, and a concussion. Naruto thought to himself, looking at the defeated members of Team Asuma before dispelling and informing the original of their status. The clang of metal echoed from a different part of the clearing as Naruto's katana clashed with Asuma's chakra trench blades. Though Naruto wore nearly full armor, his natural speed and agility, coupled with his experience fighting various opponents and observing many stances, allowed him to match Asuma's close-quarters combat expertise, especially after inflicting a severe bleeding wound that disabled Asuma's right hand. Now, Naruto only needed to find the right opening and strike his opponent, as his katana, charged with hind, clashed with Asuma's charged knife and steadily pushed him back. Striking Shikamaru first so he couldn't catch you with his shadow possession was actually clever. And without him, no one could devise a strategy against you. I can't believe I'm saying this, but you're good, kid. Asuma gritted his teeth as Naruto applied more strength and pushed him back, then kicked him in the stomach, followed by a horizontal slash that Asuma evaded by moving backward, spitting blood from his mouth. Shit, should have killed you when I had the chance back then, in Korone's home. If only that snake bitch hadn't shown up, Asuma shouted, resuming his offensive, leaping into the air and attempting to land a kick on Naruto. But when Asuma landed, Naruto had already moved and vanished into the mist. Not a single shadow, outline, or sound could be pinpointed due to the fog. Asuma knew of the Kirigakure no Jutsu, infamous thanks to masters of silent assassination like Zabuza Mamakai, but that jutsu didn't block hearing or sounds. Naruto's version, however, seemed far more advanced. To Asuma, it appeared that the water particles in the air not only completely obscured vision but also blocked sound waves. Considering sound travels through air, a chakra-filled mist with enough power to stop air from transmitting sound. As much as Asuma hated Naruto or refused to acknowledge him as an equal, he had to admit one thing: Naruto had changed. Okay, brat, I'll give credit where it's due. You may have grown stronger, but that still doesn't change the fact that you're an idiot. Asuma taunted Naruto, trying to provoke him, sure that he would be able to hear him even through the fog. Did you really think my father would have allowed a loose cannon like a Jinchuriki of the Kyuubi to run free and unrestrained? No, he wouldn't, especially when our village had suffered from that damn Kyuubi and was low on manpower. It needed power to keep other villages from destroying us, and because of that, my old man had to keep you nice and docile, considering your younger brother was in the capital at the time. You know why he allowed all those beatings? All because he wanted to instill fear in you, the fear of what would happen if you betrayed the village. But when Korone adopted you, everyone started to fear that you might actually grow out of fearing us, so I seduced that girl and gained a way to her home, as well as what's in her pants. Asuma let out an amused chuckle, expecting a reaction from Naruto. Too bad when I decided to simply get the reward for your head, her snake horse showed up and nearly castrated me. I wanted her to be executed, and Korone to have the same seal put as on you, but my old man wouldn't have it. It would be detrimental to Konoha's strength was what he said, so he only did some talking to them and made sure you would never be allowed to be adopted, or that those 2 bitches would come near you. You should have seen how Korone cried. But don't you worry, I've helped her pull through, if you know what I mean. Asuma finally heard a rustling of grass in front of him, before Naruto finally appeared with an ice-cold glare directed towards Asuma. You really should have taken my life back then, bastard. Naruto stated simply, changing his stance, bringing his sword with the flat side above the ground, hilt close to his shoulder, his left hand resting at the tip of the blade. Now, I'll see to it that you won't hurt neither Korone nor Anko, Asuma Sarutobi. Roaring like a dragon, Naruto pushed his body forward and vanished in a blaze of speed. Asuma's eyes widened as he recognized the technique. A broad-to-shoulder sword with its flat side over the ground. This technique, it can't be. Asuma hurriedly tried to ready himself for defense, but missed his opportunity as a slash came at him, leaving a wound trail from his right torso diagonally to his left shoulder. Hirajuki, Gaitosu is Haiki. Naruto stated simply as Asuma dropped his weapon and slumped to his knees, bleeding profusely, while the former blonde turned to face him. When I was participating in Mizu's civil war, I took lessons from Ieyasu's personal guards, the Shinzengamai, specifically from one man known as Wolf of Nebu. I wouldn't say I fully mastered his techniques and style, but at the very least, I'd say I can hold my own in a sword fight with it. Naruto stood directly in front of Asuma, who looked up into his eyes, fear instantly visible as Naruto raised his sword with both hands. Such fear and dread. And this is supposed to be one of the best 12 guardian shinobi? You are almost too pathetic to kill. Almost. Asuma's eyes widened as Naruto brought his blade down, slashing diagonally, cutting his face, left eye, nose, and cheek. Blood gushed onto the ground from the new wound as Asuma's body hit the dirt, staining the grass. If you are dead, tell Hiruzen that we are even now. And if not, you make one move towards any of my friends and family, I'll cut your head clean off. With that, Naruto's clone dispelled, informing the original of what had transpired with Asuma. Shino's bugs were spread around him, attempting to assess the situation and failing. He was at a logical disadvantage, understanding that the Naruto he once knew had changed, completely and utterly. The reputation he had garnered as Hanzo Hattori spoke volumes, as Shino mentally recalled Hanzo Hattori's bingo book entry. Name: Hanzo Hattori. Age: between 20 and 27. Village: unknown. Status: Ronin, mercenary, former/possibly current commander of Tokugawa assassination unit. Shinobi rank: unknown, possibly Jonin. Rank: S rank. Combat information known as the second Kirigakur no Oni and Kage no Shi. Hanzo is a master of silent assassinations in CQC, but there is very limited confirmed information on the specifics of his styles, techniques, and jutsu. What is known is that he possesses 3 elemental natures: wind, water, fire, but unconfirmed reports state he also has lightning and earth, along with yin and yang releases. An avid user of genjutsu, possibly master level, as well as a user of swords, listed as one of the top 5 best swordsmen in Mizu no Kuni. Uses advanced tactics and strategies in battle, capable of deciphering and countering battle strategies mid-fight. Taijutsu level is unknown, ninjutsu level is Kage, presumably. Possibly possesses a very high level of mastery of Fuinjutsu. Feats: killed 561 soldiers, including 150 Chunin and Jonin rank shinobi, during the Battle of Makatagahara in 4 hours. Killed 4th Mizu Kage Yagura Karatachi while in tailed beast mode. Killed Han, Jinchuriki of the 5 tails from Iweigakur while in tailed beast mode. Destroyed the temple on Mt. Hiei through a fire jutsu, destroying 1/10 of the Oda army station there. Killed Oda Nobunaga, demon king of the 6th heaven and user of Mighten. Destroyed Tenko Castle with over 1,000 men inside its walls through an unknown fire jutsu. Slaughtered the bloodline faction of Kumo. Fought and forced to retreat Kisame Hashigaki, unconfirmed. Rewards: 77 million recommendations, flee on sight. After reading this and recalling accounts of Mizu's civil war, which was more brutal and horrifying than all of the shinobi world wars combined, Konoha's bug user found it far more logical to withdraw. It seemed Naruto was more than ready to deal with all of them. So, Shino, what will it be? Shino turned and saw Naruto standing just 7 feet away, ready and waiting. You're probably the smartest of the group here, and you were one of the few who didn't ostracize me back in Konoha when I returned. It would have been illogical and careless to trust the words of an unstable shinobi turned traitor like Suzuki over the words of a proven trustworthy and loyal ninja like you, Naruto. Shino explained, and Naruto chuckled. It was obvious that your skills, abilities, and jutsu were the product not entirely of the Kyubai's influence, but of your personal training and determination. My clan and father understood that as well, but others seem to have let their emotions and ignorance take hold of them. I apologize for their illogical and irrational decision to banish you. Don't be sorry, Shino. I've had 7 years to think it over, and I knew that some clans wouldn't support that decision, either to keep a Jinchuriki like me in Konoha or simply out of kindness, though I almost didn't believe in it at the time. Naruto admitted. So, who, aside from the Abarame clan, voted against banishing me? Clan Hyaga. Lord Hayashi was quite passionate about how the village had been treating you with injustice. Naruto was genuinely surprised, then recalled his past and understood the reasoning behind such actions. Apparently, you had, in the past, aided him or Clan Hyaga in some way. Also, he had asked to take you under his wing but was refused by the council. I remember. I didn't think Lord Hayashi would be so grateful, even though it was nothing for me. Naruto murmured, more to himself than to Shino, before focusing on the other ninja. Shino, what's your move? Stand down, and I'll let you go. Fight, and I'll have to apologize to Kurenai Oni-chan for hurting you. Believe me, I can and will hurt you badly. Somehow, I'm inclined to believe that statement, Shino replied, recalling his insects. Very well, I'll stand down. However, are you certain you can break this barrier, especially as you're just a clone? The clone smirked. Clever as always, Shino. The Crescent Dome Barrier is a fine level 7 Fuinjutsu technique, no argument there. but my other clones are already rewriting it to my needs. They'll be finished in a few moments, so I can safely escort you out of the combat zone, if you wish." Shino nodded. "Lead the way, then," Shino said, as the clone took point. "By the way, there's something important you might want to hear. This mission wasn't sanctioned by Lady Hokage, but by the council, without her permission or knowledge. In fact, I believe she's already aware of it by now." "I'd figured as much, but thank you for the information, Shino." Naruto's clone offered a small smile, his thoughts racing. "That explains why Kaachan suddenly went back on our agreement. That damn council. What was Tobirama-Jiji thinking when he installed it? Was he drunk, or did he lose a bet like Hashirama-Jiji? Anyway, I imagine Kaachan is either destroying the council, or she and her honor guard with Shizun are already on their way here. Well, she knows our deal, so I'm fully within my rights to deal with them as I see fit. Alright team, we found each other through our power of youth, with one of our youthful and courageous comrades here as well. Now, let's find the others and deal with this unyouthful demon known as Naruto," Might Guy bellowed, with Lee enthusiastically supporting him. Tenten and Kiba shook their heads, while Niji strained his Byakugan to see through the fog, only getting a headache and sore eyes. "Now, Niji, tell us, where are all our other youthful companions?" I can't see anything through this damn fog," Niji said with a strained voice, deactivating his eyes with a sigh of relief. "This mist is filled with such strong and dense chakra, it's like I'm looking at a sea of constantly shifting chakra. Whatever jutsu Naruto is using here, it not only blocks vision and sound but is also strongly effective against my Byakugan. We must count ourselves fortunate that we found each other in this mist. So wait, if neither your Byakugan nor my and Akamaru's senses can find the others, how the hell will we get to them, or find the dobe?" Kiba shouted. "Damn it, I can't believe the dead last actually learned something. It's probably just his fox helping him. Yes, for it is a common fact that Naruto requires the Kyuubi's chakra to be strong, and that is what makes him so unyouthful." Rock Lee supported the claim, but Niji shook his head. "No, this field is entirely made of Naruto's own chakra," Niji retorted, surprising everyone. "But, to be able to make such strong mist with such abilities, he must have come a very long way as a shinobi. And if his reputation is anything to go by, we may be facing an enemy more dangerous than Itachi Uchiha and more powerful than Lady Hokage herself. Perhaps, we may better." Niji was cut short as he suddenly collapsed, a senbon sticking out of his neck. "Niji! Hold on, I'll." Tenten started to rush to his side but also fell in the next second, a senbon in her neck in the exact same spot as Niji's. Lee and Kiba panicked. What the hell is going on? How come Niji and Tenten are down in one shot like that?" Kiba yelled. "Those senbons, they're probably laced with some kind of paralytic poison, designed to shut down the nervous system upon contact. Such poisons and senbons are used most frequently and unyouthfully by Kiri's Umbu Black Ops, especially by their assassination units and Undertaker squad," Guy explained, cautiously looking around. "And Naruto, being an unyouthful demon that he is, probably picked up on such low techniques while he was in Mizu. But do not worry, my fellow shinobi, for we have on our side the power of springtime youth." Guy roared at full volume, almost deafening everyone. I doubt it will be enough for you three here." A sudden comment startled everyone, followed by the sound of metal piercing flesh and bones. Everyone turned to the source, and the men paled at the sight. Kiba nearly lost his mind. Before them lay Akamaru, Kiba's giant ninkin, his eternal partner and best friend among animals and humans. However, while a sight of the ninkin would normally be unremarkable, the hilt of a katana sticking right from above his head, with blood coming from both the top of his head and from the bottom of his prone body, was something no one wanted to see. And right at the top of the hilt, casually standing on one leg, was Naruto, looking at the horrified trio. His facial guard hid most of his emotions, while his eyes merely surveyed them. The sight of his killed ninkin was enough to send Kiba into a murderous rage. "Akamaru! I'll fucking kill you, you demon bastard!" Kiba roared inhumanly, launching himself at Naruto without a thought, faster than Lee and Guy could stop him, still horrified by the sight. However, had Kiba not been in such a crazed rage, had he learned to think with his head, or at least been more observant, he would have seen that Naruto already had his second sword drawn in his left hand. When Kiba reached Naruto, the black-armored Ronin seemingly vanished into a thick mist, leaving only the hilt of the katana. Before Kiba could sniff him out or hear him, a shadow descended from above. In the next second, the shadow reached the ground just as Kiba looked up, a shining thin trail following down to his body, a blade red with freshly spilled blood flashing upon the grass. "Hana sends her regards, Kinslayer," Naruto whispered to Kiba as his eyes widened before blood splashed from a wound, beginning at the left side of his chest and ending at the right side of his hip. The Inyazuka dropped dead onto the grass, joining his companion in afterlife purgatory. With a speed that even Lee could envy, Naruto swiftly recovered and drew his blade in his left hand into a Hiraji stance, launching himself toward his next target. Guy had managed to regain his composure and used all his speed to try and intercept Naruto. Sever leaf hurricane, he shouted, attempting to kick Naruto's face during his thrust. However, all Guy managed to hit was thin air as Naruto vanished in a flash of black and red, shocking Guy. In the next second, just as Guy landed, a loud cry of pain came from his student, forcing Might Guy to look and freeze instantly. Rock Lee stood, frozen in shock and pain, blood running from his mouth. Behind him stood Naruto, whose blade had struck Lee in his spine and was buried deep enough to cause immeasurable pain and completely immobilize him for life. Lee, Guy was about to run to his student when Naruto spoke, tossing a small medical kit at his feet. Better think your next move, Guy, because it will decide whether all 3 of your students die here, or they will live, Naruto said in a cold, emotionless voice, causing Guy to freeze. Those senbons were laced with an extract, enough to kill even a healthy titan like you. The dose I used will kill Tenten and Niji in 5 minutes unless you administer the antidote in that pouch I tossed within that time. And as for Lee, if you decide to fight me, he will lose his life in an instant. So, what shall it be, Guy, your students' lives, or a chance to kill the unyouthful demon? Naruto asked Guy, who was shaking with rage, but also fear at the prospect of losing his students. Damn you, demon. Guy shouted at Naruto through tears as his shaky hands picked up the medical kit, and he immediately went to Niji and Tenten, hoping to save their lives. Wise choice. Now Lee will only lose his legs. Lee and Guy both froze at Naruto's words as the former shinobi of the leaf plunged his sword deeper into Lee's spine, before severing it. With a cry of pain, Lee dropped to the ground, unable to feel his legs anymore as Naruto's blade left his body. A horrified Guy looked at Naruto. Now we are even, Guy. With that said, Naruto's clone dispelled himself, leaving Guy in tears, shaking, and in such great horror and rage that no miracle of youth could potentially bring him back to his normal self. Kakashi-sensei, this mist, it's like. Sakura began, looking around, back to back with Sasuke and Kakashi Hatake. Yes, it's just like the one Zabuza used during our first C-rank mission. Only this mist is even better, much better, Kakashi said, his Sharingan working, trying to find anything in what seemed like a constantly shifting wall of chakra. This mist is layered with chakra on such a level that it completely blocks vision, sounds, smells, and even my Sharingan can't see through it at all. Whatever technique Naruto used here makes Zabuza's Kirigakure look like child's play. At least the dobe learned how to hide, like a weakling coward should, Sasuke scoffed, his hand on his sword, looking around for Naruto. Come on, dobe. What's the matter? Are you too afraid to even face your old team? Well, if you don't come out, then I'll simply have to walk toward that home of yours and see what's so interesting there that you've decided to stop us in our tracks out here. Who knows, maybe you have some poor whore of a wife that should be begging for an elite like me to. Wrong move, team. Suddenly, to the shock and terror of all, Naruto's calm and collected voice came from right behind each of them, just as Zabuza had done on their mission in Wave Wind style, Ronkyudan. With that, Sasuke flew out of the formation with bullet-like speed, carried away by a compressed ball of air. As Sakura stood frozen, Kakashi's instincts finally kicked in. In a flash, he pulled out a kunao, sending it backward, fully intending to strike Naruto. The speed of the famous copy ninja was one of the highest in Konoha, behind only Sasuke, Itachi, Guy, and Minato Namikaze at various points. He would have been successful in catching Naruto in the transition between one stance to another. However, Naruto had faced enemies with high speed and knew how to match them, especially considering he had not just equaled but surpassed his father's speed before he turned 20. One swift block with the back of his armored left hand stopped Kakashi mid-flight, while Naruto's right palm swiftly reached the left side of Kakashi's head, his fingers glowing with green chakra. In a single swift motion, Naruto's fingers plunged into Kakashi's eye socket, and with a single pull, Naruto retrieved his most prized possession, his dead friend Sharingan. Ard! Kakashi cried out in pain as he had just had an eye removed from his head, instinctively dropping his kunao and trying to cover his bleeding eye socket. With his hand freed, Naruto's left hand clenched into a fist, chakra channeled into it, while his right moved out of the way. In the next instant, Naruto's left fist collided with Kakashi's head, cracking his skull and knocking him unconscious after his nerves were overloaded with foreign chakra. As Kakashi's body hit the ground, Naruto simply sealed it away in a special storage scroll he kept for special occasions and items such as this, now in his possession. Having done that, Naruto's cold eyes landed upon a shaking Sakura, who had managed to pull a kunao from her pouch and pointed it, taking a stance to fight him. Naruto scoffed, though the sound was muffled by his mask. Naruto, how could you do something so brutal to Kakashi-sensei? Sakura shrieked in fear, backing away as Naruto slowly advanced. Don't come any closer, why you monster. Suzuki-kun W will kill you if you do something to me, you dead last. Why you are just jealous of Suzuki and everyone, so you've decided that attacking us W will make us accept you back as equal. Well, guess again, loser, because. Suddenly, Sakura heard a low, slightly throaty laugh from Naruto, quiet at first, but steadily growing into full-blown laughter that seemed to echo throughout the entire forest, scaring Sakura even further. Then Naruto spoke. "Oh, Sakura, Sakura. Do you think I give a fucking damn about what you and the rest of that cavalcade of quirks, double standards, and traitors think of me?" Naruto asked her seriously, making Sakura freeze. "I stopped caring about most of you the day I was exiled from the village, and after I learned how warm and pompous your greeting of my little brother was, why do you think I would even want to go back to that hellhole? To once again become your punching bag, or so that Sasuke-chan would have someone to stab in the back, or chest in my case? After all, his own genins are nowhere to be found now, are they?" Naruto saw the look of shock and surprise on Sakura's face, as he had clearly shown he knew what had happened with Sasuke's genin squad. Those G genins died on a mission, when I intercepted Sasuke-kan and Sakura tried to defend her love, but Naruto interrupted. "Spare me the lies and excuses that guy told you all," Naruto simply said to her. "I know all about the tragedy since I've been there myself." Flashback, a year and 7 months ago, Land of Grass. Naruto had seen many terrifying sights in his life as a shinobi and Ronin serving various kage, daimyo, and feudal lords. Mizu's civil war had provided him with a plethora of horrifying and nightmarish sights and images that would be enough to drive even some of the toughest persons in the shinobi world mad with fear and dread. Yet, to Naruto now, it was just part of his job back then, nothing more, and he had learned not to let it get to him. However, the sight he was seeing now was different. Before Naruto lay not a field of shinobi skirmish, but what appeared to be a slaughterhouse. On a grassy plain lay 6 IWA shinobi, dead for about a couple of hours. Having worked with IWA and their shinobi, Naruto could determine these were Chuunin shinobi, and a bit of searching revealed they were on a diplomatic mission to the daimyo of Grass. At first glance, it seemed they had been ambushed by someone lying in wait. Naruto's initial guesses were Konoha or Kumo, as those two also competed for an alliance with Grass. And at first, Naruto's former guess seemed correct, as he noticed 2 dead-leaf shinobi. However, his careful eye instantly examined them, and what he found first confused, then horrified him. The 2 dead Konoha shinobi were not Chuunin or Jonin. They were genins, fresh and untested, clearly out of the academy recently or a year ago, no more. One was a black-haired boy in a simple gray shirt and black pants, most likely a civilian, while the other was a girl with short lavender hair, pale eyes, dressed in a beige dress, black shorts, and sandals, along with a curse mark hidden beneath her headband, identifying her as a member of the Hyuga branch family. They had backpacks with provisions, clothes, and more, all signs of a C-rank mission out of the Land of Fire. However, what struck Naruto wasn't the fact that they were dead, but the nature of their wounds. The IWA shinobi had been killed with brutality, stabbing wounds, burns, and blackened skin, as well as the distinct smell of ozone, indicated the use of a sword, fire style, and lightning style. Naruto's mind quickly came up with possible candidates: Kakashi Hatake, a known user of both elements in a sword, though he no longer used one, and Sasuke Uchiha, now a jonin of Konoha, known for using a sword, fire, and lightning, along with being merciless and brutal to enemies. Having kept an eye out for potentially dangerous shinobi, Naruto knew it was Sasuke who had done the deed here. As for the genins, the boy seemed to be the first to fall, his throat slashed by a sword, his face frozen in shock. The Hyuga girl was stabbed in the back with what looked like a jab, a clear sign of Chidori, as she tried to run away in fear, lying face down on the grass. However, there was still no solid proof that it was who Naruto thought it was, until his trained ears picked up a coughing sound. Rushing toward it at full speed, Naruto ran under the closest tree in the field, where he found a young girl with light brown hair and green eyes, dressed in a simple dark green shirt and black pants, lying down with a hand covering a large slashed wound on her stomach. Without any warning, Naruto went to her, speaking up. "Don't worry, I'm not going to hurt you," he calmly told the pale girl, carefully moving her hand away from the wound and placing his own hand onto it, beginning to use medical ninjutsu. "It's going to be okay, I promise. I may not be on the level of your Hokage, but such wounds are nothing new to me, so you'll be safe in a few minutes." Thank you, mister." She spoke with a weak voice. Naruto replied, "Hanzo. Hattori Hanzo." Naruto answered her with a calm and soothing voice, applying his Iryo ninjutsu to heal her internal organs and start tissue regeneration. "Whoever did this clearly meant to kill you, and nearly succeeded. You must be very determined and strong to have lived. What's your name, girl?" "Mikato." Mikato Sarutobi. Mikato introduced herself, Naruto looking carefully at her. I am from Konoha. My team, ART they. I am sorry, Maiko-chan, but they are gone." Naruto could see that the girl didn't even have the strength to cry, having lost a great amount of blood. "Maiko-chan, I know this is very hard for you, but I've examined the battlefield and I know that it wasn't the IWA shinobi who killed your friends. Can you tell me, who was it, and where is your Jonin sensei?" The Iryo ninjutsu was working its magic on the girl, and she was starting to improve, as the wound began to heal completely, and color returned to her. It was Sasuke sensei, ORJ Jonin sensei," Maiko said with tears, Naruto suppressing a growl at the sound of that name. We were on our way to Hidden Grass Village, delivering a message from Hokage, when we came across these shinobi of IWA. They said they had no quarrel with us, allowed to pass by without problem, but then Suzuki-sensei he just killed them all. It was so fast and brutal. Mikado winced slightly from pain. Easy there, Maiko-chan. Your organs are just starting to work properly, you only need a lot of rest and some blood transfusion, and all will be alright, Naruto assured her as he finished healing. I know this is very hard for you, so let me guess, after he was done with the IWA shinobi, he turned against you, didn't he? Maiko merely gave a weak nod. Why yes, at first he killed Yoshikiri, then and Nana when she tried to run, and then he caught up to me and, I don't understand, why he would do something like that. We were a team for a year now, he trained, cared for us, helped us all, and then. He only said that it was so that he could gain the true power of his Sharingan. Mikato broke down in tears. Naruto carefully pulled her closer, comforting the girl, while mentally he raged like a demon. Sasuke, I always knew you would end up as a worse scumbag than Itachi, but this. You are not just worse than scum, you are a cancerous tumor, a leech that feeds off others and cares only for himself. And now, just so you could get that Mangekyo Sharingan of yours, you went and did this. Naruto's blue eyes briefly transformed into the Kyuubi's. I swear, upon the blood of those poor kids there, the next time we meet, you will pay for betraying them. Flashback ends. I'll make that bastard suffer for what he did to them. Trying to kill me? I'm used to it. But betraying your own pupils? That truly enrages me. Naruto glared at a fear-stricken Sasuke fangirl, his immense killing intent palpable. First, Sakura-chan, I'll enjoy repaying you for all the abuse. Though unseen, Sakura could have sworn Naruto's sadistic smile would make even Anko Mitarashi proud as he menacingly approached her. Just as Naruto reached for Sakura's throat, a distinct sound filled the air, 1,000 chirping birds, growing louder by the second, accompanied by the smell of ozone. Recognizing the signs, Naruto instantly performed the Kawarimi no Jutsu. Where he stood, Sakura now appeared, her right shoulder pierced by an arm, a conduit for Chidori, its user glaring hatefully at Naruto, who stood behind Sakura. Without a word, Sasuke pulled his hand from Sakura's shoulder and shoved her aside, uncaring that he had nearly killed her and she was bleeding profusely. His focus was solely on the former blonde, now raven-haired Ronin, whose hand already rested on his sheathed left sword. A free tip, team, if you want to kill someone, make sure they don't hear you. Why this Chidori is called an assassination technique is beyond me, Naruto commented, scowling at Sasuke. Naruto then looked at the traitor mark on Sasuke's right cheek. I must admit, this little mark suits you, Sasuke. A fitting mark for such filth, though it could use a second one. You, and Uchiha, call me filth, Sasuke arrogantly asked, drawing his sword. Weren't you the one who substituted with this worthless pink whore just now? And what makes you so much better than me? Well, I wouldn't call Sakura entirely worthless now that she's proven useful for something. As for filth, considering my banishment, animosities, and bias, I believe my actions are justified, especially since you've invaded my private land and threatened me, so I'm entitled to self-defense, Naruto calmly stated, maintaining his glare. And as for why I am better than you, team, I've done many terrible things, Sasuke. Some would make your clan's cleanup look tame and innocent. Naruto caught a glimpse of Sasuke's hateful glare. But everything I did was part of my job. All those actions were to end conflicts, save lives, prevent wars, or stop brewing catastrophes. And I never turned on my teammates during those missions, or more importantly, on the kids under my responsibility, unlike a certain Uchiha filth standing before me. Naruto saw only Sasuke's smirk, no regret, no sorrow, just pride and arrogance. So, that little bitch Mikato survived. I knew I should have burned her with my new power, just to test it out, but I guess I was too sentimental. Sasuke closed his eyes, then opened them to reveal new, atom-patterned eyes, glaring at Naruto. No matter, once I'm finished with you and whoever is in that house of yours, she'll taste my new power. You won't get to her, I've made sure of that, believe me, Naruto simply stated. Nor will you harm anyone in my home or anyone else, as I'm finishing what Itachi couldn't. Naruto blasted from his spot at full speed, charging Sasuke to cut him down. Don't even dare say his name, Dobe. Amaterasu. Sasuke's left eye bled as he unleashed his most powerful jutsu, the flames of Amaterasu, at Naruto. Sasuke was already planning to celebrate his victory when he saw a flash of black and red just before his flames appeared, burning the empty soil and creating steam in the mist. The Uchiha Avenger frantically searched for Naruto, until his voice came from behind him. So, this is the infamous Amaterasu of the Uchiha clan? I must say, not as impressive as I expected. Sasuke turned to see Naruto standing calmly, his expression unchanged. A fusion of Yinton with Katon, creating a pseudo-Kakei Tota known as Onton, or Inferno style. While achieving Anton's creation is nothing short of a miracle and genius of the highest praise, finding out Amaterasu just spawns those flames like that is kind of lame, Naruto commented as Sasuke mentally sent his next Amaterasu blast, only for Naruto to disappear again at the last second. Stop playing around and stand still, dope. Do you think your little advanced Shunshin will save your neck all the time? Sasuke yelled, looking around. You think I'm using Shunshin here? Sasuke, you honestly disappoint me. Naruto mocked, staying out of sight. For a so-called genius from the Uchiha clan and Kakashi Hateke's favorite student, I'd expect you to recognize the technique that cost Izuna Uchiha his life at the hands of my ancestor, Tobirama Senju. So, you really do use Hiraishin no Jutsu? And did I hear you right? Did you just claim the second Hokage to be your ancestor? Sasuke snarled, hearing Naruto chuckle. What's so funny, you worthless dobe? Oh, I'm just laughing at how blatantly ignorant and arrogant people can be, Sasuke. After all, it's common knowledge in Konoha now that Minato Namikaze is Tsunade Senju's son, Hashirama Senju's granddaughter and Tobirama Senju's grandniece. I'm sure everyone and their dog in the elemental nations knows about it, along with Menma Namikaze being his son, and Naruto Uzumaki, yours truly, being his older brother, from the same father and mother, Naruto explained in a mockingly teaching voice, further aggravating Sasuke. So you see, I'm not only the second Hokage's great-great-grandson, but also a direct descendant of the first Hokage, his blood and bones. You know, it's almost ironic, a Senju facing an Uchiha, just like during the Sengoku Jai Day. Your pathetic clan never stood a chance against the true might of the Uchiha. The only reason we even allied with you was out of pity. Sasuke taunted Naruto. And Izuna Uchiha was obviously a weakling to have lost to a Senju so blatantly. Then Madara Uchiha was even more of a weakling, having been defeated by my grandfather, while having the might of Kurama and a true Mangekyo Sharingan on his side. Naruto taunted back, causing Sasuke to growl, as Naruto appeared right behind him. Now, Sasuke, let me demonstrate why Clan Senju always put your clan in its place. Sasuke began to turn, but even his new, improved eyes couldn't perceive Naruto's rapid hand seals. Anton Kuroe Gon no Jutsu. From Naruto's open mouth, a concentrated stream of pure black fire, more intense than Amaterasu, shot towards Sasuke. Caught nearly off guard, Sasuke barely managed to pull out his most powerful defense, a giant skeletal torso of purple chakra formed, enclosing him in a protective shell. Skin formed over the bones, creating a layer of purple chakra around Sasuke, who expected Naruto's trick to be easily swept away by his ultimate Uchiha weapon, Susanoo. But this time, Sasuke's luck ran thin. Naruto's Anton hit the ethereal being with full force, driving it back and melting its skin and even bones, shocking Sasuke. His eyes bled, and his muscles and bones were near breaking point from the sheer pressure of keeping Susanoo active. Yet, Naruto's Anton proved its enormous strength and power, serving as the example and result of Naruto's most ambitious and probably greatest feat, achieving Tobirama Senju's theorized Anton and turning it into reality. For Naruto and many, it was undeniable that Tobirama Senju was an absolute genius in elemental manipulations and jutsu creation of all calibers. Many now remember him only as a Suiten user, but he was a master of all 5 elements, on par with or even surpassing Hiruzen Sarutobi, and only outmatched by Hashirama Senju and Madara Uchiha. He had created many powerful and feared jutsu, Hiraishin, Edo Tensei, shadow clones, and more. Yet his most ambitious project was left unfinished, finding its way into the great library of Uzumaki and into Naruto's hands, who took it upon himself to make it a reality. It took Naruto 4 years, over 2,000 shadow clones, chakra equal to 5 tails from Kurama with her guidance, and countless failures to create Anton. The hardest part was finding the right, balanced, and focused way to infuse Yinton, or Yin release, with Katon, fire release. Even consistently using Yin and Yang releases is considered a cage-level feat, and Naruto only achieved that after 2 years of training with Kurama and unlocking his dormant Senju genetics, which held one of the greatest bloodline gifts in the world and one of the main reasons the Senju clan was feared as the strongest long before Hashirama Senju was born. While most shinobi can use up to 2, mostly 4, chakra natures later in life, 1 or 2 chakra natures are always primary and more powerful, with others being secondary and less powerful. Senju clan members were inherently born with the ability to use each of the 5 elements as primary and could practice all 5, mastering them and creating jutsu for each. Naruto, like Tsunade, his father, Tobirama, and Hashirama, had that bloodline. With Senju genetics came the innate usage of Yang style, which was much easier for Naruto to master. Yin style was a complete opposite for him, but even so, he wouldn't be Naruto Uzumaki Senju had he not gained it too. After that, it was a trial of tries, failures, calculations, and precision. The end result was Naruto wielding one of the most destructive natures in the world, unstoppable by water style, even combined with wind. This elemental nature put an end to Han and his rebels in Tenko Castle when he tried to take over Iwa no Kuni. While Naruto possessed possibly the largest chakra reserves in all lands, not counting for Baijuyu, Anton was a very costly nature to use. The jutsu he used on Sasuke just now sapped 1/10 of his full power, and this isn't even his most powerful Onten technique. Why did Naruto decide to use it here? He wanted to teach Sasuke Uchiha a lesson before sending his burning soul to hell. Sasuke Susanoo was unprepared for a flame more powerful than his own Amaterasu and was rapidly destroyed. Soon, Susanoo began to vanish, and the last wave of black flame caught Sasuke, blasting him through the mist before dissipating at Naruto's command. These flames didn't need to burn for 7 days and nights, they burned all and everything away. Walking towards Sasuke's burned form, Naruto saw his Onten had burned away Sasuke's right arm to the elbow, most of his right side covered in third-degree burns, his right eye destroyed, hair gone, and ugly scarred tissue appearing. Even then, despite suffering some of the worst burns a man could experience, Sasuke was still alive, though barely. Apparently, I underestimated Susanoo's armor. Now I see why even Tobirama feared this technique, Naruto thought, outwardly smiling mockingly at Sasuke. Well, look on the bright side, Sasuke, with such an abominable face, no girl will want to be within 100 meters of you, except maybe Sakura. Naruto quipped darkly as he unsheathed his sword and raised it for the final strike, speaking seriously again. But you won't live long enough to enjoy freedom from fangirls. Goodbye, Sasuke. With a scowl, Naruto brought the sword down upon the kneeling, badly burned, and injured Sasuke Uchiha. Sage Arts, Utama Raise Nan. Naruto's eyes widened as he looked up and saw a large, spiraling ball of chakra descending upon him, sent by Jiraiya, who had 2 small toads on his shoulders, a newly grown beard, and looked more toad-like than before. This time, Naruto suffered the Rasengan strike, growling in pain as the spinning sphere attacked him with greater effect than he expected. For 3 seconds, Naruto was pummeled into the ground by the spinning sphere attempting to break him down, until he managed to look past the initial pain shock and flashed away. Once Jiraiya hit the ground, Naruto flashed back into view, the mist being sucked into a special seal, courtesy of Kushina Uzumaki, who stood near Jiraiya with her sword ready. Naruto let out a frustrated sigh, bordering on a growl, as he spit out some blood and discarded the destroyed Shidajai over his armor, revealing his armored torso with dented and damaged but still strong back plates. Looking at his godfather and mother, standing to protect Sasuke, Sakura, and Kakashi, he thought to himself. So, Jiraiya team decided to use Sage Mode on me, though it looks incomplete. Still, had it not been for my armor, I'd be dead. Naruto glanced at his mother, noticing her slightly shaking hands. Her stance is for attack, yet her intent for battle isn't fully formed. Does that woman really think she can bring me back as her son? Anyway, looks like it's time for me to get serious. Naruto, that's bloody enough, you moron, Jiraiya shouted at him. Can't you see we're trying to help you? And this is how you greet us? By attacking and killing your own friends. Your father must be turning in his grave at how you act towards your village. At this point, Naruto's emotional control and years of repressed anger and fury erupted, triggered by these people's seeming ignorance. My village. Jiraiya, that damned place was a hellhole for me. People tried to kill me, exploited me, and took everything from me. Naruto shouted in clear anger at him and everyone else. Father, sisters, friends, childhood, and even my own memories were taken away by you, that fucking bastard of a Hokage, and this bitch who dares to call me her son. I put everything on the line for that hellhole, and how did it repay me? By fucking banishing me for doing my duty. Sachi, please, I beg of you to stop. I know Konoha and its people hurt you, but you need to put it behind you and come back with me, your mother, your family and friends, they all want you to come back and forgive it all. I want you to come back, Sachi, so please. Kushina pleaded to Naruto, but it was unsuccessful. You? Who the hell do you think you are to ask anything of me? You abandoned me the day I was born, just because I had whiskers and you saw the Kyuubi's eyes when it was sealed in me, unlike your precious little Menma. Naruto shouted back at his biological mother. Don't forget about that bounty you put on me too. If you were really my mother, you'd see me as nothing but your son, but no. And as for family and home, both are right here, where I stand to protect them from you. Naruto positioned himself with his house behind him, letting his 2 katanas fall to the ground, ready to summon his true weapon. Your family and home are Konoha and its people, Naruto, not some clueless girl you've managed to hook up and pretend to marry. Jiraiya shouted, Naruto's killing intent intensifying. We've only done what was best for Konoha, always. Just like your grandfathers would have done before Sarutobi-sensei and your father would have done as well. Your duty, no, your destiny is to be Konoha shinobi and live there, to uphold your family's legacy. And we will make you uphold them, like it or not, and nothing will deter us. Now, stop being such a brat and come quietly. And maybe we'll put in a good word for Tsunade after all you've done here to your friends. I'll even let you sign the Toad contract again and teach you sage arts with your brother. Yes, Naruto boy, come back to Konoha and let go of your anger. It's time you looked past it and embraced your fate as one of the children of prophecy, the small green toad on Jiraiya's shoulder said directly to Naruto. You and your brother are destined to change this world, so, embrace my fate? My destiny and duty. Naruto shouted at them, his chakra becoming visible all over his body, with no traces of Kurama's power. prophecies, fates, destinies, and all this crap. They are for blind fools unable to see past their own nose and arrogant beliefs. And that village, my father, my grandfather, and granduncle would rather kill themselves than see what it became. A cesspool of corruption, power-hungry civilians eyeing only money and influence, led by their greed, with the Shinobi Council's warmongering ways, building more and more power, thinking it would keep the peace through enforcement, when in reality it will only unite those who fear and hate Konoha for its misdeeds. And on top of it all, hypocrisy, treachery, betrayal, and sacrifice of its shinobi so that this atrocity known as Konoha could stand strong. That is not the will of fire you preach. This is the will of darkness, where few sacrifice many for their own personal needs, like Danzo, Hiruzen, and that damned council, just to keep up appearances. And you want me to go back there, to bring my family there, the place that took away all I had and cared for? Think again. Zanjutsu. With this shout, a sheathed long katana, with a black handle and note suba, appeared in Naruto's right arm. He immediately unsheathed it, revealing a blade black as night. Kushina looked shocked at the sword, instantly recognizing it as Naruto swung it around, readying it for the fight. Sachi, how? Where did you get that sword? Do you know what sword that is? It's... Kushina shouted at Naruto, who answered her. Zanjutsu, the relic of the Uzumaki clan and the sword of one of its founders, Masamune Senju. It was passed down to each head of the clan throughout generations, a symbol of the true master of the Uzumaki clan, its last user being my grandfather, Shinjin Uzumaki, the Tiger of Uzu. Kushina flinched at the mention of her father's name. You may claim Menma is the head of the Uzumaki clan in Konoha, but the true leader of Uzumaki is the one who holds the sword, and you know it, Uzumaki Kushina. And with this blade, I will uphold Uzumaki's and Senju's most sacred tenet, stand by your family and protect it with your life, for it shall stand by you and protect you in return. Naruto, if you don't stand back, I'll use my full power to bring you down and beat you into your senses. Jiraiya warned him as he took his position. I knew Sarutobi-sensei shouldn't have allowed you so many freedoms. You were always the weaker one of the twins, to fall under Kurama's influence like that. Sachi, it must be Kurama blinding you. Don't listen to its words. It corrupted and blinded Mito Bahn with its words, all just so it could gain control over its Jinchuriki, ki, pretending to be a friend to its host. But I did not fall for it, nor did Menma, and I know you can be free of it too, just come with us. Kushina tried to reason with her son in hopes of getting her family back, but instead she saw Naruto's chakra turn white and his hair begin to move upwards. Enough talk with you two. This time, I'll be serious, so prepare yourselves, for this is my full power. The white aura around his body intensified, and his hair began to turn silver or white. Senju Hidden Jutsu, Nigat no. Just as Naruto prepared to unleash his full power, a massive wall of pink crystal suddenly materialized before him, blocking the path for both sides. Naruto understood the implication, dispelling his chakra as he, Jiraiya, and Kushina turned to see 9 figures approaching, the crystal wall dissolving between them. At the forefront was Tsunade Senju, the 5th Hokage, radiating fury. She was followed by her student Shizun, holding Tantan, and flanked by Kurane, Hinata, Shino, Anko Mitarashi, and Uzuki Ujeo, all familiar faces from Naruto's time in Konoha. The 2 figures directly beside Tsunade were also close to him, though he'd met them during his time as a Ronin. The first was a beautiful young woman in a green kimono with a white flower. She possessed black eyes and dark, ash-colored hair tied in a tail similar to Anko's, with 2 bangs framing her face. 5 years prior, she had been Orochimaru's deadliest assassin and prized lieutenant until a chance encounter with Naruto Uzumaki in Nizu. He had opened her eyes to Orochimaru's manipulation, effectively saving her. After staying with him and aiding in ending the bloody civil war, she and another of Orochimaru's former pets went to Konoha to start anew as Tsunade's personal guard and advisor against Orochimaru. Her name is Gurren, wielder of the near-extinct Shouten, the crystal release. To Tsunade's left stood a young girl in a dark red, sleeveless dress that reached her tailbone, revealing her impressive figure and flat stomach. She wore black shorts and sandals, with a swirl symbol on her back. Her vibrant red hair was long and slightly spiky, her red, pupilless eyes hidden behind glasses. Naruto had found her by sheer luck, perhaps even providence, as she was a pure-blood survivor of his mother's Uzumaki clan. He rescued her from Orochimaru's clutches, showing her how to become strong independently. She embraced her new life in Konoha as Tsunade Senju's new apprentice, a self-taught master censor, and one of the top sealing experts in the Land of Fire. This was Karen Uzumaki, a distant cousin of Naruto and one of his most loyal and closest friends, alongside Gurren, and one of the few Uzumaki he considered family. Seeing the assembled group, Naruto couldn't help but smirk, sheathing his sword and katanas. Jiraiya and Kushina, however, blanched at the sight of Tsunade and her honor guard, along with Kurane, Hinata, and Shino. Tsunade quickly assessed the situation and the state of Konoha's shinobi, scowling in rage at what must have transpired. Without hesitation, she summoned Katsuyu. Katsuyu, divide and attend to everyone injured here, begin treating their wounds. Karen, Shizun, Hinata, I want you 3 to heal everyone who isn't dead. Tsunade ordered immediately. At once, Lady Tsunade. Katsuyu divided instantly, and the Kunoichi set about their duties while the fifth Hokage turned to face the remaining standing members of the group. Tsunade, look, we see can't explain all this. Look, there's Naruto. Alive and kicking, and hurting all of us here by being. Jiraiya, having already deactivated Sage Mode and sent his frogs home, was interrupted as Tsunade delivered a powerful punch to his gut, nearly rupturing his stomach. Jiraiya, do you take me for a fucking idiot? Not only did you, Kushina, Kakashi, and the others go behind my back with this unsanctioned mission, but you even dared to defy your Hokage's direct orders not to engage Hanzo Hattori, at all costs. Tsunade grabbed Jiraiya by one hand and threw him to the ground before stomping on his groin, almost crushing him. And don't even try to tell me what happened here. Shino, Kurane, and Hinata already informed me that you were effectively ready to force Naruto back into the village without my knowledge or orders. He was well within his rights to defend himself and his family here, so as far as I see it, this was an unsanctioned mission with you, Kushina, and other senior jonin, and everyone else here suffered for it. Karen, what's the status? Lady Tsunade, most of them are alive. Koji was under a genjutsu, while Shikamaru was paralyzed by acupuncture, but I accurately removed the senbon from him, so he'll make a full recovery soon. Ino has a cracked skull, several broken ribs, and a concussion, but nothing beyond Katsuyu and our abilities. Asuma Sarutobi is seriously injured in the torso and head, but Hinata and Shizun are working on him, so he will probably live. Tenten and Niji were put to sleep with a sleeping poison laced on senbon. As for Lee, his spine has been severed with a blade in surgical precision, so he won't be able to walk, even with our assistance. Suzuki Uchiha has third-degree burns, a lost arm below the elbow, a lost right eye, and needs serious attention right now. Sakura has a stabbing wound in her shoulder from what appears to be a Chidori, with Katsuyu and me working on it, while Kakashi is missing a Sharingan and had his nervous system shut down. The only Kias are Kiba Inyazuka and his Ninken Akamaru. Karen quickly reported to Tsunade, relaying information from Katsuyu and her own shadow clones already at work. Anko, Kurane, and Yujeo stood shocked at the news. Holy fucking kami. The brats certainly didn't mess around, but to take all of them down alone. Naruto, just how strong did my little brother get without his sis? Anko mused to herself, observing her surrogate brother's new appearance. Damn, he was cute when he was little and blonde, but now, though I'll miss the whiskers, the black suits him damn well. Hell, he's grown into one hot damn walking lady killing machine right there. Anko admitted to herself, a healthy blush on her face. Naruto, my little boy. If only I hadn't trusted Asuma and his father. I know I should be angry about Kiba, but I knew what crimes he committed, and I'm sure you had your reasons for what you did, especially considering you defended your home here. Kurane looked at her former adopted son with a touch of sadness. I hope we get to talk, if you really do remember me and Anko. You've grown so much, I really wish I could have done more for you. Naruto-kun, to think that a helpless blonde boy I had protected for so long has grown into such a strong and fine man. Even though you've crossed blades with my fellow shinobi, I understand you were within your right to defend yourself and your home here. Yujeo admitted mentally, observing him. Not a trace of fat, or scars of the past. You must have tried to put behind what Konoha has done to you, yet here it comes again into your life. I hope you can forgive those who deserve it, Naruto-kun. Asuma, Sakura, and Suzuki are near death, Lee is crippled for good this time, and Kiba Inyazuka is dead. When I get back to Konoha, the damn council better have their graves dug, because this is the last time I'm allowing them to send Konoha's sons and daughters to die like that. Tsunade raged, glancing at Naruto. Naruto. As Hokage, I should be furious, but seeing what the village has become only makes me sad. Still, when it comes to protecting Yasaka, Masamune, and your wives, you're not one to hold back, so I'm actually surprised we have such low casualties. You must have known I would be on my way here. Tsunade, can't you see? My Sachi is right over there and he refuses to. Kushina tried to argue but was met with a death glare from her mother-in-law. Kushina, one word from that mouth of yours, and there will be one more Kia here. I've had it with your demands, Menma's arrogance, and how you dishonor my son, may he rest in peace. Out of my sight, both of you. I'll deal with you later. Tsunade ordered them both, then moved closer to Naruto, her features relaxing slightly. Were you expecting me to arrive? Yep, which is why I had my shadow clones overwrite the barrier. Naruto explained, relaxing, and letting his anger subside. Well, the cat's out of the bag now, Kaa-chan. And all it took was kind, shy Hinata to blurt it out after seeing my chakra. Just my luck. Heh, try living with my luck, then tell me how it feels. Tsunade and Naruto shared a laugh. How are Yasaka-chan and Masamune-kun? Are they healthy? Is nothing wrong? Do they have enough healthy food? And Tsunade immediately switched into her Baa-chan mode, as Matatabi and Naruto like to call it. Yes, they're fine and well. Kara-chan makes sure they eat only the healthiest and freshest foods and vegetables. she takes it more seriously than me loving ramen. Naruto saw a smile appear on Tsunade's face. They're sleeping for now, but would you like to stay for the night? They'll be happy to see you, and Yasaka especially has been missing her Bah-chan. We don't have enough room for everyone out here, but there should be enough space for you, Kurane, Anko, Karen, and Guren, but the others, they'll manage, don't worry, Naruto. And yeah, I'll stay for the night. Tsunade agreed. In fact, there's something I'd like to discuss with you and your wives, Naruto-kun. I remember the deal and my promise I made to you all those years ago, but there's no sugarcoating something like that. I take it you have some kind of mission for me, Kaa-chan? Naruto asked. Yeah, and not just any kind of mission, Sachi. Tsunade said, taking a breath. I need you to come back to Konoha with me to save it. You sure aren't sugarcoating it, Kaa-chan. Naruto replied to Tsunade, sighing and rubbing his eyes, mulling it over. Tsunade, the woman, knew that whenever her grandson addressed her by her first name, he was absolutely serious. You and I made a deal we both agreed upon. You would keep Konoha, its council, shinobi, and Danzo with his root off my back, and should they come at me, I'd have the full right to respond with lethal force if needed. In return, I would take missions from you, missions you wouldn't want to send your men on, not directly involving Konoha, like sabotaging Orochimaru's supplies, killing his supporters, and even the feudal lord who allowed him to build his hidden village in Oto no Kuni. So far, this deal has worked well, and neither of us has had any complaints. So, don't mind me asking, what has suddenly changed, and why should I return to Konoha, Tsunade? Now it was Tsunade's turn to sigh, knowing Naruto was entirely correct. She didn't want him to return to a place that had nearly killed him, especially now that he had a family. However, as the fifth Hokage, Tsunade had the responsibility of keeping the villagers safe, even if the population itself seemed unworthy. For this reason, 4 years ago, after Hanzo Hattori's true identity became known worldwide to Tsunade and Shizune, Tsunade decided to make a deal with Naruto. The deal was simple yet proved invaluable and even essential for Konoha in later years. Naruto would undertake missions from Tsunade, the Akatsuyu, to deal with threats to Konoha. In return, Tsunade would not only keep Konoha off his back but also pay him handsomely. Naruto had every reason to refuse, given his hatred for Konoha and its people at the time, but much to her surprise, he accepted. When she asked why, he simply stated there are more dangerous and vile creatures and people than those who live in Konoha, like one still breathing and seething in Oto. If taking them out of the game means making this world a little better for others, I'm game. That statement, and the tone in which Naruto spoke about it in Konoha, showed Tsunade how much more mature and grown-up he had become. While he hadn't let go of his hatred for Konoha, he didn't allow it to become his main motivator. He may have been resentful towards Konoha, but Naruto now understood, after Mizu, that some people just want to see the world burn for their own amusement, and the fact that many were eyeing Konoha as their target was merely a side effect. And that's how the deal worked. Naruto hunted down individuals, organizations, Orochimaru's forces, and other hidden enemies, taking them down swiftly and mercilessly. He never accepted contracts that involved harming other nations or their hidden villages, like Kumo or IWA. Naruto would only deal with threats that posed immediate danger not just to Konoha but to other nations as well. However, while the deal ensured Naruto would keep Konoha safe from external threats, it didn't mean he was on Konoha's side when it tried to play dirty and betray friends. The mission in River Country was a prime example of what Naruto was willing to do if Konoha became the aggressor. 18 Chunin and 9 Jonin dead, all battle-hardened veterans, survivors of the Suna and Oto invasions, some even elite veterans of the Third Shinobi War. And Naruto slaughtered them. He had been asked by Gaara to guard him on his way to IWA, and when those shinobi tried to assassinate the Kaze Kage, Naruto personally dealt with them. Tsunade had a field day explaining first to the Fire Daimyo, then to the River Daimyo, what a military-sized shinobi company was doing in River Country. Next was a backlash from Suna, which nearly led to another shinobi war. This was followed by Tsunade practically demolishing the Konoha Council when she learned they were the ones who assigned those shinobi to the mission, behind her back and without her knowledge, just like now. It seemed to them that Tsunade was nothing more than a figurehead, not even worthy of a puppet's role, and that they could run Konoha as they pleased. Well, they picked the wrong Hokage to mess with. Tsunade wasn't the third Hokage, she was the fifth, and she had had enough of seeing the village her entire family had defended, built, and allowed to grow, become nothing more than a blood vessel for leeches to drain. No, Tsunade had had enough of Konoha's degradation, and it was time to save it. When the forest grows too wild, a purging fire is inevitable and natural, as Uncle Tobirama had once told her. And Tsunade's fire was Naruto. I remember our deal well, Naruto, and there's nothing wrong with it. However, even though your work has prevented Konoha from being destroyed several times over, its end is still drawing near. And I don't mean from the outside. Tsunade saw Naruto grasp her meaning, but from the inside. Naruto glanced over Tsunade's shoulder, seeing his former friends and comrades defeated and lying in the mud, while Karen, Hinata, Shizune, and Katsuyu worked on them. I think it's best to discuss this inside my house. You can bring your guard with you, Kaa-chan, but none of the unwanted guests. They're free to stay here for the night, but if anyone tries to come inside the house without my say-so, then Kiba will have some company on his way to hell. Fine by me. Anko, Kurane, you're with me. Gurren, you Jo, take defensive posts around here, make sure those idiots don't try anything stupid. Karen, Shizun, Hinata, once you're finished here, you're welcome in as well. Tsunade commanded immediately, with Kurane and Anko eager and glad to follow, while Jo and Gurren gave affirmative nods. Hey, what about us too? Naruto, aren't you going to invite us in? We're the closest people you've got. Jiraiya shouted in indignation as he and Kushina moved to intercept the pair. At least let us stay for the night. We've been on the move for 2 full days from Konoha to here, for crying out loud. Naruto-kun, I know we started on the wrong foot, but if you can just let me talk to you, I'm sure you'll understand that I am. Kushina tried to speak, but Naruto didn't want to listen to either of them. You barged onto my private land, insulted me, my family, and tried to force me to go with you, and now you want to come into my home for some tea and cakes? Had it not been for my real Kaa-chan here, I would have sent you home in body bags. Naruto stated coldly, Jiraiya fuming at his words, which didn't escape Naruto's notice. Fume and steam all you want, Jiraiya, but even your incomplete Sage mode wouldn't have saved you. So, you know it was Sage mode, huh? Then, if you know about it, brat, you should also know just how much more power it gives people, right? Jiraiya asked in a low and threatening voice. Naruto merely nodded. I've already hit you with my Rasengan once here, so you should know its awesome power. What would you, a banished shame of the 4th Hokage, have to counter that? Senju hidden jutsu, Miget no whatever it was, huh? At the mere mention of it, Tsunade stiffened, her eyes widening in shock. Naruto was going to use Miget no Gokui. If he were able to recreate the jutsu, then not even Jiraiya in full Sage mode would be able to stop Naruto, along with Kushina. Hell, even Madara Uchiha struggled against it when Uncle Tobirama used it. Tsunade thought to herself, looking between Naruto and Jiraiya, with Naruto finally giving his answer. It was one option I was willing to use against you, old frog. Naruto simply said coldly. The second one. Have you asked yourself, how was I able to teleport away over various distances, without any visible markers or kunai with marks like my father had used? That got both Jiraiya and Kushina thinking for a bit, before Kushina looked around the place, her careful eye examining the land, before she widened her eyes in shock and surprise. This is. Kushina turned to her son and noticed the smallest of smirks on his lips. Sachi. How did you? Even Minato-kun wasn't able to. He wasn't able to make it a reality because he simply didn't have time to draw the needed sealing inscriptions. My father was a genius when it came to Fuinjutsu, and he already had the theory worked out, I only needed to put it into practice. Naruto simply stated, surprising Kushina. And it is Naruto-san or Naruto, Kushina, not Sachi. You long ago lost the right to call me that. Kushina, what are you two talking about? Jiraiya asked. Of Minato's last work in Fuinjutsu, Takamagahara. Kushina whispered, Jiraiya not understanding. Minato's prowess with Hiraishin may have been great, but he wanted to find a way to teleport within a specific area without any markers, to any particular spot or place, even those that weren't marked. He never explained the details to me, but all he said was that it involved the usage of barrier Fuinjutsu and Hiraishin's formula somehow. This is what he meant by it all, a barrier part for creating a covered area, while Hiraishin is to teleport anywhere within that area. The complexity of combining 2 completely separate seals is incredible, and to make it work. Naruto, how did you do it? Trade secret, and like I said, father had done the entire job, I merely put it to practice. Naruto simply stated. You were well within Takamagahara, and I could have easily killed you all within half a minute, considering I knew where all of you were the entire time. The single reason you got a drop on me was my own carelessness and preoccupation with Sasuke. Next time, I'll make sure to target the most dangerous ones first, Naruto clearly stated to both of them. And I do not want to see you anywhere close to my home, so for your own health, stay away, or I will know. Naruto stated clearly to them both as he, Tsunade, Kurane, and Anko moved toward Naruto's house. Wow, brat, not only did you get bigger, but it looks like you've grown some pretty big balls too along the way. Anko laughed, getting glares from both Kurane and Tsunade, while Naruto simply chuckled. Though, if I recall correctly, you were always ballsy as hell, even back in the good old days of your Chunin exams, remember? Yeah, though back then I was much dumber, shorter, wore a kill-me orange jumpsuit, had little to no skill to speak of, and had the audacity to forget the sweet taste of good dango and my favorite Hebai-chan who introduced me to it, Naruto said with a smile to Anko, as she froze in place at his words, while Naruto turned to face her. Her true concern was Naruto's remembrance of her. Anko, though often perceived as difficult and solitary, was deeply feeling. Kurane, her closest friend, exemplified Anko's humanity. Anko instantly adored Naruto, Kurane's adopted son, who was brought home in a terrible state. She became fiercely protective, dedicating her time to him. While Anko might seem an unlikely maternal figure, Naruto saw her as the ultimate big sister, second only to Korone in importance. Her care for Naruto surpassed even her shinobi duties, though not to their detriment. When Korone was away, Anko was Naruto's primary caretaker. Any civilian or shinobi who dared to harm Naruto faced Anko Midarashi's wrath. Anko showered Naruto with affection and gifts, taking him to dango shops and even, controversially, to the Forest of Death. Despite a lengthy lecture from Korone for the latter, Anko loved Naruto as her own, and he reciprocated this bond. Upon witnessing Asuma attack an already injured Naruto, Anko snapped. She deliberately activated her curse mark, a power she vowed never to use, driven by her fury that her surrogate brother was targeted by the Hokage's son. Anko nearly killed Asuma before being stopped by Umbu, who arrived as Naruto's Kyuubi chakra flared, instinctively protecting Anko. The aftermath was a nightmare for Anko. Naruto's memories of her in Korone, along with the incident, were sealed. Asuma went unpunished, and Anko was silenced with a death threat if she revealed Asuma's actions. She remained quiet, even as Korone and Asuma began dating, despite her efforts to dissuade Korone, who sought comfort after losing Naruto. In Anko's eyes, Korone found solace in the arms of Konoha's most despicable man. Anko and Korone were strictly ordered to stay away from Naruto, under threat of treason and death. Despite their loyalty, this order pushed them to the brink of betraying the village and kidnapping Naruto. They were forced to watch him grow up alone, hated, beaten, and eventually discarded. Anko almost defected, stopped only by a grief-stricken Korone. She stayed for Korone, her surrogate sister. When Kushina returned and revealed the truth about abandoning Naruto, Anko and Korone confronted her, nearly killing her in their rage. News of Naruto's death devastated them. They mourned for 2 years, enduring the hell of serving the very people who sent him to his demise. Only the 5th Hokage's personal plea convinced them to remain shinobi, asserting that Naruto wouldn't want them to suffer or die for him. Anko joined the Hokage's personal honor guard, and Korone continued her career. Now, Anko openly wept tears of joy on Naruto's shoulder. My sweet little Gaki finally remembered his Hebai-chan. I'm so happy, ooh-ah. Anko cried, tears streaming, as Naruto hugged her. Anko, stop crying. You're a jonin, not a 5-year-old who got her toy back, Tsunade admonished semi-seriously. I don't care. My sweet little Gaki finally remembered me, and I'm so happy I can't stop crying, so shut up, ooh-ah. Anko sobbed, pulling away from Naruto with quivering lips. How could you not tell me in Night-chan you remembered us? And why fake your death, you baka? Do you know how sad we both were? Don't you love your Nei-chan? Anko demanded, as Tsunade's sweat dropped and Korone chuckled through her own tears of happiness. And no, of course I love you and Korone Oni-chan very much, but, okay, how about this, I'll treat you to free dango for the rest of your life, plus you'll get to meet your niece and nephew, plus I'll tell you how I pulled the prank on Umbu on your birthday, as an apology. Naruto, having learned to tame Anko Midarashi, knew the key was dango, family, freebies, and pranks. Anko's tears ceased as she seized on the keywords, grinning. Deal, you are forgiven, she declared, then paused. Wait, niece, nephew. Her and Korone's eyes widened. Naruto-kun, you mean, you have KK kids? Korone asked in shock. Naruto nodded. Yes, I do. Yasaka and Masamune, a 4-year-old girl and a 3-year-old boy, born from 2 of my 3 wives. Both are eager to meet you too, Naruto said with a smile. Ooh-ah. My little Gaki has lost his V-card and even has his own 2 little Gaki. Why wasn't I there? And wait a flipping second. Wives, Anko shouted, nearly deafening Naruto. Naruto, as in, more than 1? Korone asked, and Naruto nodded slowly. Korone blinked, processing. I don't even know. I know polygamy isn't prohibited, but 3 wives, Naruto, and maybe we should have a talk about. Ha, I bloody knew it. Anko proudly yelled. I knew no girl would be enough for you, but 3 wives. Oh ho, Gaki, I need the details, now. Anko demanded. Do they take turns with you, or do you prefer to do it all at once? Do they have preferred positions, or like to alternate? Do they also do each other while you are? Anko's thoughts raced, but Naruto interrupted. Anko, no offense, but you're starting to sound like Jiraiya. Anko paused, then huffed. Hey, can't a big sis show interest in her little brother's private activities? She asked innocently, a wicked smile spreading. And you know, your big, sexy, and beautiful big sister wouldn't mind teaching you and your girls a couple of special moves in the art of extreme close horizontal taijutsu. Naruto, despite his self-control, blushed. Oh, looks like you're interested. Lady Tsunade, if you don't mind me asking, why did you allow Naruto to marry 3 girls at the same time? Korone asked Tsunade, who turned in surprise. Was there a reason I shouldn't have? I mean, sure, it's not common, and many people dislike these relationships, and I was confused at first, but it's not wrong to me. If anything, our former blonde Gaki is too much to contain for just one girl, and with his 3 wives, I know he's in very good and loving hands, Tsunade stated. What made you think I was against it, Kurane? Well, I mean, I thought that, given your experience and age, I would assume you were more of a traditional type of woman and, Yuahai, did I just hear a comment about my real age? And what's this about traditional type of woman stuff? Are you implying I'm a wrinkled old crone, like that dust bag Koharu? Tsunade unleashed a surge of killer intent, making Kurane pale. No, of course not, Lady Tsunade. You are a woman at the peak of her beauty and spirit, I just meant that. Kurane panicked, but Tsunade interrupted. Ah, forget it. Come on, I've been on the move all day and haven't eaten, and I really want to see my cute little grandkids, so move it. Tsunade commanded, leading the way. Anko separated from Naruto, who moved closer to Kurane. Any way I can apologize to you for what I did, Oni-chan? Naruto asked calmly. Kurane hugged him tightly. You're forgiven, Naruto-kun, Kurane said, feeling her surrogate son/little brother hug her back. How you've grown. You were such a cute little boy, and now, Naruto-kun, forgive me, Hey, it's alright, Oni-chan. I know and understand what you and Anko-ne-chan went through. I only wish I was there for both of you, Naruto said sadly. Kurane smiled, then pulled away. Looks like I'll have to work on Gaitosu more. Should have gone for the heart to be certain, Naruto admonished himself. I'm sure you'll have your chance, but I'd prefer to get my own swing at that bastard's neck, Kurane joked, and Naruto chuckled. Naruto, about Tsunade's proposal, do you at least consider it? I know how much Konoha hurt you, but there are people who miss you dearly. Irika, Konohamaru, Shizune, Yujeo, Tuki and Ayam, not to mention Lady Hokage, me and Anko. All of us miss you deeply. Oni-chan, while I resent everything in Konoha and hate it, and there was a time that hatred nearly cost me everything. Naruto shuddered, recalling his past hatred. I'm willing to listen to Kaa-chan and what she has in mind, and maybe I'll even go with her. I've had over 7 years to grow up and learn to put aside anger and fury for the betterment of the mission and others. However, what I'm truly worried about is not me, but my family. You know how cruel and horrible that place can be, Oni-chan, and do you think I want my children and beloved wives there, among wolves, vipers, and hawks, all eyeing them up in hopes of striking? I see where you're coming from, Naruto-kun, Kurane understood. Don't worry, Sachi, I've got that front covered for you, Tsunade said as they approached the house. Naruto raised an eyebrow. Should you accept my proposal, you and your entire family won't be considered part of Konoha. Instead, you'll be personal help, sent to us by the Fire Daimyo. If you, your kids, or your wives are attacked, harassed, or harmed, you'll have full right to execute those responsible. No paperwork worries, I've covered it. All I need is your signature. You know I'll ask, how the hell did you get the Fire Daimyo to agree to this? I know the previous daimyo owed you for helping deliver his daughter, the current daimyo, but even so, I doubt she'd agree to this, Naruto admitted. Our current daimyo is in a very bad mood about Konoha's self-handling, specifically the council. She wants to deal with the corruption and villainy ASAP. As you can imagine, Konoha's aggressiveness has alienated other countries from Hai no Kuni, Tsunade said, and Naruto nodded. Konoha, specifically its council, has been acting according to their desires, instead of the path enforced by the daimyo and Hokage. Such disrespect and independence can be seen as a sign of rebellion, which could lead to civil war within Hai no Kuni, plunging the country into chaos and allowing other countries to invade. Not just their hidden villages, but armies of samurai, ashigaru, and feudal lords too. An all-out war, Naruto stated grimly, understanding the consequences. Hai no Kuni would be divided, fighting each other, while other countries invade and destroy the weakened sides, claiming land, people, resources, everything. That could have been Mizu no Kuni's reality, had it not been so far offshore and other countries lacked large enough fleets, otherwise Ieyasu and his forces wouldn't have been able to end the war. Glad to see you understand what's at stake. And while our daimyo supports my plan, you were personally recommended by your old friend and current daimyo of Mizu, Ieyasu Tokugawa. Naruto was surprised. Apparently, the daimyos of Hai and Mizu are cousins, or distant relatives, so they're pretty close friends, or something. Yeah, now I remember. Hai no Kuni daimyo's clan is Matsudera, while the Tokugawa clan was a side branch of Matsudera, who immigrated from Hai to Mizu and established themselves in Mikowa. Almost like with Senju and Uzumaki, Naruto noted as they stopped at the house, noticing a powerful ceiling barrier. Kurama, it's me. The danger has passed, so could you please put down the barrier? Naruto mentally asked his first wife. I still have a link with you, so I heard and saw it all, Naruto-kun. It'll be down in a second, but I warn you, if I smell that red-haired banshee anywhere near our home, I'll bite Juudama harass into oblivion, Kurama mentally responded, and the barrier vanished. And just so you know, I really don't like hearing about going back to Konoha. Let's get inside, and I'll introduce you two to my family. Just so you know, the kids are asleep, so don't make noise. Yasaka is a very light sleeper, Naruto warned. Anko immediately quipped. Really? Then how do you and your ladies practice your horizontal taijutsu, or are you starting their education early on? Anko received glares from Tsunade and Korone. Naruto calmly replied. No, Nei-chan. A good old silencing seal in the room, and the only thing you need to worry about is not breaking the bed, or the wall, like that one time. Naruto simply replied, and Anko wolf whistled. Naruto opened the door, leading everyone inside. Kiki, I'm officially proud of you and can die in peace, knowing my cute little brother knows what real sex is. By the way, was it angry sex, or were you two just so fired up you couldn't wait to get into bed? Anko asked honestly, ignoring the glares. Not exactly, more of in the heat of the moment, if you're wondering, Naruto replied, and Anko gave him a thumbs up as she and the other ladies entered. Kurama, Yujito, and Matatabi waited, and Korone and Anko eyed them curiously. So, these are Naruto's love wives. Korone corrected herself, observing each. The redhead seems oldest, resembling Mito Uzumaki, likely an Uzumaki by blood. She appears kind, with an air of power and dignity, yet when she looks at Naruto, it's pure love and devotion. The blonde girl is also older than Naruto, definitely a kunoichi with years of experience and strength. One hand near a holster, the other seemingly away from weapons, but she could cast one-handed signs. She must be protective. And the last one. She seems like a wild tigress, ready to pounce and tear me apart from that look, yet one glance at Naruto, and she's a domesticated cat waiting for her master. What an interesting little harem you've made, Narukun. Well, so these are Narukun's ladies, huh? Anko looked with hidden curiosity and a sultry smirk. So, the redhead seems to be the type for more traditional, one-on-one action, but you never know with redheads, it's always the quiet ones who are the most wicked in bed, and I bet she's packing quite the set underneath that kimono. The blondie here seems to have less in the boobs and rear department than the two, but what fine legs, and I bet my dango she's athletic. If so, Naruto certainly doesn't need to worry about things getting stale. And the brunette. Whoa, not only is she packing quite the sets, but she's definitely a wild one. No messing around, straightforward hardcore sex until the bed is broken and you're sore everywhere. So he's got a traditional Maiko, possibly with a closet aptitude for kinky stuff, an agile kunoichi with flexibility, which goes well with Naruto's reach, from what I see, and finally, a wild bombshell like little old me here. Naruto, I am so effing proud of you and jealous of them I could just kiss and… Wait a minute, Anko, are you? Lady Tsunade, we weren't expecting you this early in the month, Kurama said, feigning surprise. You could have at least sent Katsuyu beforehand, we could have cooked you something good, plus Yasaka and Masamune. Don't sweat it, Kara-chan. I was here on official business, dealing with all the… Tsunade stopped herself from cursing, making Anko raise an eyebrow. Kara-chan, are Ya-chan and Makun asleep and in their rooms? Tsunade whispered. All three girls nodded. They are, plus I put up sound-suppressing seals, not wanting the ruckus to wake up Yasaka and Masamune, Kurama said with a smile, and Tsunade sighed in relief. Phew, that's good to know. Now, where was I? Yes. So, me and my honor guard here got here like we were on bloody fire, dealing with those nut-brained idiots sent by those goddamn counselors just to get Naruto here, and now I nearly had another sizable chunk of Konoha's forces sent to Shinigami for dinner because those motherfing counselors are so goddamn prickly proud and st, and on top of it all, I haven't bloody eaten in a whole day. Tsunade ranted, catching her breath. Kurama, Yujito, and Matatabi stood unfazed, while Korone and Anko looked surprised. I needed that. Sorry about it, girls. Nah, it's alright. Compared to when Kurane-chan gets all hot and angry about stuff, you're pretty manageable and easy to handle. Plus you don't break limbs when someone's pissing you off. Mata laughed, and Kurama glared at her, while Korone and Anko looked even more surprised. Wait, did our Hokage just check if she could safely curse? Anko asked, surprised, as Naruto nodded. When the hell did that happen? Since when does Tsunade freaking Senju need to check if she's safe to curse? I don't want our children to grow up into delinquents, I want them to have a proper upbringing. If I catch you, Mitarashi-san, cursing within earshot of my daughter or Makun, I'll make you profoundly regret it. Am I clear? Kurama's voice was harshly cold, laced with such an oppressive killing intent that even Orochimaru would sweat, and Anko paled, trembling in fear. Shit, this lady isn't just talk, she means business. I don't know who she is, but I'd better not provoke her, Anko instantly decided, nodding rapidly. Oh of course, and not a bad word around the kids, why you got it. I'm generally great with kids, never swear near em. Well, on this, I can actually vouch for her. Anko can be loud and foul-mouthed, with manners worse than a sailor, but with kids, she's the most trustworthy person you'll find. I'd know, I've left Narukun with her more times than I can count, and not that I didn't care about him, I just… Korone immediately realized the implication of her words and tried to clarify, but Yujito stopped her. We know, Kurane-san, and all three of us here want to thank you both for taking care of our husband. Yujito, Kurama, and Matatabi bowed to the two women. We are in your debt and very grateful for your presence in Naruto-kun's life. Both Anko and Kurane looked stunned, then glanced at Naruto. Don't worry, they know the whole truth, including about the Kyuubi and me. Naruto lied to his two sisters, while Kurama chuckled mentally through their link. I have no secrets from my family, and we trust each other. Yeah, we know all about Naruto-kun's big bad foxy sitting in his stomach, Matatabi said easily, waving it off. Oh, we didn't even introduce ourselves. Sorry about that. I'm Matatabi, or Mata if you prefer for friends, but you're totally family, so call me Mata-chan. The beautiful blondie next to Naruto-kun here is Yujito, Naruto-kun's second wife and my bestie, alongside Kara-chan. A pleasure to meet you. I've heard many good things about you from Naruto-kun, and I'm happy to meet his big sisters. Yujito smiled at them. Anko sheepishly and a little embarrassedly rubbed the back of her head, while Kurane smiled. I noticed you eyeing me, Kurane-san, and yes, I'm a kunoichi, a former one, to be exact. A former one? Did you retire? Kurane asked Yujito. Not quite. Let's just say my village no longer needed my special skills, and someone decided to cut their funding on me, Yujito said cryptically. Kurane and Anko understood everything. Fortunately, Naruto-kun has an admirable trait of never leaving people in trouble when he can help them. If not for him, I wouldn't be here, and I wouldn't know what it's like to be loved and cared for, or the joy of being a mother. Yujito blushed slightly, smiling. Yup, our Naruto-kun is our personal knight in shining armor, and we just can't get enough of him, Mata said, gazing lovingly at her husband. And before you ask, Kurane-chan and I aren't from shinobi families or anything, just good old civilians with some special traits, like Kara-chan being wickedly good with seals, and me just being your good old feisty, fiery lady. Does that mean you, Mata-chan, are from a clan with some form of fire-based Kekii Genkai, while you, Kurama, are an Uzumaki by blood, since? Kurane suggested, with Kurama taking the lead. I can't say with full certainty for Matane-chan, Kurane-san, but my parents were Uzumaki, though not shinobi. They were both civilians, with my father dying before I could recall him and my mother being a Maiko priestess at a small temple on the island of Honshu in Mizu no Kuni. I studied under her and later became a Maiko myself, while also being taught Fuinjutsu by her, Kurama explained, reciting the story she and Naruto had created. When the war broke out, however, I decided to leave and travel to my ancestral home in Uzu, to see it for myself. There, Naruto-kun and I met, probably drawn by the past and, well, I believe the rest needs no explanation. Kurama offered a small, blushing smile. Well, as for me, I'm an orphan and know nothing about my parents or any relatives, but Kurane-chan and I go way back. I've hung out with her since we were kids, Mata said for herself. So, Tsunabe-chan, can you explain what that entire ruckus out there was about? Naruto-kun just shot up when he sensed the barrier being breached and ordered us to stay put, with a barrier up as well. We already had enough worries with those Akatsuki nutjobs this morning, and now this. Wait, Akatsuki, here, Tsunade freaked out, with Anko and Kurane also in shock. Naruto took the initiative. Two members of the Akatsuki, one named Kakuzu of Jiangu, and the other called Haiden the Jashinist, came to wave this morning and caused some destruction, drawing my attention. From what I gathered, those two were after the bounty on me, or Hanzo, if you will, Naruto explained to Tsunade and the two Lee shinobi. They weren't well prepared and got cocky from the start, so I had the upper hand. I put Haiden under a genjutsu, keeping him out of the fight, which left me dealing with Kakuzu. It was challenging, but I've dealt with far worse, so I pulled through. As for Haiden, the Jashin followers and those fanatics have some form of pseudo-immortality, which makes them nearly impossible to truly kill. I met a couple of them in Mizu, and it didn't go well for the people they killed, specifically a full squad of Shinzengamai. But luckily for me, there's a trick to them: sever the head, burn the body to ashes, and seal the head away. A month and a half later, and the Jashinist is dead. Naruto, we've been trying to gather information on them for years, and you just killed two of their members like it was nothing? Jiraiya has been trying to find out anything about them for over 7 years now, but failed. Tsunade asked him, and Naruto simply nodded. Damn it, I sometimes forget that in combat prowess, you could give old Uncle Tobirama a run for his money. Did you at least get any information from them, anything? Not a thing, and I doubt Haiden would like to talk, not that I'd let such a psycho out anyway, Naruto responded to his grandmother. But it looks like your spy master doesn't even know how or where to look for information about them. Naruto rubbed his temple briefly. The Akatsuki don't operate like your typical nuke nins, but more like Ronin like me, taking jobs as independent mercenaries, working for the highest bidder, operating within the shadows, and even using proxy and puppet companies as a front for their operations. Back in Mizu, there were at least 3 mercenary companies secretly controlled by Akatsuki, working as their proxies, earning profit for themselves, and that's just what I know of. Their business scheme involves a proxy approaching the client, like an advertiser for a buyer, offering Akatsuki's services as if they were their own, and then Akatsuki proceeds to act, while the entire deal and information about it appear to be made only between the client and a mercenary group, separate and unaffiliated with the Akatsuki. That's probably how they escape under the radar of the frog fetishist. Naruto, and how do you know about it? Kurane asked him. Most of their business scheme I know from one of the mercenary leaders I interrogated during the war, and as for the rest, I've got informants and friends in pretty much every country in the nations, Naruto informed them. This is how I get most contracts, and those people also supply me with information about rival companies, Ronin, and Nuknins in this business, so they also know about Akatsuki and their actions and interests. From several reliable sources, I found out that the Akatsuki's primary interests lie with the Jinchuriki of the hidden villages and their tailed beasts. They spent millions of ryo to gain more info on them, identities, family members, powers, rank, ways to approach them, everything. Such information gathering isn't something that can be hidden well, and when someone starts asking so many questions about Jinchuriki, let's just say my informants started to get a very bad feeling that this was no longer at their level of business. With the amount of data they were gathering, I can tell they were truly after capturing the tailed beasts, and they could have gone at them at least 3 years ago, but there was a sudden and emergency change of plans on their part, due to the sudden death of Sanbai, and later, the death of Gobi. All done by yours truly, though I don't understand or get why the deaths of 2 tailed beasts would stop them. This is far more than we've gathered on them in 7 years. When I get back to the village, this information will be put to good use, Tsunade determined, before remembering why she was there. Anyway, girls, there's a reason I'm here, and it would be best if I told you all about it. May we sit? Everyone took their seats, and Tsunade finally began to reveal why she was there and what she really wanted from Naruto. 20 minutes later, Tsunade concluded her tale and talk, explaining to Naruto, Anko, Kurane, and Naruto's wives the mission she had in mind for Naruto and her plans. What Anko and Kurane had just heard was difficult to digest, while Matatabi and Yujito looked at Tsunade with wide eyes, and Kurama was deep in thought. Naruto simply listened, hands on his knees, eyes closed, processing everything until he finally spoke. I've got to hand it to you, Kaachan, out of every possible mission, request, or friendly favor, I did not expect you to give me such a mission, Naruto said, opening his eyes and looking at her. Okay, I've done some really difficult stuff and completed nearly impossible missions, destroyed at least 4 castles, killed 2 Baijuyu, saved over 2,500 men and women in a single night through Iryo ninjutsu, but this will make Uchiha's massacre by Ataka look like child's play. This is Oniki's combined collection of wet dreams and possibly the biggest, meanest, most disgracing flip-off for the first, second, third, and fourth Hokage. Actually, seeing how things are in Konoha, with how it degraded and fell, I will have to say that I am far more in favor of this plan. Minato suddenly spoke from Naruto's mindscape, having been silent for over a year. Naruto, I know we've discussed this, and I understand that you want to keep away from Konoha, but perhaps it is time to confront your demons, if you know what I mean. This surprised Naruto and Kurama, who listened through their link. Yeah, no kidding. If old monkey shitbrain had heard you right now, he would have a bloody heart attack, Anko said, processing what she'd heard. This mission sounds far more like something that would give my old teacher a boner, if he even has one, or whatever's hanging down there. Anko, I think we got your point. And yes, she's right, Kurane said, looking at Tsunade's hardened face. Lady Tsunade, I know the situation in Konoha is far from good, but aren't there less extreme actions you could take to improve it? Kurane, you yourself should know by now that any other options would not only be ineffective but will only serve to further fester the infection in Konoha, Tsunade said, using medical metaphors. The daimyo herself has personally stated to me that the situation with Konoha is now beyond her patience and mercy. Either I implement what we just discussed into action, or she will send her armies to put Konoha to the sword. She won't have a civil war like the one in Nizu and see other nations march upon her with their full armies, chopping off regions and land like a butcher chops meat from a pig's body. Tsunade sighed. This is the situation we are in. This is no longer just Konoha, but the entire land of fire. Either we do this, or the entirety of the country ends up being nothing more than a note in history books. Yeah, and what you're proposing here can be translated as the highest form of treason, Yujito spoke up. Matatabi, Kurama, and Naruto here hold no loyalties for your village, Tsunade, and you know it, but, what you're proposing, if other villages catch wind of this, a new shinobi war will be on the horizon for you. I know. Tsunade simply stated with sorrow. I fought in 2 of them, and even back then, Konoha won every time by sacrificing something or someone, completely ignoring what the true will of fire stated. Uncle Tobirama, the clans of Senju, Uzumaki, hundreds of shinobi and more. I'm sick and tired of this way, of sacrificing fine men and women on the pedestal of Konoha, like some savages. Besides that, when compared to an all-out civil war, shinobi wars were always far more contained conflicts, battles were fought far away from civilian-populated areas, daimyo, feudal lords, and other politically significant persons were kept out of it, people of the country itself almost never even noticed the battles or wars. In fact, the most destructive and costly of them all was the Second Shinobi World War, with the majority of all the action taken in Aim no Kuni, all because Hanzo declared it a battle zone in its entirety, which led to deaths of thousands of civilians and shinobi alike, the only instance in Shinobi World Wars, Naruto summarized, opening his eyes. But the kind of war Kaachan speaks about here. This kind of war makes Shinobi World War look like a little skirmish on the borders, a contained small experiment between the nations, a show of their force in a controlled manner. But civil war, it is uncontrollable chaos made into reality, where civilians die not in dozens or tens, but in tens of thousands daily. Former friends become worst enemies in a single night, and there is no trust, just battles, fighting, and death. You don't know if you'll see the next day, or if your partner won't stab you in the back, being an undercover agent or a traitor. I may not have seen your Shinobi World Wars, but one will take any of them over what happened in Mizu, Naruto stated with grim confidence and knowledge. Was it that bad out there? Anko asked him, having only heard rumors regarding the event, which she believed were exaggerated. I heard some very messed up things happened there, but it couldn't have been that bad, could it? No, Anko. It was worse, Naruto simply stated, shocking Anko as she saw clear flashes of nightmares that plagued Naruto's mind at night. He sighed and spoke again. When all is considered, what Kaachan is proposing is the lesser of two evils, or even three, Naruto stated simply. So, Naruto, does that mean you will accept this mission? Tsunade asked him, and Naruto responded. You know, had it simply been about me, I would have gladly taken this mission. Hell, just thinking about it makes me kinda giddy, Naruto said with a small chuckle, before becoming serious again. However, this is no longer just about me. If I am returning to Konoha, then I am bringing my family with me. I can't just leave them here, and Akatsuki will soon react to the loss of two of their members. However, I will not bring my wives and children back into that nest of vile and corrupt people if I don't know if they will be defended or not. I can personally vouch for and guarantee their protection, and you already know what will happen if someone harms them. You get full reign to respond with lethal force if you want. No strings from Konoha attached. You, and everyone you bring along for this mission, are officially part of the daimyo's personal private contractors, hired by her to assist Konoha and ordered to take orders only from me personally. The council will have nothing on you, and if they do make their move, then you get carte blanche to do whatever you see fit to put them in their place, within the borders of the law, that is, Tsunade explained, and Naruto sighed. And just to be clear, you and your family will be staying at my estate. Not even civilians will be stupid enough to try anything in my house, plus it'll let me see my cute little grandkids far more often. Tsunade said giddily, already planning to spoil them rotten while she had the chance. Well, I personally have no strong feelings for Konoha, save for what they've done to Narukun, so, if Narukun is in, I'm going along with it, Mata said. Same here, and I won't let my husband be all alone in that nest, Yujito stated. Naruto smiled at her and Matatabi, before looking at his first wife, deep in thought. Kurama, it is your call now, love, Naruto spoke to her through their telepathic link. I am ready to simply refuse it if you don't want it, and no questions asked. Just say the word. You know how much I've hated Konoha, Naruto. For all they had done to you, how it had betrayed its own founders and made a mockery of their work, and most importantly, for how they used you and threw you out, Kurama said to him mentally, while looking at him in the real world. Of all the places on the face of this planet, that one is the only one I wish I could wipe out of existence. Once, it may have been a place where I would be glad to raise our Yasaka, Naruto-kun, but now, Mito, yet again you are proven right. Kurama, if this is your decision, then it is decided. We won't be heading to Konoha, and we'll go to Mizu and Naruto-kun. Kurama suddenly stopped him mentally. You know how much I greatly respected and cherished my friend, Mito Uzumaki, your grandmother. What you may not know, is that before the day of her passing, she asked me something. Flashback. 38 years ago. Mito Uzumaki's mindscape. On a small bench overlooking an ocean sat Mito Uzumaki, an elderly woman, one of the last surviving Uzumaki, dressed in a simple white kimono. Her eyes seemed closed, but a content smile graced her old, wrinkled face as she gazed at the ocean. Beside her sat a young, beautiful woman with long, snow-white hair tied in a ponytail, blue eyes, and alabaster skin, dressed in a white and light blue kimono, also looking at the ocean. Two old friends sat together until Mito spoke. Thank you, Kurama. Mito smiled at Kuobai, her former prisoner, now her closest friend and companion, the only one who remained with her. You need not thank me, Mito-chan. Kurama smiled at her friend. I merely wanted to let you see your home, to feel it. I know it's merely a mental projection of your own mindscape, yet. No, Kurama, it is beautiful. And thank you for this as well, Kurama. You always seem to know when my spirits are down, Mito said, sighing as she looked at the sunset. What I thank you for is being with me, an old wrinkled woman, possibly one of the last of her now extinct clan, soon to pass away. Now, that is not a good way to speak, Mito, Kurama chided her lightly. Your clan is one of the toughest, I would know it well, and I am sure Shinjin got many of your clansmen out of Uzu in time, not only that little brat Kushina. And what is all this talk about passing away anyway? You are still as lively as ever and… Karama. Mito stopped her with a strong and firm, yet calm and soothing voice. It's all right. I know my time is near, and you know it even better than I do. Karama sighed, looking greatly saddened by this realization. Look at you, the great and almighty Kuwabai no Yoko, looking so distraught, all because her jailer is passing away. Don't speak like that, Mito, Karama practically shouted at her, tears welling in her eyes. I was wrong to have said all those bad things about you, and I apologize to you. Why, you are the closest person I have, and you are not just some measly human, but my dearest friend, and there I is away to. Mito, Karama began, a sniffle in his voice. Is there anything I can do for you? Something to ease your passing? Mito simply chuckled in response. Oh, Karama, my dear friend, you've done more for me than you could ever know, Mito said, chuckling softly. Without you, I doubt this old body and spirit would have endured so long, especially after witnessing such profound losses. First Hashi-kun, then Tobi-kun, followed by Hiro-kun and Nani-chan, my little Noeka, nearly all of the Senju, and now, my clan, the great Uzumaki clan, my home and village of Uzushiagakur, all gone, just like them. Sacrificed on Konoha's altar, like all of them. Mito's voice was heavy with sadness, grief, bitterness, and even anger, which shocked Karama. Madara Baka was right. For years I couldn't believe him, yet now, looking at Konoha, I see he was right about everything. A darkness has emerged and grown. It's no longer a small leech, but a tumor that consumes what my husband and our clans built. Karama listened intently, not disagreeing, for it was true. Yet, there's still light and hope for it, Karama added. Suna's son and your great-grandson, Minato. Even though he's young, I clearly see the best of Hashirama and Tobirama in him, calm and collected, not seeking conflict, yet understanding that to protect peace, one must be ready to defend it with their life. I'm sure he'll guide the village through these turbulent times to calmer waters. Yes, he has what it takes to be a worthy Hokage, but I fear this village may no longer be worthy of a true Hokage, Mito confessed her true thoughts. Hiruzen's ideals of peace and pacifism may be noble, but their implementation has corrupted this village. His peace, it isn't the peace Hashi-kun desired. It's apathy, negligence, and an inability to uphold peace when it matters most, and this apathy has paved the way for corruption. On the other extreme is Danzo, with his vision of a truly strong hidden village. He may think himself smarter and greater than Hiruzen, yet he's the same fool as Saru. Cold, brute force, devoid of emotion, and concentrated in one man's ambitions won't bring strength to the village, it will only lead to its destruction. Tobi-kun knew this well, very well, yet he failed to teach them both. And in the end, we have one man blinded by the so-called light of peace, and another so steeped in darkness he no longer perceives light's shadows. Between them, the Konoha I now know has grown, yet I no longer recognize it. It's no longer a beacon of a prosperous future and peaceful life for our children, but a tree whose roots are rotting, its leaves burning in the sunlight, with no true shadow remaining. Karama, I fear Konoha's days are numbered, and its own people may not only bring about its end but may ignite the Sengoku Jidai and Hai no Kuni once more, Mito confided in Karama, who couldn't help but agree. Minato-kun, I truly hope you save the leaves and roots of our great tree. Karama, you have been my greatest friend and companion, one I will always be most grateful to have known. The feeling is mutual, and even deeper, Mito-chan, Karama said, bowing slightly. I know it's not my place to ask anything of you, but, don't say that, Mito. If there's anything I can do, just ask, Karama urged, wanting to ease his dearest friend's final hours, ready to do anything. Thank you, Karama, Mito replied, a tearful smile on her face. I wish to ask a favor of you. Should a time ever come when Konoha has abandoned all the ways and teachings of its founders, I wish for you, who has been here in Konoha since its true days, to save the village from itself. Save it from itself? Mito, if what you're thinking is true, then, are you sure? Karama asked, knowing her thoughts through their link. To go this far, would Hashirama and Tobirama approve of this? Hashi-kun wouldn't, he'd seek to return the village to its beginnings through more peaceful means, yet I fear that by then, all his words would fall on deaf ears. Even so, he would understand the necessity of this. When a garden is left untended, weeds and wildness take over, destroying it and transforming what was once a haven of peace and calmness into a residence of vile and corrupt. Mito sighed, gazing out at the ocean. If it comes to such a garden may become a threat to the fields of crops, taking away the precious bread people eat. And before it happens, the garden must be returned to its origins, and there are no half measures for this, Karama. I know that when I pass away, Kushina will take my place. Poor thing, her mind is already plagued by the council and their warnings about you, as well as Hiruzen's misguided ideals. I wish she had listened to me, but, call it an intuition, but I believe that one day, you may find a host who can save Konoha and restore it to what it once was, and I wish for you to guide him, Karama. Will you grant this feeble old lonely lady this last request? Mito asked Kurama, who listened, then let out a defeated sigh and spoke. You just had to play this old tune, didn't you, Mito-chan? Kurama looked up at her. Very well. On my word and upon the memory of Rikudo-senin, my father, I swear to fulfill your final request, Mito Uzumaki. And I truly hope the host after that foolish girl will be at least half as good as you. Mito simply chuckled at this. I wouldn't know, Kara-chan. Who knows, it might turn out to be a cute boy next time for you. You might even find yourself falling in love with him before you know it, Mito joked, looking at her closest friend Kyubai's flustered face. Flashback end. Mito Bah-chan. I never even realized it. I always knew she was a great woman, a true mother of Konoha, but to ask such a thing of you, Kara-chan. Naruto thought to her mentally, in shock. She cared for her husband's legacy more than anything. In the end, when all her family, her clan, and friends were gone, the only thing left for her was the village, the legacy she and Hashirama had built for their children, Kurama said to her husband with sadness. And for decades she watched it become what you saw, Naruto-kun. For her, I believe that was what finally killed her, the last nail in her coffin, Konoha's destruction, not physically, but spiritually. It killed her soul. Uzushiagakure's destruction had wounded her deeply, yet Konoha's degradation finished the job. I wish I had been able to ease her pain in any way, yet. I hate this Konoha, Naruto-kun, and I will never accept it or let it get its hands on our family, that is my word. However, I gave Mito my word, swore upon my father's name and memory, and this single promise allowed Mito to pass away without further pain. I may be known as a bringer of destruction, but no one will ever dare to say that Kurama doesn't keep her word, and I will not rest easy until my friend's soul is at peace. Naruto-kun, I ask, no, beg you. Kurama looked at her husband, who simply nodded. We are coming, all of us. I accept this mission, Kaa-chan, Naruto told Tsunade, surprising her and the girls, with Tsunade glancing at Kurama, who also nodded. However, let me make this clear, we are not with Konoha. No one there will have any say over our actions, and if anyone even touches my family, I will kill whoever it is, be it their precious Uchiha, Danzo, or even Kushina with Menma. I hear you, Sachi, and I thank you. Tsunade let out a relieved sigh, bowing to him, before addressing Anko and Korone. Anything that leaves your mouth about this conversation you can kiss your careers goodbye, along with your citizenship of Konoha and Hai no Kuni. Both women nodded in agreement. Once we're in Konoha, I'm sealing the hell out of our home, Kurama promised Tsunade, who looked at her surprised. I'm an Uzumaki. We seal anything and everything we can get our hands on, Kurama said dismissively for public consumption. And the fact that Mito taught me all her seals and I brushed up on it all with Uzumaki's bountiful library is a more than welcome addition to my already fearsome power, Kurama thought to herself. Agreed, but even with me and my family there, we'll still need some help. Plus, there are still some unfinished matters that need to be settled, Naruto said, rubbing his chin in thought. Well, looks like I'll be skipping morning training tomorrow. Kaa-chan, do you mind coming with me tomorrow morning? There are a couple of people I want you to meet, and a few individuals who could greatly assist with your plan. Are they trustworthy? Tsunade immediately asked, and Naruto nodded. Trustworthy, loyal, and I would trust both of them with my life, Kaa-chan, Naruto replied with a smile. With one, I've trusted him with my life throughout the entire Mizu Civil War, and he's quite possibly the greatest swordsman of this era, a master of the Hiraisaki style and one of the legends of Shinsengamai and Mizu. And the other one? She and I have known each other for years, having met at the beginning of my shinobi career. She may not have shown herself much during the last 4 or so years, but in Mizu she saved more lives than even I did, as well as the life of one of the more loyal shinobi of the Leaf, someone who was declared dead, Naruto said with a small smile. Usually, mornings at Naruto's house are quiet, with his children having breakfast, their parents watching over them and talking amongst themselves. Afterward, Yasaka and Masamune play outside under the watchful eyes of Matatabi and Yujito, while Naruto typically goes for a morning training routine with Kurama, who, with the help of her shadow clones, cleans the house and goes to the town school, often assisting with teaching kids. After his morning training, Naruto would head into town as well, checking things out, catching up with Tajuna, Tsunami, Inari, and folks in general. Of course, he'd also visit some of his closest friends who had moved to the neutral and peaceful land of waves after the Mizu Civil War. During his time as a mercenary and later a legitimate soldier, commander, and supporter of Ieyasu Tokugawa and his faction, Naruto had forged many lifelong friendships and bonds with those around him. By the time the war ended, Naruto could honestly say he knew practically all of Mizu, and half of them were on his friends list. 2 of Naruto's closest friends now lived in Wave, and he would need their help for the mission he had accepted from Tsunade. But, back to the morning and breakfast, where Naruto's family had gathered, along with Karen, Korone, Anko, and Tsunade. They immediately noticed 2 children entering, who already greeted Kurama, Yujito, and Masamune. Ah, you two, my little cuties, aren't you happy to see your Bah-chan? Tsunade said with a playfully sad tone, as Yasaka and Masamune immediately ran and hugged their beloved Bah-chan, while Kurama and Yujito playfully admonished Tsunade for her act. "Ah, how I've missed you too, my little rascals. Ya-chan, Ma-kun, have you missed your Baa-chan?" "Of course, Baa-chan. Ma-kun and I are really, really happy to see you," Yasaka said with a smile, with Masamune smiling and nodding eagerly, as Tsunade hugged her grandchildren even tighter. Naruto, I just noticed that while your daughter seems quite talkative, your son on the other hand." Kurane, having observed the morning exchange within the family, decided to ask something that had been bothering her a bit. "Masamune is fine, Kurane, he simply prefers to speak when he has something to say, as Yuji-chan told me. According to her, my son is too smart to waste words on something people already know about him or something obvious," Naruto told Kurane, who nodded. "I think he gets that from me. I was the same way when I was his age, wasn't I?" Now that you mention it, you were like that too," Kurane agreed, turning her gaze towards the children as they approached Kurane, Anko, and Naruto, looking curiously at the former two. "Papa, are they shinobi like you?" Masamune asked, curiously looking at the smiling Anko and Kurane. "They look pretty strong." Both Kurane and Anko blinked with smiles, while Naruto knelt before his children to speak to them. "Yasaka, Masamune, remember a couple of weeks back I told you about my past, and about two very strong and very kind women who took care of me, about my two big sisters?" Both children nodded, and Naruto smiled, rising. "Now, I'd like you two to meet those big sisters of mine. This is Kurane Uehai and Anko Metarashi, my two big sisters and two of my closest friends in Konoha when I was your age." Naruto gestured to both women, who smiled at the children. "Hi, little munchkins, I'm Anko." Anko introduced herself. "Wow, Naruto-kun really wasn't kidding when he said you're cute. You two look almost delicious enough that I could eat you both in one go." "Mama said that people don't eat other people because it's bad for your stomach and also very bad manners," Yasaka recalled, and Anko chuckled, moving closer to them both. "Your mom's right on that one, Munchkin," Anko told Yasaka with a smile, then looking at Masamune. "So, Blondie, got anything smart to say? You know, you look practically like a copy of your dad here, though his hair used to be a brighter tone, but yours is pretty too. And you also have a very pretty color hair," Masamune said, making Anko grin and blush. "Papa said that it reminds him of some beautiful flowers." He was right, it kinda reminds me of the violets Mama Kurama likes. Anko blushed even more, pulling Masamune close and hugging him very tightly. "Ah, you're just so little and cute, and already know all the right things to say to a lady. Kawaii!" Anko exclaimed, hugging Masamune closely, almost suffocating him, while Kurane and Yasaka exchanged words. "Mama said that you and this violet lady took care of Papa when he was very little, is that right?" Yasaka suddenly asked Kurane, who nodded. "Yes, I took your father in when he was very little, around your and Masamune's age. He's like a son or a little brother to me, so I hope we can get along," Kurane said with a hopeful smile, and Yasaka smiled back, nodding. "If Papa is like a little brother to you, then you are like an aunt to me, Auntie Kurane," Yasaka simply said with a smile, and Kurane chuckled. Yasaka then suddenly bowed before her. "Thank you for taking care of Papa for Mamas." Kurane almost lost the ability to speak at this. "And no problem, it was nothing too special for me and Anko," Kurane stammered a bit, with Yasaka looking up at her. "Well, if you didn't take care of Papa, he and Mama wouldn't have met, and they wouldn't later have me and Ma and I-san, that's what Mama and Papa told me," Yasaka explained to Kurane, who looked at Naruto and Kurama, both of whom simply signaled for her to go with it. "Well, I wouldn't go that far, but still, thank you. You are a very nice girl, Yasaka," Kurane told her with a smile, and Yasaka smiled back. "Say, did your parents tell you what shinobi are?" "I don't know much about shinobi, but Mama says that Papa is a very strong shinobi. She says that Papa is one of the strongest shinobi in the world, and that Baa-chan is the strongest lady in all the world and the best healer, even better than Papa," Yasaka simply answered. "She once asked me if I want to be a shinobi myself one day." "And what did you answer?" Kurane was genuinely curious, interested in whether Naruto's children wanted to follow his path. "Do you want to be a shinobi, like your Papa and Baa-chan?" Yasaka didn't hesitate with her answer. "Nope, I don't want to." This answer surprised both Kurane and Anko. "Mama and Papa say that shinobi fight a lot of bad people, but I don't like fighting, because it gets people bad and hurt. But I really like how Papa and Baa-chan help people and heal them, so I want to be a healer, like Baa-chan. She is both very strong and can heal people, so I want to be like her." "Ah, Ya-chan, you make me want to cry with pride," Tsunade sniffed, wiping a lone tear from her eye as she hugged her granddaughter from behind. "So sorry, Kurane, but Ya-chan is already taken as my future best apprentice and successor, so back off. I don't take kindly to people trying to steal my apprentices, especially my own granddaughter." Tsunade made it clear she was deadly serious on this subject. "Of course, Lady Tsunade," Kurane simply gulped. "Alright, kids, you two get to know your new aunts here, while Baa-chan and I will head to town. We have some things to take care of in town, but I promise we'll be back soon. Naruto kissed his daughter's forehead and ruffled his son's hair, before Yasaka suddenly stopped him by pulling on his pants. Yasaka, what's wrong? Papa, can we not play outside today? Yasaka suddenly asked in a meek and somewhat frightened voice. There are a lot of people out there and they feel bad. This last bit surprised Korone and Anko, but not the others present. Our little Yachen here is a censor, much like me, Karen answered for everyone, sipping her coffee after a tough night of healing the idiots outside. At her age, I too had already developed the ability to sense others. The little Yachen seems to be an even better censor than me. Naruto nodded, confirming what Karen had just said, though she had forgotten to mention that unlike most other censor types, Yasaka could also sense other people's emotions and feelings through powerful empathy. This was unexpected when Naruto and his family first realized it, but Kurama was most surprised when she found out. The humanoid Baijuyu explained to her beloved and his wives that she herself possessed a powerful empathic ability, capable of sensing others from dozens of miles away when she wished. It seemed Yasaka had inherited Kurama's ability, and it may have even activated when she was an infant. Proof of this was Yasaka reacting accordingly to various emotions she sensed, clinging closer in her mother's loving embrace, laughing when with Madatabi, quietly smiling with Yujito, and more. There was no hiding anything from her, and Naruto understood that well. He was actually really proud of his girl for gaining control over that ability, with Kurama's guidance. And, unbeknownst to most, he was secretly glad and relieved that Yasaka didn't want to pursue a life as a shinobi, instead choosing the path of a healer. When he was young, all Naruto could think of was becoming Hokage, which meant becoming a shinobi. He was so naive and foolish. All he wanted was to be recognized and respected, and since the Hokage was the most respected and loved person in the village, it was clear, in young Naruto's mind, that he would need to be Hokage for others to treat him with respect. Only years, countless killed enemies, and hundreds of saved comrades and friends made Naruto realize the full horror and hardship of the shinobi way, the way of taking one's life to save several more. It was a path littered with death, blood, treachery, immorality, and more. It was a way that destroyed one's soul if one gave in to darkness, and Naruto had walked that line many times, yet managed not to fall. He didn't want the same for his children, not truly, but he would understand if Masamune and Yasaka wished to pursue this path. He would teach them both and let them learn what that path entailed, not to discourage them, but to prepare them for the future. The Shinobi Academy of Konoha had done very little to prepare its students for the realities of a shinobi's life, nor did it teach more useful skills, like the importance of survival in the wild or the basics of using weapons for close and ranged combat, aside from just kunao and shuriken throwing. Tsunade wore her customary attire, while Naruto sported a black and white haori and hakama pants, reminiscent of the Shinzengamai style. With a katana and wakaizashi at his left hip, he looked every bit the Ronin or samurai. As he matured, Naruto developed a distinct preference for traditional clothing over contemporary styles. The reason for this shift remained unclear, but he now favored classic wear, though he occasionally still opted for modern outfits. Stepping out, Naruto and Tsunade were met by a small tent camp pitched some distance from their house. Shizune, Karen, and Hinata had worked tirelessly through the night to heal everyone, allowing the group to establish their base right outside Naruto's door. Naruto immediately felt the glares of Guy, seated in a wheelchair near Lee, Asuma, his face disfigured by a deep scar, Suzuki, his once striking looks marred by a scarred face, a missing eye, and an absent arm, and others. Directly in front of them, Gurren was embroiled in a heated argument with Jiraiya and Kushina. "Are you deaf or just thick?" Gurren snapped, her patience clearly worn thin. "I've told you 100 times, the Hokage isn't seeing anyone without her express permission." She made it crystal clear, only her guard, Hinata, and Korone can enter. "You're not them, so get lost." "Listen, you Orochimaru's whore," Kushina threatened, her voice laced with venom, though Gurren showed no outward reaction. "Unless you let me in to speak with my Sachi, I'll see you tried and hanged when we reach Konoha. This is a matter of grave importance, so move your crystal plain ass, or I'll move it for you, understand?" "Then allow me to counter, pepper for brains," Gurren retorted without missing a beat. "Take one more step toward that house, and you'll become the latest piece of art, a crystallized Uzumaki whore. I'm sure people would pay a hefty sum to see that." Kushina was about to draw her katana when Naruto intervened. "While your sculptures are truly commendable," Gurren, Naruto remarked, stepping out from behind her with Tsunade. They faced the arguing pair. "If memory serves, I told you to stay away from my house unless you wanted to face the consequences. Are you in a hurry to die?" he asked casually, prompting Jiraiya to speak up. "Naruto, get off your high horse and pull that stick out of your ass." Jiraiya practically screamed, but Naruto remained unfazed. "We're trying to protect your father's, grandfather's, and granduncle's legacy. Konoha is in your blood, you'll protect it whether you like it or not. So, you either come with us, or I could finish what I started last night," Naruto interjected. "But seeing as my Kaa-chan and I have come to an agreement on this, I'll let you off easy this time." He watched their faces contort in shock. "Relax, frog fetishist, I'm coming to Konoha with my family. So you can stop pestering me." However, make no mistake, Jiraiya, after everything you've done and hidden from me, it'll be a cold day in hell before I even consider forgiving you, her, or anyone in that godforsaken place. Naruto, you sound like you don't care about Konoha, Jiraiya said. It's your home, and… You're right, I don't give a damn about it, Naruto stated plainly. However, I'm a professional Ronin, and professionals don't let personal feelings interfere with their missions and work. It's bad for reputation and business. He noticed their questioning looks. Why the confusion? I'm sure you know how I built my reputation as Hanzo Hattori, right? Wait, Sachi, are you saying Tsunade hired you? Like a sellsword, Kushina shouted, aghast. How could you stoop so low as to demand payment for protecting your own home, your real family? Naruto remained unresponsive. Kushina, that place stripped me of everything, Naruto explained as if stating a widely known fact. How else could I survive if not by using the skills and knowledge I possessed? And considering I was trained, poorly and inappropriately, as a shinobi, there was no other profession that could support me and my family. Besides, all shinobi are essentially mercenaries when you think about it. They're given missions and paid to complete them without questioning morality or philosophy. The differences between me and village shinobi are simple. I can choose which village to work for, while others can't. I have a broader client base. Ronin may earn less than your average jonin, but those who master their craft can earn twice as much as your average Asuma Sarutobi. And finally, I choose my clients, not the other way around. This time, my client just happens to be the daimyo of Hai no Kuni, not Konoha or your council. So, say hello to your newest privately contracted mercenary. This declaration stunned both Kushina and Jiraiya. The daimyo of Hai no Kuni hired you. Jiraiya began to rant. How the hell did that happen, and if she had a job, then why? Tsunade cut him off. Because our daimyo decided it was time to step up her game, or our village would suffer, Tsunade stated simply. She tasked me with delivering a message to Hanzo, who happens to be Naruto, and he agreed to the contract terms. So, from now on, Naruto Uzumaki is an officially hired Ronin, contracted by the daimyo to work in Konoha for a specified duration, with payment and other forthcoming privileges. Like it or not, Naruto now works for the daimyo as her official aide to Konoha and has the political and judicial protection of the fire court and the daimyo. In other words, if you try to mess with him and his family, you'll face his punishment, not mine. To think my own grandson would sink so low. Naruto, your father would. Jiraiya hoped mentioning Minato would bring Naruto to his senses, but it backfired. My father wanted me to forge my own path in life, not waste my time pursuing other people's dreams and duties, Naruto calmly replied, already knowing the truth, which Jiraiya took as a personal jab. Your pathetic attempts at manipulation and schemes have already cost me everything, Jiraiya. Don't think I'll let you drag me into that hellhole again. Find another fool to pass on your valued legacy. I believe Menma has already started grasping it, so focus on him while you still can. And even if you did focus on me, there's literally nothing you could teach me, nothing of worth to me at this point, anyway. Oh, really? What about learning an elemental Raiznan? Jiraiya grinned, confident Naruto would be hooked by the prospect of a new jutsu. Did you know your genius brother has already perfected Minato's Raiznan and taught me how to do it? How about that, my apprentice? Naruto simply blinked, sighed, and stepped a few paces away. He raised his right hand, and within 2 seconds, a familiar spinning ball of chakra formed, yet it seemed to contain fire, giving the Raiznan a flaming appearance. Jiraiya, Kushina, Suzuki, Kakashi, Guy, and Asuma stared in shock, watching Naruto effortlessly create an elemental variant of the Raiznan. Naruto looked at Jiraiya impassively. Does Menma infuse fire with Raiznan by using shadow clones to stabilize the process? Naruto asked. And no, he infuses wind with Raiznan, but he does use 2 shadow clones for the process. Kushina stammered in shock. Sachi, when and how did you learn to do it? It took Menma years just to make his Raizen Shuriken, and why you? Kushina, don't compare Menma and me. We are completely different, probably opposites, so it would be foolish to draw comparisons between us, as we were molded completely differently into who we are now, Naruto stated, easily dispelling his Raizen 2. If you're finished, Kaa-chan and I have business in town before I move out tomorrow toward your revered Konoha. You can tag along if you want, but when I say stay away, you will stay away. Naruto and Tsunade didn't wait for a reply, heading toward town, with Jiraiya and Kushina quickly following. Once the town was in sight, Kushina spoke again. So, Naruto, what kind of business do you have in town, if you don't mind me asking? Kushina hoped to open a dialogue with her son. Personal and professional, Naruto replied curtly, making it clear he wouldn't elaborate. However, Jiraiya decided to try again, wanting his grandson to look at him with adoration once more. You know, if you want a lesson on how to be a professional, then maybe. Jiraiya began in his usual tone, but Naruto cut him off. Jiraiya, what did I tell you half an hour ago? Naruto reminded him. Don't be like that, Naruto. I'm just trying to be civil with you. Are you still mad at me for what I said all those years ago? Look, I might have made a mistake back then, but you also have to understand that. Jiraiya tried to defend himself, but Naruto stopped him. Jiraiya, if I cared about your words, I'd still be mad at you today, but I'm not, Naruto retorted. What does still tick me off is what you did to me, how you and that blind fool of a Hokage nearly destroyed me as a person. I used to think Orochimaru's actions were horrible, but now I think I'd actually shake his hand in gratitude, though I'd prefer to kill the man myself. Naruto noticed Jiraiya's shocked look and Kushina's gasp. Naruto, do you even hear yourself? You spit on the name of my sensei and our Hokage. How dare you speak of him like that? Jiraiya growled. This man led our village for over half a century, through 2 wars and many catastrophes, and I will not have some disrespectful brat disrespecting his memory for the good deeds he did for him, not even by someone like you. Naruto let out an amused chuckle. All the good he's done for me. What good was it, hypocrite? Placing me in an orphanage where 2 matrons tried to kill me before I turned 1, until they kicked me out at 3? Letting Inyazuka hounds chase me around the village and chew on my flesh until I was near death, just so those hounds learned how to properly hunt? Letting his son nearly kill me and then taking away my family and my memory of it? Or how about the time I befriended Yakumo Kurama, a girl so close to me, that idiot guy thought I corrupted her and tried to kill me to save her from me, and the girl lashed out with genjutsu, leading guy to traumatize her body in blind rage. Naruto struggled to control his anger. This particular memory cut deep. I have more reasons to hate the 3rd Hokage than Orochimaru has lives to spare. And as for that Konoha he led so wisely, I'm honestly surprised it still stands. Naruto replied coldly as the group finally reached what appeared to be a blend of a wave police station and a large dojo. 4 policemen, dressed in white and blue uniforms with katanas and wakizashi strapped to them, stood outside. Master Hanzo, how are you today? One of the policemen greeted Naruto, who simply nodded, ignoring another shocked look from Jiraiya and Kushina. Thank you very much for dealing with those Akatsuki scum yesterday, you saved many lives. N.A.R. Hanzo, you dealt with Akatsuki yesterday. Why the hell didn't you tell me about it? Jiraiya, having received an elbow to the ribs, corrected himself. Naruto replied evenly, slipped my mind. Plus, I already informed the Hokage here about everything, so you can ask her for details. Naruto then turned his attention back to the policeman. I'm here to see my friend. Is he here today? Oh, yes, he's right inside, with his student and wife in tow, the officer said, opening the door for Naruto and his group. He decided to pay a visit to see how the police training is coming along, though his contract expired a while back. You'll find them inside, at the training yard, as always. Again, thank you very much for what you did yesterday. Don't mention it, Naruto said with a smile, proceeding inside with his group, passing by Wave's policemen and officers, all greeting him with immense respect and admiration, or bowing low for the same reason. Before going in completely, Naruto made a single shadow clone and sent it further into town to find someone he needed. Okay, Sachi, who are we meeting here? Tsunade asked quietly. You told me you two have known each other since Mizu's civil war and fought together there. We have, Naruto confirmed, looking at the young girl. As I said before, he's a former Shinzengamai and one of the best swordsmen in the world, easily my superior in swordplay. Furthermore, Tajuna, now Wave's daimyo, contracted him to establish, organize, and train Wave's police force, whose officers you see here. Naruto then presented a new idea to Tsunade, who was deep in thought. Considering Konoha's police force has been effectively defunct for over 12 years, I think as Hokage, you'd appreciate an opportunity to re-establish it with a capable contractor effectively rebuilding it. What, we're here to see another one of those mercs? Kid, you really need to broaden your circle of friends. Jiraiya admonished, but Naruto ignored him as the group entered the training yard, observing the scene before them. On the training yard stood 4 individuals, 3 grown young men in training garments and 1 young girl, also in training attire, with a tied-up light brown ponytail and green eyes, holding a kushina. The others held similar weapons. They stood in combat stances, and as soon as the bamboo touched the water in a fountain, the match began. The men moved to attack the girl first, one on her right aimed left, one in the center struck from above, and the last on her right. The girl didn't hesitate, moving 2 paces backward, causing their strikes to miss, before sprinting toward them at full speed. In what seemed like a blur to the policeman, but standard shinobi speed, equivalent to a high Chuyonin and low Jonin, to Naruto and his group, the girl reappeared before her opponents, striking the one on her left with a thrusting attack to his arm using her kushina. Her comrades moved toward her, and the girl moved her blade in a horizontal slash, striking the one who was previously in the center, before ducking a strike aimed at her. In a half-seated position, she brought her blade to her shoulder again and thrust at close range at her last remaining opponent, striking his vital point and ending the spar. Kushina was highly impressed by the girl's fluid movements and strikes, recognizing the Hiraizaki style with her trained eye and wondering who would teach a girl her age the Shinzengamai style. Naruto simply smiled, impressed by her progress in Kenjutsu. That will be enough, Nikado. Well done, a calm, collected voice, filled with kindness and softness, announced, prompting the visitors to turn and see its bearer. A few meters away stood a young man and woman. The man had short, messy brown hair, green eyes, and was dressed in a black and yellow coat with a green shirt underneath, red fingerless gloves reaching his elbows, tight black pants, and dark brown high boots. He wore a katana and wakaizashi on his left hip and exuded an air of calm and collected handsomeness. To his left stood a beautiful young woman with red markings on her face, black eyes, and brown hair tied in a ponytail with 2 strands framing her face. She wore light brown clothing with black shorts and a purse at her side. She looked surprised to see Tsunade, who was equally shocked by the girl's presence. Before either could speak, the young man addressed his students. Don't take your defeat too hard. Mikato has had more time and practice to master her sword style, as well as more experience fighting multiple opponents at once, he explained in a kind, teaching tone, and the men nodded. However, while your combined assault was well executed in theory, in practice, you shouldn't stick so close together. It limits your own maneuverability and gives your opponent more room to strike or evade. When you have a numerical advantage, use it to encircle your opponent and strike at different points, making sure to limit their range of movement and lessen their chance of escape and evasion. Now, if you would be so kind as to give us some privacy, as it seems our guests here have something important to discuss with me. Hi, Teiya-ku. The men bowed and quickly vacated the yard, leaving Naruto and his group alone with the man, his apprentice, and the young girl. My apologies for not being able to assist you yesterday, Naruto, the man said kindly and calmly, turning to Naruto and his group. The Akatsuki attack threw the public into disarray, so I assisted the police and medics in recovering the injured and calming the populace. Had you not intervened when you did, casualties would have been far greater than what we experienced, and fortunately, no deaths were reported. You have my gratitude for your actions yesterday, Naruto. It's nothing new for me, or you. All in a day's work, Tsuji, Naruto said with a smile, looking at the young girl. Great job on those 3, Maiko-chan. Your use of Hiraisha Ki is almost frighteningly good. Thank you, Naruto-sensei, Mikato smiled, bowing to him before looking at a surprised Tsunade Senju. Lady Hokage, it's been a long time. I'm glad you appear to be in good health. I am. Mikato Sarutobi, the reported dead genin of Team 13 under Jonin Suzuki Uchiha. Tsunade spoke in a nearly shocked voice, and Mikato stiffened at the mention of her former sensei. You were reported dead by your sensei more than a year and a half ago, killed by IWA shinobi in the Land of Grass. Yet, were you able to survive somehow? Not quite. My team did encounter the IWA shinobi, only they didn't attack us. It was Suzuki Uchiha that attacked and killed them. Before killing my team and nearly killing me, the Konoha shinobi paled and their eyes widened at what they heard. Naruto-sensei found me, healed me, and buried my fallen teammates before bringing me here. After that, I became an apprentice to Tsuji-sensei and lived here. I apologize for not reporting back to Konoha and effectively deserting my village, Hokage-sama, but I was afraid that I would be putting my life in danger had I done so. Wait, in danger? Mikato, what do you? That arrogant prick Uchiha. Tsunade gritted her teeth as she understood. To so openly violate shinobi laws, all for those damned eyes of his. I'll have his head for treason and the murder of his own genin when we return to Konoha. Tsunade was livid, realizing that Suzuki Uchiha had murdered his own genin just to obtain the Mangekyo Sharingan. Lady Tsunade, I'm afraid Konoha's council won't abide by this, the young woman spoke up, drawing attention to herself. For them, it will seem like a minor loss for a much greater gain, despite how immoral it was, nor will they risk their relations with the revered Uchiha Suzuki. Sorry for not informing you about myself for such a long time, Hokage-sama, but I was in a similar position to Maiko-chan myself. Hana Inyazuka, I thought that you and 8 members of your clan had perished on your diplomatic mission to the Inumura clan of Mizu, with only Kiba surviving, Tsunade said, looking at a very much alive Hana Inyazuka, though without her Himura Ninken. It's been over 5 years now since the report of that mission's failure, and yet... Hokage-sama, if only you'd known, Hana began, her voice tinged with pain. My mother and most of the Inyazuka clan saw your wish to bring our exiled cousins back as an opportunity to wipe them out completely. Tsunade's eyes widened. I was the only one who defied my mother's orders to essentially slaughter my own kin. The other Inyazuka, including Kiba, saw this as weakness. And Clan Inyazuka shows no mercy to the weak or perceived traitors. 5 years and 3 months ago, Land of Water. Hana Inyazuka had always understood her clan's philosophy: brute force, ferocity, and wildness signified power, strength, and authority. Strength was the only valid argument within the clan, maintained through harshness and mercilessness toward those who didn't grasp the core Inyazuka belief: strength dictates all, granting the right to take whatever one desires. Hana had this philosophy ingrained in her by her mother and clan head, Some Inyazuka, who not only instituted and propagandized it but also asserted her own alpha position by fostering rivalry among younger and older generations for clan authority, thus weakening them through infighting. This system of control and power never resonated with Hana, unlike the others, making her an outcast. She despised how her clan, once a strong pack of wolves, had devolved into squabbling hyenas, seeking power they couldn't obtain. Under Hana's grandfather, Otani Inyazuka, the clan had been one of the Leaf's proudest and strongest, with members standing steadfastly by each other. However, everything changed with his sudden death, rumored to be at the hands of Hana's mother, Tsum, who sought power. The clan immediately split into two factions. Just over half supported Tsum as the rightful heir and alpha, while the other was led by Tsum's younger brother, Hakaiba, who believed his sister was unfit and suspected her of killing their father. A civil war within the Inyazuka clan seemed imminent until Tsum appealed to the third Hokage in council, painting Hakaiba and his supporters as traitors to the Leaf and the true murderers of Otani Inyazuka. Hiruzen and the council trusted Tsum. By his order, Hakaiba and his supporters were banished from Konoha and the Land of Fire forever, though Tsum had wanted them dead to eliminate all opposition. Decades later, with the Land of Water embroiled in civil war, Hakaiba and his clan, now called Inumaru, sided with Tokugawa Ieyasu. Reports of severe Inumaru losses, both lives and ninkin, reached Konoha, as well as news that the Oda, Hashiba, and Shibata clans were preparing to annihilate them. Tsunade decided to lift their banishment, welcoming them back to Konoha to strengthen both Konoha and the Inyazuka clan. She tasked some Inyazuka with assembling a diplomatic mission to the Land of Water. However, Tsunade was far too trusting of Tsum, who had no intention of allowing Hakaiba and his renegades to return. Instead of a diplomatic mission, Tsum formed a cleanup operation to eliminate the remaining Inumara members, with Kiba and Hana included. Kiba was eager to wipe them out, along with his teammates, while Hana was horrified but submitted. Upon reaching the Land of Water, nearing the Inumara clan site, Hana's group and Kiba had already killed nearly half of the clan's injured, elderly, and young, while the rest of the clan defended the pass to their camp. It was then that Hana rebelled against her mother's orders. This was not taken well by her teammates, especially Kiba, who was the first to attack her and the Himura triplets. His Gatsuga mercilessly tore through one triplet, killing him. Hana was horrified and shocked by her own brother's mercilessness. Her other teammates were no less violent or merciful. Their ninkin literally devoured the other two Himura hounds, and their human partners mercilessly beat and assaulted her. Even her own brother, her own flesh and blood, participated in the violation. Hours later, Hana, raped, beaten to within an inch of her life, and violated on multiple levels, lay on the ground, watching Kiba pull up his pants after finishing, snarling at her. "Ha, I guess you were good for something, Hana. A shame such a nice bitch has to be put down, but you know our way, sister, only the strong survive in Inyazuka, and you are weak." Kiba smirked at her as his teammates prepared to finish her off. Hana lay there, unable to move a muscle of her bloodied, injured, and violated naked body. However, just as Kiba was about to deliver the finishing blow with his fangs, screams, whines, and shouts of terror and pain filled the forest and night. Directly behind Kiba and Akamaru, his group came under a coordinated attack from what appeared to be samurai in blue and white Haori, cutting through the Inyazuka shinobi without mercy. Among them was an all-black shinobi, wearing a full mask with a face guard, leather armor over his torso, shoulders, arms, and legs, and black clothing beneath, slashing with a katana and wakaizashi. As for the ninkin, they were mercilessly pounded and torn apart by similar-looking hounds and members of the Inumara clan, identifiable by their blue markings on their cheeks and chins. Their leader, a tall man with long messy black hair and brown eyes, followed by a large white wolfhound, made his way to Kiba and picked him up with one hand, while his wolfhound pinned Akamaru to the ground, preventing him from aiding his partner. The man spoke. "You're stench. You're one of Tsum's brats, aren't you?" Hakaiba received only a nod, which made the man snarl. "So this is how you Inyazuka act? Striking at our elderly, sick, and babes, and then going as far as to assault your own flesh and blood." Hakaiba slammed Kiba against the ground and ordered 3 clan members to hold him. He then turned to the black shinobi. "Hanzo Hattori, may I borrow your wakaizashi?" The now identified Hanzo simply nodded, handing over his blade. Hakaiba took it immediately, walked to Kiba, and knelt before him. "Your comrades and their dogs have been punished, but you will not get away with just death. That would be salvation for you. You mounted your own sister, beat and violated her. In the true Inyazuka clan, there's only one suitable punishment for degenerate scum like you." Hakaiba snarled, then brought Hanzo's wakaizashi down to Kiba's manhood. Kiba's screams filled the night as Hakaiba inflicted the punishment, removing the one thing that made him a man. For an Inyazuka man, losing their manhood, the symbol of their prowess and ability to procreate, is the greatest shame, rendering them less than worthless, unable to mate and spread their genes. This punishment had only occurred 3 times in the Inyazuka clan, and each time, it was carried out by the clan head. Hakaiba effortlessly carved away Kiba's member, then ripped it out and threw it away, while Kiba screamed in unimaginable pain. Hakaiba stood and gave his commands. "Stop his bleeding and let his ninkin go with him. He'll carry our message to that bitch Tsum, and she'll know what she'll get if she deals with us like that again," Hakaiba ordered. A medic attended to Kiba while Hakaiba offered the wakaizashi to Hanzo, who declined it. "I'd rather throw it away than use it again," Hakaiba-san, Hanzo said with disgust. Hakaiba agreed, tossing it aside. They then moved to Hana, followed by the Shinzengamai commander. What savagery, to do such a thing to one's own clan member, a blood sister no less. The Shinzengamai captain expressed utter shock. Hanzo examined her seemingly lifeless body. She looks a lot like Sim in her youth, yet there's clarity and honesty in her eyes. Such a shame, for my own blood and flesh to fall so low as to. Suddenly, they heard a sharp inhale from the girl. Kami, she's still breathing. Yes, but barely. She needs help, and she needs it fast. Hanzo immediately began using his mystical hand healing. I can only stabilize and support her, but she needs serious medical attention ASAP, otherwise she won't survive till nightfall. Alright, medics. Heal this pup with everything you've got, she's one of us now. Hakaiba roared, and 4 additional medics began working on Hana Inyazuka, saving her life. End of flashback. Soon after I was stable enough, I was moved to Mikoa Hospital for proper rehabilitation, where I stayed for the next 6 months. Hana concluded her story. Tsunade, Jiraiya, and Kushina looked sick and pale. After the war ended, I was offered a place in the Inumura clan, but I declined, deciding to quit being a shinobi altogether and pursue a career as a medic and veterinarian. And, about 4 years ago, I married one of my rescuers. Hana smiled at her husband, who returned it in kind. So now I am Hana Okada, Hokage-sama. Hana Okada. Wait, then that means you are. Tsunade's eyes widened as she looked at the young man before her, who nodded and replied, Where are my manners? I completely forgot to introduce myself properly, didn't I? Lady Tsunade Senju, it is my privilege and honor to meet a medic of such renown and legend. The man gave a small bow. Allow me to properly introduce myself. I am Tsuji Okada, former member of the Shinzengamai and captain of their 1st Division, now retired, as you can see. Tsuji Okada. Like the same Shinzengamai swordsman hailed as the best sword in all the elemental nations, capable of single-handedly outmatching the entirety of the 7 mist swordsmen. Jiraiya looked at him in shock. You hardly look past 20 to me, yet you're telling me this scrawny kid is an S-rank Ronin who killed Mitsuhide Akaki and Nagamasa Azai, 2 of the world-renowned Land of Water swordsmen, in duels. Rumors have greatly exaggerated my deeds, I assure you. I am skilled in swordplay, true, but to face the 7 ninja swordsmen of the mist would be suicidal for me. And there are better swordsmen out there, like Hajime Sato and Kenshin Himura, both my dear friends and quite fearsome swordsmen themselves, Tsuji humbly stated. As for Mitsuhide and Nagamasa, I did have the assistance of my good friend Hanzo, or Naruto, here. Always so humble, aren't you, Tsuji? Naruto simply shook his head at his friend's antics. You'll never admit a clear fact about yourself, even if it's as great as those, will you? And you didn't even need my help out there with them, all I did was simply keep the reinforcements away. You did the job with them on your own. Perhaps, my friend, but your help and support there were invaluable for me and our cause. Tsuji smiled. Now, don't take this the wrong way, but, would you mind telling me why I, my lovely wife, and my apprentice are suddenly in the presence of 2 out of 3 Sunin and Konoha's mistress of sword and seals? Does this have something to do with Konoha's group suddenly invading your property last night? Tsuji asked Naruto in a serious voice. It does, Tsuji, it most certainly does. Naruto sighed. I have a business proposition for you, but first, I'd like to discuss it with you and Hana in private, if you two don't mind. Seeing as your mother, our Hokage, and your former teacher are here, I assume this has something to do with Konoha. Hana asked Naruto, who nodded. She then turned to Mikato. I wish for Mikato to also be there, if possible. Actually, that would be great. Naruto looked at Mikato, who nodded, moving closer to Naruto. Tsuji, let's go to the warehouse here, it has good soundproofing, and we'll be able to talk without interruption. Naruto nodded. He, Tsuji, Hana, and Mikato headed towards the warehouse, leaving Naruto's group alone. Meanwhile, in another part of town, you continue to find trouble. Naruto, a young woman with green hair in a bun, orange bangs, and orange pupilless eyes, dressed in a sleeveless, backless top, short tight pants with 2 lapels, an obi, purple arm warmers, and bandages around her thighs and ankles, said to Naruto with a chuckle. First, the Akatsuki show up to wreck things while I was at the port market, then your old friends show up for a little reunion, followed by your Hokage, and now you're tasked with the most ambitious and audacious mission in history. I'd envy you, but that's beneath me. I take it Yuji-chan already spilled the beans to you over the phone, didn't she? Naruto simply shook his head as his friend nodded. Well, add to that the appearance of my mother, godfather, the guy who nearly killed Maiko-chan, and the asshole who violated Hana-chan, and you can imagine how my evening went yesterday. Wait, you mean Suzuki Uchiha and Kiba Inyazuka were there too? She asked, surprised. I remember how pissed you were at both of them for what they'd done. I'm still surprised that dog bastard survived the castration. Well, Hakaiba may have punished him that way, but I decided to finish him off for good. Naruto saw a look of surprise on his friend's face again. He and Akamara now burn in hell for all I know. And as for that Uchiha Sab, he got a bad taste of my Anton, costing him half his face, one Sharingan, half his body burned, and an arm. But that bastard has more luck than me gambling on survival, as Kushina and Jiraiya stepped in and saved him, goddammit. Naruto cursed, his friend shaking her head at his misfortune. Why attack it didn't finish that fucker off back then is beyond me. So anyway, you know what I'm up against and what my mission is now. I know asking you for a favor after all you've done for me is ungrateful, and I'll accept if you want to stay here, but just give me a couple of hours to pack my things, and I'll be good to go, she simply said, surprising Naruto. Naruto, did you really think I'd leave my former student, best friend, and the father of my goddaughter out of this one? I'm not going to let those vultures get anywhere near my family and kids, and I too have a score to settle with Konoha, if you recall, so I'm game, whether Tsuji, Hana, and Maiko-chan are coming or not. Naruto smiled back at her. Thank you, Pakura. This means a lot to me, Naruto said genuinely to his former sensei, Pakura, the former kunoichi of sand, user of scorch release, and one of the heroines of the Land of Water Civil War. While most warehouses aren't known for cleanliness and order, the police warehouse was quite organized and clean, though a bit cramped with all its utilities and supplies. However, it had excellent soundproofing, further enhanced by Naruto's soundproofing seal for extra safety. Considering that only about 40 feet away stood a man infamous for peeking, potential adultery, and running a spy network, this was for the best. It took about 20 minutes for Naruto to explain everything to Tsuji, Hana, and Mikado. Now he watched as they considered their options, still reeling from the mild shock of what they'd heard. Hana and Mikato were vocal about it, while Tsuji's face merely hardened. Most of the shinobi world thought little of the Land of Water samurai and Shinzengamai, convinced they weren't in the same league as shinobi. But, as Naruto had discovered, the Shinzengamai were not only as good as shinobi but could outperform them in many aspects. They weren't above studying ninjutsu and learning chakra control and manipulation, all while adhering to a strict code of honor. In swordplay, Shinzengamai were trained to a level where one could take out at least a dozen simple soldiers or kill a shinobi without trouble, and they were capable of even more. Naruto had personally witnessed Shinzengamai cut through entire battalions of shinobi with their swords, displaying superior kenjutsu skills. The Hiraiki style was designed for swift enemy execution while also allowing for defense when needed. Additionally, Shinzengamai were encouraged to study other kenjutsu styles to gain additional skills and rely on more than just Hiraiki. Many Shinzengamai members, including Tsuji and Naruto, had studied additional kenjutsu styles suitable for both swift and prolonged battles. The difference in skills, swordplay, and even the philosophy of sword combat between shinobi and Shinzengamai was fully showcased in the Land of Water Civil War. There, the Shinzengamai, formerly just a militia trained in chakra usage originating from Mikowa, had slashed through Mizu shinobi, the armies of Oda and Toyotomi, and many other feudal lords, leading to the eventual victory of the Tokugawa faction and the Shinzengamai being recognized as national heroes and granted the status of honored guard in the main police force of Mizu. Tsuji Okada was their best, having joined the Shinzengamai at the mere age of 9, the youngest member yet, and arguably their finest. He joined not because there were no better options, but because of the Civil War. His land and family were in danger, and given the nature of Kirigakure's shinobi back then, he became a Shinzengamai member. With a sword in hand, steel resolve, and an iron will, Tsuji fought his way through the Land of Water Civil War, becoming a captain at 14. When he and Naruto met, they quickly grew to respect each other, then acknowledged each other as best friends, with Naruto curing Tsuji's tuberculosis in its early stages, saving his life. After the war, Naruto decided to settle in Wave, and Tsuji, who had only known how to fight, decided to learn what peace was like and followed Naruto to Wave. While he occasionally took jobs, Tsuji's primary income came from training Wave's police force, an endeavor in which he excelled, though there's no preparing for two S-rank nuke-nins arriving as they did yesterday. Alongside his peaceful life with his wife Hana, he also trained Mikato Sarutobi, who took to swordsmanship and the ways of the Shinzengamai like a fish to water. And now, Naruto had come to Tsuji and his family to ask something he hadn't expected to hear. Taking a breath, Tsuji spoke as his wife and apprentice calmed down. Naruto, what you're asking of me, and what your mother has tasked you with. Such a mission is impossible to complete on your own, even with my help, Tsuji concluded after analyzing everything. The moment you start, you'll ignite a civil war within Konoha, and everyone on your target list will fight you. You might defeat them, possibly even without Kurama's power, but the casualties will be staggering, and the village will run red with blood. You understand that, I believe. Quite well, Tsuji, Naruto said with full seriousness. I know that while I personally have power equal to Hashirama Senju, if you include Kurama, I'm still a single shinobi against essentially half of Konoha and its forces. However, yesterday, when Tsunade told me about this mission, I recalled Ieyasu and his plan for ending the war, the way we defeated Nobunaga, Yagura, Hideyoshi, and all those other powerful warlords. I believe you also remember how we did it back then. Yes, I recall, Tsuji said, a flicker of understanding crossing his face as Naruto's core plan became clear to him, though he kept his thoughts hidden. I see. You intend to ignite hope in the hearts of the oppressed, inspiring them to fight for a better tomorrow. You want to become Konoha's flame of hope. Not for everyone in Konoha, Tsuji, Naruto clarified. Konoha is deeply corrupt, perhaps beyond redemption. But my experience in war has taught me that even in the darkest places, some hearts still hold light. Their light could become a cleansing flame against the corruption, but it needs nurturing until. Naruto paused, chuckling softly. Until the wolves can bare their fangs. Hana and Mikato didn't quite grasp it, but Tsuji did. Aku Sokuzan, Tsuji repeated the Shinzengamai's guiding principle, slay evil immediately. Now I fully understand why you need me, my friend. It's not just my blade and skills, but also the Shinzengamai's teachings, to spark this revolution. Heh, how ironic. Tsuji smiled, a soft laugh escaping him. What's so funny, dear? Hana asked, intrigued. When the Shinzengamai were founded, their main goal was to suppress rebellions, Tsuji explained, a small smile on his face. Now, the very principles they used to quell rebellions will be used to start one in Konoha. It's irony at its finest, wouldn't you agree? I'm not forcing you to come with me, Tsuji. You, Hana, and Mikato don't need to go back there and… Naruto, while I appreciate your concern, you're mistaken, Hana interjected, having thought it through. I'm deeply grateful you put Kiba to the sword for what he did to me and others. But he's just a symptom of the disease that turned the Inyazuka clan into rabid mutts and a disgrace to Konoha. If you're cleaning up that cesspool, I want to be there when my mother gets what she deserves. That is, if you, Tsuji-kun, are willing to go as well. Hana looked at her husband with devotion. I usually avoid mixing personal feelings with duty, as it blurs the line between honor and vengeance. However, I believe I can remain professional while also fulfilling a personal desire for justice and vengeance, Tsuji stated to Naruto, who simply smiled. I would have preferred to deal with Kiba Inyazuka personally, considering how vilely he dishonored my wife. But if we're going, I wish to be the one to punish Tsum and her clan when the time comes. Be my guest, Tsuji, Naruto readily agreed, then turned to Mikato, who was still contemplating. Maiko-chan, what are your thoughts on this, kid? Ugh. After everything that's happened, I just want my friends' souls to rest in peace, Mikato sighed. Promise me Sasuke Uchiha will get what he deserves and more. And that I can depend on you, Naruto-sensei, for protection from the council and my clan. That last part surprised Naruto, Tsuji, and Hana. That duck-butt asshole already has a spot reserved in hell, and I'll be more than happy to send him there. And as I said, if you come with me, you'll be under the Fire Daimyo's political and judicial protection, Mikato. But why would you need protection from your clan? I understand the council, they'd love to tear you apart, but the Sarutobi clan? Naruto asked, curious about her reasoning. My clan is known for its exemplary loyalty and devotion to Konohagakure. That's common knowledge. However, what most don't know is that Sarutobi clan laws dictate that if a Sarutobi shinobi abandons their village and clan, regardless of the circumstances, they are to be tracked down and executed on sight, Mikato explained, revealing her need for protection to Naruto, Tsuji, and Hana. That's why I asked you not to send me back to Konoha. I knew what I'd face. In the council's eyes, given their favoritism toward that Uchiha bastard, I'd be a traitor, and my clan would sacrifice a traitor's child rather than stand by her side. Child of a traitor? Tsuji's brow arched. Does that mean one of your parents left the Sarutobi clan? His apprentice nodded. My mother, Hikari Sarutobi, was from the Sarutobi clan, Asuma Sarutobi's younger sister and his successor as guardian shinobi. While serving the previous daimyo, she fell in love with one of his sons, Tatsumaru Matsudera, and they had me in secret, Mikado revealed, surprising them all. The Fire Daimyo and his family didn't care much, as mistresses and lovers were common for royalty, but the Sarutobi clan, my mother's clan, is known as righteous, diligent, and loyal to Konoha and its members. If someone steps out of line, as they see it, they're punished. Not even the Hokage's own daughter and wife to the successor of the Fire Throne are safe from it. My grandfather officially branded my mother a traitor for betraying the Sarutobi clan. Mikato's voice held sadness before Hana pulled her into a hug, which she accepted. Mikado continued, when I was around 3, we were on the road to the capital when a group of enemy shinobi attacked. The escort was quickly killed, and then, my mom was one of the best guardians, but even she didn't last long against a group of nuke nins, and my father wasn't a shinobi. I, on the other hand, was taken to Konoha by the man who killed my mother and his sister. Naruto and the others quickly realized who Mikato was referring to. That explains the mysterious deaths of Tatsumaru Matsudera and his wife, Hikari. Tsuji mused quietly, turning to Naruto. You told me why you hated the third Hokage so much, but to go as far as killing his own daughter and a prime candidate for the throne. Bastard. Maiko-chan, how did you find out? Weren't you only 3 at the time? Soon after the third's death, I managed to get my hands on one of his journals, and that's how I learned everything, Mikato simply stated, turning to Naruto. As you can see, Naruto and I have more than enough reasons to go back there too. Yeah, I can see that too, Maiko-chan, or should I call you Mikado Dano now? Naruto joked, earning a deadpan look from Mikado. What? You're a member of the daimyo's family and a cousin to the current daimyo, aren't you, Mikato Matsudera? Mikato pouted slightly at the joke before Naruto spoke seriously again. Thank you, guys, it means a lot to me. I promise you, as long as you're with me, the leaf won't be able to touch us without incurring the daimyo's fury, and if they do, then we have carte blanche to exact our own justice. That's reassuring, but I'm still trying to figure out how to retrain Konoha's police force, considering I'll officially be in charge of its training, Tsuji said, then noticed the surprised and somewhat sympathetic glances from the 3 former Konoha shinobi. Am I missing something here? Dear, the thing is, Konoha doesn't really have a police force, Hana explained to Tsuji, who raised an eyebrow. The Uchiha clan was in charge of policing Konoha and its streets, but after their massacre, well, to put it bluntly. Wait, you mean to tell me that Konohagakure no Sato, one of the big 5 hidden shinobi villages, and the one that won all 3 shinobi wars, doesn't have a regular police force? Tsuji practically shouted in shock and disbelief. The police are an essential institution for protecting civilians, preserving order and law enforcement, as well as preventing crime and national destabilization. And Konoha doesn't have it. How in Kami's name have they been operating civilian security without a dedicated institution for civilian protection and judicial enforcement? And how long has this been going on? 12 years? About that long, yeah. And don't ask me about it, but in my personal opinion, things weren't exactly great even when the police force existed. I'm biased, of course, given all the facts, but Naruto shrugged. But seriously, the previous police force, compared to the Shinsengamai, couldn't hold a candle to you and Sato, Tsuji. Konoha's police force was entirely made up of the Uchiha clan, by decree of the second Hokage, and consisted only of Uchiha, who operated semi-independently from the Hokage office and enforced the law according to their own accords. And, as an experienced policeman, you can see what such a situation could only escalate to. No wonder they tried to rebel, according to what you told us, Tsuji sighed. Alright, I'll take this job, but I'll need a couple of things from your Hokage, as well as several additional instructors for this job. Hope you don't mind if I contact some of my retired Shinsengamai friends and invite them in. Just verify this with Tsunade, she shouldn't have any trouble in this department. As for payment to you and your friends, if they join, we'll have to verify it with her and the current daimyo when we get the chance, considering she basically made this mission, Naruto said, releasing the seal and speaking aloud. Now, if we're finished, let's go. I'm sure that frog fetishist is dying to know your decision. They headed for the doors and stepped outside as Tsuji spoke up. Considering he's sitting on the tree branch directly above us, I believe you're correct, Tsuji agreed with Naruto, then kicked the tree hard enough to break the branch, sending Jiraiya tumbling down to land on his rear right in front of them. Jiraiya, as a Sunin and a spy master, your infiltration and espionage skills are impressive. However, there's a good reason why the Shinsengamai are also trained in those arts, along with ninjutsu and genjutsu. Say what you want. You just got lucky, that's all, Jiraiya huffed, glaring at Naruto and Tsuji. Besides, it's common knowledge now that no samurai, or whatever these Mizu's militiamen call themselves, can defeat a shinobi, especially one from Konoha, Naruto being an exception here. Jiraiya smirked, confident neither of them would be foolish enough to challenge him, and even if they did, he'd still win. Is that so, Jiraiya Dano? If you doubt my skills as a swordsman and the Shinsengamai as a whole, perhaps a demonstration is in order, Tsuji said, knowing he was being baited but unable to refuse an opportunity to put Konoha's Sunin in his place. You arrived here with Kushina Uzumaki, Konoha's mistress of swordsmanship, as well as an Umbu Black Ops carrying a sword, whom I presume to be none other than Yujao Uzuki, one of Konoha's top Kenjutsu masters. A good opportunity to verify the validity of common knowledge, wouldn't you agree, Lady Hokage? Tsuji, Hana, Mikato, and Naruto turned to see the trio of women, with Yujao having revealed herself, standing there. Seems so, Tsunade agreed, turning to Yujao. What do you say, Yujao? Think you can match Mizu's best swordsman? Yujao was about to answer but was interrupted by Kushina. She shouldn't have any trouble, Kushina answered for Yujao. After all, she was once my apprentice in Kenjutsu, so she won't lose to some wannabe samurai or whatever you call yourself. I personally can take down any of your Shinsengamai with ease, along with my Sachi here, Kushina proudly stated, speaking without thinking. Well, if you're so certain, then why not back those words with a sword, Kushina? Naruto simply stated, surprising her and Jiraiya, as he and Tsuji already walked toward the training ground. Wait, what did he mean by that? Kushina suddenly asked, with Yujao answering. I believe Naruto wishes to see if you can back up your words about defeating him, Yujao simply stated, removing her mask and unsheathing her sword, walking toward her opponent on the opposite end of the training field, reluctantly joined by Kushina. Lady Hokage, what are the terms of this challenge? Well, if that's okay with you too, Tsunade said, seeing nods from Naruto and Tsuji. Then here's how we'll do it, 3 strikes to vital points, using blunt weapons if you have them. First to score those strikes wins. Do you have blunt katanas or something? Suji nodded, walked to the training stands, pulled out 4 blunted katanas, tossing 2 to Yujao and Kushina, and giving one to Naruto, who unsheathed it along with Suji. Alright, no taijutsu, genjutsu, or ninjutsu, just kenjutsu. Yujao and Okada will go first. With that out of the way, Hajime. Tsunade gave the signal to start the fight, as Naruto and Kushina cleared the field. Yujao didn't waste her opportunity, charging straight at Suji, who adopted a Hirajuki stance. She brought her sword to her right, aiming directly at him, as Suji carefully analyzed her every movement. When she was about 1.5 meters away, Yujao visibly split into 3, followed by after images, seemingly confusing Suji, though he didn't show it. Suji held his stance, watching the images disappear, before he suddenly moved elegantly to the left, raising his blade. Yujao landed where Suji had been, her eyes wide with shock that she'd missed him. However, her surprise was short-lived when Suji's blunt katana slashed at Yujao's back, which would have been fatal in a real fight. Yujao reeled from the blunt pain in her spine, thrusting herself away from Suji, hoping to gain distance. Once she thought she had, she turned around, barely managing to block his thrust at her throat, interlocking blades with the Shinsengamai's best swordsman and gazing at his impassive face, devoid of emotion. As they interlocked, Yujao allowed herself to speak. "How did you see through my crescent moon dance?" she asked, moving back slightly under the pressure. "Your after images may confuse most opponents, but not someone trained to constantly look at shadows," Suji simply answered. "And your shadow betrayed you this time." Suji moved Yujao's blade to her right, completely exposing her, and went on the attack. Bringing his blade close to his right shoulder, he thrust it at Yujao's left kidney, then brought it upward, slashing diagonally across her torso, ending the fight. Yujao stepped back from the pain, panting slightly and putting away her training sword, as did Suji, who bowed respectfully to her. She returned the gesture, walking to the stand to return her sword before taking her place near Tsunade, while Suji stood near his apprentice and wife. Naruto and Kushina walked toward the training field and stood across from each other. Naruto adopted an impassive look, his hand resting on his blade's handle, preparing for attack and defense in an Iato stance. Kushina drew her katana and held it at chin level, the blunt side facing down and the supposed cutting edge upward. She disliked the idea of fighting her own son and was mentally cursing her loose tongue. However, if she could prove to him here and now that she was strong and could teach him how to properly wield a sword, she might win him back. After all, Jiraiya and Kakashi had told her he always pestered them about training, and what better way to get her son back than by offering him training? Tsunade signaled the start of the spar, and Kushina decided to go on the offensive first. Naruto followed suit, speeding from his initial spot and closing the distance with Kushina, his hand near his blade. Kushina saw this as an opportunity to strike, and once the distance closed, she thrust at her son, aiming for his shoulder. Naruto predicted this attack, his form fluidly moving in a circular motion to Kushina's right, passing her as she turned her sword to reach for him. However, Naruto was quicker on the draw, and in a flash, his hand unsheathed the blade and struck Kushina's neck, hard and powerfully, sending her flying forward to fall on the ground. Naruto looked at his downed mother, who began to rise to her feet after the strike. She spat blood from her mouth and wiped dust from her eyes as she saw Naruto adopt a Gaitosu stance, rushing toward her, ready to thrust his sword. Kushina had to admit her son was definitely faster than her, possibly as fast as Minato, but she still had some fight left. When Naruto closed the distance, he aimed his blade at Kushina's shoulder, but was forced to redirect it to block Kushina's sword, which was coming for him from his right. Their blades interlocked, Naruto gripping his sword with both hands, as did Kushina, neither giving ground, trying to overpower the other, with Kushina speaking up. "Naruto, why won't you just listen to me? I know what I did was bad, and I'm deeply sorry for it. Please, drop this whole charade and come peacefully to Konoha," she offered, with Naruto not responding, even through his emotions, as the two jumped away from each other. "We can be a family, a real family, with me and your little brother. I'd even help you find a suitable wife and reinstate you as an Uzumaki of Konoha. Please, Sachi, just..." "Enough of this," Naruto simply stated, rushing at Kushina at full speed, practically fading from sight before his voice was heard again. "Uzumaki Kenjutsu, Subaimdaishi." Kushina's eyes widened as she caught sight of 3 red blades moving toward her at great speed and slamming into her body. Throat and kidneys, those were the strikes Naruto landed as he reappeared, looking at Kushina, who was reeling from the effects of what was usually a lethal move. With some difficulty, she rose from her spot, nursing her bruised neck and sides, looking at Naruto, who didn't even spare her a glance, moving away toward the stands. As they did so, Tsunade looked at Suji and his wife, speaking up. "Well, Suji Okada, you're hired," Tsunade simply stated. "I have to say, I had my doubts that the Shinsengamai were as good as they say, but after seeing this, well, now I see why the Water Daimyo regards you so highly." "It's an honor to hear that from one of the Sunin and the best medic in the world, Lady Hokage," Suji humbly replied. As I understand it, my task now is to effectively rebuild and reorganize Konoha's police force from scratch, if I'm not mistaken. No, you are not, Tsunade said simply, with Jiraiya hearing this and speaking up. Wait, Tsunade, you're planning on rebuilding Konoha's police force? Konoha doesn't have that many shinobi to spare, and the council certainly won't be for this, not to mention. Jiraiya began listing the issues with this sudden idea before Tsunade cut him off. Jiraiya, are you the current Hokage of Konoha? She simply asked, to which he shook his head. No, you are not. And if memory serves me well, the Hokage has the full right to administer whatever institutions he or she finds necessary for the village's prosperity. And having something as basic as a bloody police force in our village, which would keep criminal elements and other unsavory stuff in check. Plus, it will also keep the public baths and hot springs safe from you. Tsunade glared at the white-haired man, who visibly sank at the thought of his favorite places being off-limits. Not to mention it's long overdue that Konoha's civilians got a proper police force instead of just random shinobi doing C-ranked patrols and policing the town, something they aren't exactly fully qualified for. Quite so, Lady Hokage, considering the work of the police isn't just capturing criminals, but enforcing law and order, preventing crime, investigating potential lawbreaking, and more, Suji quickly confirmed Tsunade's thoughts. This requires specialized training, close knowledge of laws, the judicial system, connections with several additional offices, and so on. Which is why there are some things I'd like to discuss with you before we get to Konoha, if you have time. I figured you wouldn't waste time, considering you're my son's friend, Tsunade smiled. We'll talk tomorrow, on our way to Konoha. By the way, Naruto, what about that second person you wanted to talk to? Naruto looked at his mother to answer but paused as if recalling something, then spoke. No worries, I had a shadow clone talk to her. We'll meet her at my home, she already went there with her stuff, Naruto informed her, causing Jiraiya to raise an eyebrow skeptical. At Naruto's home. Near Naruto's house, Konoha shinobi sat at a small encampment. They were licking their wounds in pride. They had been soundly beaten by someone they considered the dead last, a cheater, and a weakling. It was hard for Konoha's shinobi to accept Naruto was the fourth Hokage's son. He was also the fifth Hokage's grandson, and a direct descendant of the first and second Hokages. They had belittled him in his last days in Konoha. Of course, they wouldn't fully acknowledge their entire fault. They believed they weren't entirely to blame. They were influenced by their clans, parents, and the council. Deep down, though, some knew Naruto was fully justified. Now, after so long away from Konoha, he was no longer their prey. He had become a predator, a hunter. He possessed more power than a Hokage. His skill set could probably match his father's. Team 7 members, to whom Naruto paid personal attention during the fight, sat near his house. They were thinking over what happened yesterday. Sasuke was practically seething with anger and rage. His nearly broken body almost shook from it. This was an utter defeat for him. It came at the hands of someone he considered worthless. He would never acknowledge Naruto as his equal or superior. Never. He wouldn't be an Uchiha otherwise. Yet, this disgrace had humiliated him. An Uchiha, Konoha's prodigy and best, was maimed. He was nearly destroyed as if it were nothing. Naruto had demolished his Susanoo. He burned away his flesh, arm, and one eye. He took away his ability to properly wield Amaterasu. Even more humiliating, Naruto literally used Onten to defeat him. His Onten. The dope dared to use his clan's true power. And without even Sharingan and Mangekyou. This made it nothing more than a fake. Yet that same fake cost him an arm and an eye. Not to mention extreme burns. Karen was reluctant to heal. Even then she didn't restore his former beauty. Gritting his teeth, Sasuke's thoughts raced. Damn that dope. He dares to humiliate, to maim me. Just because he got lucky, does he think it makes him my equal? Think again. Sasuke glanced at Naruto's house. Dobe showed up when I mentioned his house. So, that worthless idiot has someone precious in there, hasn't he? Well, if I can't kill him now, I'll simply punish those that lowered themselves to his level. Maybe I'll even let his whore of a wife taste a true elite. Smiling maliciously and seeing Gurren had left for a bit, Sasuke decided to use this chance. He stood up and walked toward the door. Sasuke-kun, where are you going? You need to rest and… Sakura tried to stop him, but her own wound still made itself known. Shut up, Sakura. I'm going to see what that dope has inside, and learn who was dumb enough to be with him. Sasuke snarled. He went toward the door. Kakashi stood up and moved closer, curious himself. Sasuke opened the door with his only hand. He looked inside. He saw what looked like a perfectly normal family house. Several photos of 3 women, 2 kids, and Naruto hung nearby. Snarling and glaring at them, Sasuke almost wanted to roar in frustration. It seemed Naruto was not just married, but married to 3 women. And had kids. Kids. Him. How dared the dead last piece of shit be so happy and have a family? And those women looked beautiful, strong, and worthy of his attention. yet they would take Naruto's seat over his. He wouldn't have it. Those 3 must be his. But first, Mama, did you see where Makun is? A little girl's voice shouted. She came out of the guest's room. She was right in front of Suzuki. He was just looking for her. Yasaka, you know the rules, no tips from me and others while playing hide and. Kurama spoke up. She came out of the kitchen. She met Suzuki Uchiha's gaze. Snarling and smirking, she immediately put herself on the defensive. She took a position in front of her daughter. Yasaka, dear, go to your room now. Kurama's commanding voice was something Yasaka understood well. Forgetting about the game and sensing Uchiha's emotions, she ran right toward her room. So, you are one of Naruto's bitches, aren't you? Suzuki wasn't asking as much as snarling. He met Kurama's glare with his own. Huh, so the dope has taste at least. No matter, as soon as I've punished him for what he has done, I'll show you what a true elite can do. You would do nicely as one of my wives, along with those 2 others in Karen. Uchiha, I give you half a minute to exit this house and never come in here. Kurama threatened him. She channeled a small portion of her killer intent, but it was enough to overwhelm a single person. Suzuki trembled, sensing the sheer might of this woman's ki. But that didn't deter him. No, instead it encouraged him. He smirked and moved to grab her wrist rudely, with the crudeness of a barbarian. I like when a woman has some backbone to her. He smiled at her. He moved closer to her. Makes it all the better when they submit to. In the very next instant, Suzuki Uchiha was sent literally flying out of the house. He crashed into the dirt. Everyone's eyes widened at the sight. They almost couldn't believe what they just witnessed. Landing on his back, he spit out blood. A very strong punch to his stomach, possibly shattering several ribs. Kurama walked out of her house. Graciously, but also with a posture of extreme power. She closed the door behind her. She walked calmly to Suzuki. She ignored the curious and shocked looks of the Konoha shinobi. She took him by his throat with one hand. She lifted him up without any trouble, a sight that shocked many. And then, she spoke up. I have warned you, Uchiha, to leave my house. But now you will pay for not listening to your better. Kurama brought her free left hand in front of strangled Suzuki. She prepared to exact her own punishment, but she was interrupted when she felt her hand being stopped, just as she was channeling her power. I wouldn't recommend you doing anything that could hurt my pupil. And would you kindly put him down? Kakashi spoke in a calm, yet threatening way. He hoped to force this red-haired woman to stop. Should you not, and I'll be more than happy to make you regret that decision. His free hand already had sparks of lightning. This indicated Hatake was ready to channel his rakery. Kurama calmly turned to look at the now one-eyed man. He had the gall to threaten her so openly. It almost amused her. Although she had to recall that only a select few knew she was none other than the Kyuubi no Kitsune, the most powerful of Baijuyu upon the land. At her most powerful, she was capable of destroying countries in minutes. Very few had ever dared to challenge Kurama to a battle. Only 2 had lived to tell the tale. And this pathetic excuse of Naruto's sensei was nowhere near their level of power, skill, or respect. Considering Kurama had been regaining her power ever since Naruto freed her, she was now at her peak. It was the most foolish thing she had heard in years. Even though her being had been split into yin and yang, with the yang half ending up in Naruto, Kurama discovered that right after her release, she was naturally regaining her lost yin half of chakra. Even though Minato had essentially split Kurama into 2 beings, nothing could prevent her halves from naturally regaining their lost power, regenerating it back to what it used to be. Kurama had done so, regaining her lost yin chakra, while the part originally taken from her still remained inside Menma, sealed away by Minato. Essentially, there were now 2 Kyuubi, one at its fullest power and free, the other sealed away, only half of Kurama's strength, in a brat who couldn't even control it properly, while his brother held perfect control over Kurama's full power. Kurama looked at Kakashi Hatake with a glare. She simply tossed Suzuki Uchiha away, like he was nothing more than trash. She spoke to the man in a deadly serious tone. You are the man they call Kakashi Hatake, the one who was supposed to train my husband in the past. Kurama saw a confused look on his face. Threaten me once again, Hatake, and it won't be my Narukun who will be the end of you. And if that Uchiha trash ever enters my home again, I will send him to the rest of his wretched dead clan. Kurama freed herself from Kakashi's grasp. She moved toward her house. Before she was stopped by Sakura. Hold it right there, Missy. Who the hell do you think you are to threaten Suzuki-kun and insult him like that? I'll make you pay for it. Sakura stood in front of Kurama. She sent her punch toward her, but Kurama easily evaded her. She caught her in midair. Let go of me, bitch. Just who the fuck? Without wasting any breath, Kurama's hand casually gripped Sakura's caught fist, crushing her hand to bits, earning an ear-piercing scream from the pinkette. before she was shut up by a single punch to the face from Kurama, breaking her lips, nose, and knocking her out. Sakura. Okay lady, I have warned you once, but now. Just as Kakashi was about to channel his jutsu, the ground between him and Kurama suddenly became engulfed in red fire. It seemed to completely scorch away all it touched. So, this is the infamous Kakashi of the Sharingan, the copycat ninja. Though, I think it's now a former copycat ninja, considering the circumstances. Kakashi and everyone looked at a young woman. She walked right through the fire. She took a stance right between him and Kurama. Kurama, mind if I handle this trash? I'm sure Yasaka is looking for you already. Plus, I've got a score to settle with this disgrace of a sensei. Be my guest, Pakura, Kurama merely said. She went back inside her house. Pakura. You wouldn't happen to be Pakura of Shakutan, the supposedly dead Suna Kunoichi, killed by Kiri Shinobi about 8 years ago? Kakashi asked her lazily. Yet inside, he started to sweat bullets at the possible prospect of fighting someone who could decimate him 7 ways till Sunday, especially now that his Sharingan was gone, and I don't recall us ever crossing paths in the past. So what kind of a grudge would you have with me? You are right, we haven't crossed paths, Pakura confirmed. However, you and I do have something in common. Hey, you and I both trained Naruto, only I trained him as his real sensei, while you have done nothing more than to make him a punching bag for this Uchiha scum. Wait, you were Naruto's sensei? When did that happen? Kakashi asked, shocked. The flames around them continued to burn, right after he left Konoha, and up until I deemed him ready as a true shinobi. Pakura simply answered him. Now, Naruto actually told me how you trained him, and what you did to him in his past. His own sensei and supposed best student and follower of his father's footsteps. If there is someone I hate more than traitors, it would have to be scum like you, a sensei that is biased and unjust to his students, ignores them, and is utterly rotten to the core. You've hurt my student in the past, and I am a woman who doesn't take lightly to that. So I hope you are ready for some payback, Kakashi Hatake. Pakura took up a fighting stance. She was ready to make Kakashi pay for what he did to Naruto in the past, as his sensei and more. Kakashi had always considered himself someone who could outmatch most shinobi of Jonin rank. He was the prime student of the 4th Hokage, Minato Namikaze, a born prodigy. He was made Jonin at 12, allowed into Umbu at 15, one of the earliest recorded shinobi to be an Umbu. His skills, multitude of powerful jutsu, coupled with great experience, made him a fearsome opponent. However, a crucial part of his reputation and strength lay with his Sharingan. Obito had given it to him. With it, every battle for Kakashi was simply predicting his enemy's next movement and countering it. But yesterday Naruto had removed his Sharingan, right in the middle of battle, and without much outside help, and no anesthetic for Kakashi, before shutting down his nervous system, through a powerful influx of foreign chakra. Had Naruto still been his apprentice, he probably would have been proud, but he wasn't. To add to Kakashi's injuries, while Shizun had patched him up, he still felt sore and sluggish, after the overload of his nerves, not to mention a headache. All of that combined with the fact that Kakashi was now facing one of the few kunoichi in the world. She could contend for the title of deadliest kunoichi. This made Kakashi sweat bullets, and regret his life at the moment. Pakura was relentless, merciless, and hellbent on seeing Kakashi's face in the dirt, with her foot on his chest, and she was extremely effective against him now. He had heard she was Suna's mistress of fire, but right now, she was taking him down with just taijutsu. It could rival Gai's. Just now, Kakashi had tried to punch her with his right fist, only for Pakura to catch it easily, and pull Kakashi toward herself, before delivering a high kick to his face. Next, she effortlessly threw him over her shoulder, landing the silver-haired man near the edge of her flame. Kakashi groaned in pain. He rose up, pulling out 3 kunai, and throwing them right at Pakura. Former Suna's mistress simply ducked underneath them, before quickly rising up, and dodging Kakashi's next attack with his kunai in hand. Pakura was naturally more flexible in her movements, though she still had some way to go before reaching Yujito's level, but right now it was enough to move like water, and catch Kakashi once again, with his hand still holding the kunai. A quick series of 4 punches to his stomach and ribs, followed by a finishing one to his only looking eye. This was enough for Kakashi to lose his grip and drop the kunai, stepping backward and covering his only eye. Pakura decided that was enough taijutsu. Without even weaving hand signs, she sent a concentrated torrent of wind, right toward Kakashi Hatake. It captured him, and carried him out of the self-extinguished ring, away from Naruto's house in camp, before he was slammed against the tree, probably breaking a couple of his ribs. Spitting blood through his mask, Kakashi suddenly found himself unable to rise, as if his entire body was paralyzed. but he was sure he hadn't been poisoned. Don't even try to move. With some difficulty he managed to raise his head. He saw Pakura right in front of him, and some inscriptions on the ground. For symbol paralyzing seal. It may not be the strongest paralysis seal, but this particular variant Naruto taught me is capable of holding even someone of low cage level. That should be enough for someone like you. Okay, listen, I know you have some kind of beef with me, but do you mind explaining what you're so angry about? Kakashi asked her. Pakura clutched her fist. From what I understand, you were Naruto's sensei, or are currently. But this isn't the only reason to be angry at me, is it? No, it's only half the reason, Kakashi Haytake. And the other half. 12 years ago, a small fishing village in the land of rivers, supposedly massacred by Suna's Newton Sasori. Your Umbutine was sent there to investigate it. Do you remember what you did back there? Pakura glared right at Kakashi. His black eye slightly widened at the memory and realization. No. Yes, copycat. Pakura glared at him. That village, it was my home. 12 years ago. Borders between Land of Wind and Land of Rivers. Pakura and her personal unit were running through the woods, as if racing against death itself. The reason for their hurry was a pillar of smoke, rising up from the east, close to the sea. Pakura's eyes immediately widened. She recognized where the smoke was coming from. Without waiting around or meddling, she leapt toward the destination. Her unit wasn't far behind. If questioned later why they abandoned their post, they could tell the truth, stating they were investigating. The Land of Rivers was an ally of the Land of Wind. Suna's shinobi would patrol its borders, as per missions and contracts. However, right now Pakura wasn't racing against time because of a mission. No, she was leaping toward a small fishing village, close to the Land of Wind's borders, the village that was her home, where most of her childhood had taken place, until she and several other clan members were sent to Suna. As part of an agreement between Rivers and Suna, Pakura's clan was more independent, not wanting to settle in a shinobi village, but not stubborn enough to refuse cooperation. Having settled in the fishing village, clan heads established contact with Suna. They created good relations, consisting of trade, protection, and a non-aggression pact from Suna, with the clan providing its members as shinobi in their ranks. They would later be allowed to leave service after a certain period, or continue to remain in Suna as official citizens with privileges. Pakura was one of those shinobi given to Suna as per agreement, and now she was heading toward her home, praying everything was alright. Unfortunately for her, gods and fate weren't on her side. She and her unit reached the forest edge. They saw a terrifying picture. A small village, less than 30 houses, turned into ashes and ruins. The ground littered with bodies of men, women, and children, killed by kunao, shuriken, stabs, and jutsu. The smell of rotting and burned flesh hung in the air. Some weaker shinobi threw up, but not Pakura. Frozen in place with a horrified expression. After several seconds, she finally spoke. Look, spread out, and look for survivors, double time. Pakura finally composed herself. She shouted orders. Her subordinates immediately moved to execute them. Pakura immediately headed toward the elder's house, her clan's main house. Without trouble, she broke through the burned door. She went inside, immediately covering her nose from the smells. Blood, burnt flesh, smoke and ozone? Pakura was no novice. She had carried out many missions for the Kazekage in Suna, including ones dealing with Kumagakure and its shinobi. From her experience, she knew if you smell ozone, Raiten Jutsu was used. It definitely smells like Raiten here, but why the hell would Kumo be doing here? It's too far from them. Even IWA doesn't get this far south. Something doesn't add up. The only shinobi village in relative proximity, aside from Suna, is, wait, coughing. Pakura heard a distinct coughing sound. She rushed to the second floor, where she found a great deal of smoke, and a distinct coughing sound, coming from what could only be a little girl. Futon, great breakthrough. Casting hand signs, Pakura unleashed a stream of wind. It cleared out the place, letting her see a small black-haired girl, dressed in a simple dress, and coughing. Rushing through the embers and small flames, Pakura grabbed the girl, and leapt out of the house through the wooden window. Once outside, she carefully seated the girl against the fence, letting her cough out the smoke, and giving her some water. After all this was done, Pakura looked at her, and asked her, "Don't worry, you are safe now. We are Suna shinobi, and I am Pakura, daughter of China and Jin." The girl seemed to recognize the names Pakura gave her. She calmed down. "I'm from this village, and a member of Akahi clan. You can trust me, so tell me what happened here? Who did all this?" I was with my mommy and daddy, when suddenly some strange people attacked. They were de-dressed like shinobi, but had masks on them, animal masks, the girl said. She coughed a little. Pakura stiffened. Animal masks. Umbu Black Ops, no doubt. Having been an Umbu herself, Pakura knew only someone of their level would carry out this atrocity. Tell me, did you manage to see something unusual about them? Something that stuck out, like unusual jutsu? Lord Kazekage refused to act. It is too costly and unneeded, he told me. Risking lives and resources for a small fishing village is not worth it. Pakura said this to Kakashi. I demanded action from Suna, but he wouldn't budge. Soon after, I was sent to Kiri as a sacrifice. The bastard underestimated my skill. I wasn't unscathed, but I escaped Kiri. Knowing Suna would execute me, I settled on an island nation. It's near Whirlpool and Firelands. You know the one I mean, Kakashi. Wave. So Naruto went to Wave after his banishment? Kakashi asked. I should have guessed. Who'd have thought he'd find someone like you? He continued, we received intelligence. Your village was supplying renegade elements in Konoha. Evidence proved it. The Hokage gave us orders. It was nothing personal. My village lived by trading with Suna and fishing, Pakura countered. Our only weapons were my clans. They weren't enough for a battalion, much less for trade. She added, I heard in Suna about a Konoha warhawk. He was intent on taking over and eradicating threats. He even had a personal Umbu unit. Danzo Shimura, was he the one who informed your Hokage? Pakura saw her guess was correct. It makes you wonder if your third was truly a Hokage. Still, that doesn't excuse what you did. Not one bit. Maybe, Kakashi mused. But here's what's bugging me, if you were in Wave all this time, why didn't you take down Zabuza and Gato yourself? I was away from Wave, visiting old friends, Pakura simply stated. When Gato appeared, I decided not to draw attention. I stayed in River until I heard of his death. She explained, I may have been presumed dead, but I couldn't risk being discovered. As for how I found my last and best apprentice, flashback 7.5 years ago, land of Wave. Pakura, in civilian clothes, walked through the port market. She looked for food and new clothes from other lands. The Wave blockade was lifted. Gato's company was taken over by Tajuna, now Wave's daimyo. Trade boomed like never before. Wave quickly became a major trading hub. This was all thanks to the boy. The great bridge connecting Wave and Firelands bore his name. Pakura hated that Kakashi Hateake's team did it. Still, she wanted to meet Naruto, the kid Tajuna spoke of. He saved these people. She heard he was one of a kind. To bring hope and will to an entire land was something Pakura respected. She bought fresh fish, rice, new shoes, and a dress. Pakura headed home through the streets. Then she heard a brawl in a back alley. Curious, she went to investigate. She saw an interesting scene. 7 sailors attacked a 13 or 14-year-old kid. He wore a horrendous ragged orange jumpsuit. He had sun-kissed blonde hair, blue eyes, and 3 whiskers. He dispatched the sailors seemingly without trouble. Pakura quickly realized the kid was a shinobi. It was strange he wore no village headband. This detail faded as her professional side emerged. Something really bothered her, the kid's fighting style. What in Kami's name is this? Pakura watched his clumsy fight. That kid's fighting style is horrendous, worse than his jumpsuit. She critiqued, stance is rigid, no mobility. Footwork is absent. Punches and kicks are predictable. She fumed, if I find who trained this kid in taijutsu, I'll have words. Still, he has speed and strength. But such a style. Ugh, it looks designed to get him killed. Okay, time to end this horror show. Without hesitation, Pakura put down her bags. She approached the thugs. Pakura was a living weapon, an expert in quick, efficient takedowns. She tested her skills. She closed the distance. The first 2 victims' heads met as Pakura slammed them together. The next received a quick jaw punch before being kicked into a dumpster. His friend followed after a groin strike and a throw. For the last 3, Pakura performed quick hand signs. A wind jutsu sent them flying into the wall. It was over in seconds. The blonde kid stared in awe at his unexpected savior. Pakura spoke up. Kid, are you okay? Pakura asked, snapping the blonde from his gaze. Mind telling me what a genin like you is doing in Wave? And what in Kami's name were you doing here? Her tone was serious. Oh, I'm okay, no worries. And I'm not actually a genin, not anymore. The blonde's last part was whispered sadly. Pakura raised a brow. I mean I was, but, about a week ago, I was banished from Konoha. Pakura's eyes widened. She couldn't fathom why Konoha would banish a genin. You were banished from Konoha? Pakura repeated. The blonde nodded. Why would your Hokage banish you? Usually, banishment is the second highest penalty for treason, treachery, etc. Did you do something so bad that? No, I didn't. I simply did what I was tasked for. And those bastards, they. The blonde's outburst and stutter shocked Pakura. She saw immense anger and fury in him, but also sadness, just like her own. For a second, Pakura felt like she was looking in a mirror. The kid must have just done his duty. In return, his village got rid of him, just like her. Pakura's features softened. She looked at him with sympathy. She placed a hand on his shoulder, calming him. She spoke again. Kid, you wouldn't happen to be hungry? The blonde looked up in surprise. I live not far from here. If you help with my bags, I wouldn't mind sharing lunch. Sure. The blonde eagerly agreed. He picked up her bags. They left the alley. By the way, my name is Naruto. Naruto Uzumaki. Pakura looked at him in surprise. Naruto, the kid the bridge is named after? Pakura received a nod. She smiled. I'll be. Everyone here practically prays in your name. For taking down Gato and his mercs. Tajuna won't shut up about what a great kid you are. You know old man Tajuna? Wait, the way you fought. I don't recall you in Konoha. And you don't have a headband. Are you a nuke nin, like Zabuza? Naruto asked, stiffening. Pakura answered. Neither. I was presumed dead after a supposed diplomatic mission to Kiri. By my old village, Suna. Pakura replied. Naruto perked up. The mission was a setup. A sacrifice to Kiri to end hostilities. My killers underestimated me. I survived. Since then, I've lived here as a civilian. Oh, and my name is Pakura, Pakura of Scorch Release. You may have heard my name. Nope, first time I've heard it. Naruto simply answered, surprising Pakura again. Looks like your village isn't better than mine. Well, hopefully Gaara can change things for the better. I hear he's Kazekage now. He's bound to improve things for civilians and shinobi alike. Yeah, I've heard he's highly respected in Suna now. Who'd have thought the kid hated by villagers would become their leader? Pakura said, glimpsing sadness from the boy. We're almost there. Say, would you be against telling me what happened between you and Konoha? I'm curious. Why would they just kick you out? Naruto simply nodded. The two entered the house. 2 hours later. Pakura thought nothing could make her hate Konoha more. She was wrong. Very wrong. After lunch with Naruto and hearing his story, Pakura felt horrified, disgusted, and furious. Konoha utterly destroyed and banished a loyal shinobi, just for doing his duty. Worse, they revealed he was the Kyuubi to the entire world. Konoha, always so arrogant about its bonds, loyalty, and will of fire. To do this to a kid with such potential. It took everything for Pakura not to lash out at furniture. She suppressed the urge to incinerate it in rage. As a teacher and sensei in Suna, Pakura developed a protective nature. Now, she was appalled at how Kakashi Hatake treated his own student. She silently swore to kill that bastard if she got the chance. It added to what he did to her. After calming down, Pakura looked at Naruto. She asked what he planned now. Are you settling in wave for now, Naruto? Pakura asked. Naruto shook his head. No, I can't do that, not now anyway. There's this group of S-rank missing nins after me, Naruto explained. Plus, everyone knows I'm the Kyuubi's holder. Other nations will hunt me too. I can't stay in one place long, or they'll get wind of it. Pakura nodded. And I doubt Konoha will leave me in peace. In a year or two, they'll hunt me down just to keep me away from others. Good point, kid. But in that case, what's your overall plan? Pakura inquired. Well, Kyuubi and I recently established contact. It said I should disappear, fake my death, and change my looks. Pakura looked surprised. So, I have something of a plan. I'm heading to Suna so Gaara can help me. After that, I'll go to Uzushiagakur. Kaa-chan said it's the legacy of my clan in Senju. I see. Pakura admitted it was a solid idea. But she had something else in mind for Naruto. Naruto, you said Kakashi team and Jiraiya hadn't trained you in anything. Except tree and water walking, summoning, and the Fourth's Raise-non, right? And your academy instructors were your only Taijutsu trainers? Yeah, Kakashi mainly focused on that bastard Sasuke. And Jiraiya was busy peeping at women all the time. Naruto grumbled. As for instructors, they didn't really train me as much as they beat me to a pulp. That explains why your Taijutsu was so horrendously atrocious. Those moves were fast and strong, yet with that style, you should be dead already. The fact you used it effectively just shows what a gem those bastards tried to kill. Pakura sighed. Naruto looked surprised. Why the surprise? I was an academy instructor and teacher in Suna for 8 years after becoming a Chuunin. I have an eye for hidden talents. And you, Naruto Uzumaki, are one such kid. You really think so? Definitely. But, like any diamond, you need shaping by a professional. Someone who understands teamwork alone isn't enough. Individual skills combined with a natural shinobi partnership is how a team fights, Pakura stated with a smile. I've trained over 50 students at the Suna Academy. 12 genins became chenins. Now, Naruto, I want to make you an offer. I want to train you. Train you to be a real shinobi for yourself. Naruto looked shocked. Pakura explained. Before you ask or say anything, listen. People like you are as rare as rain in a desert. You give hope. You inspire and protect the down-spirited. I always aim to train my students that way. You're already there. But your skills need to be right to survive out there alone. Also, I'd hate for someone like you, with a heart of gold and will of iron, to die from irresponsible training. It sounds strange, but, if you want, Naruto, I'll happily train you as my apprentice. I'll teach you what it means to be a shinobi. Would you like that? Why yes, I do. I want it, Pakura-sensei. Thank you. Naruto smiled. He bowed respectfully. Pakura smiled at her new apprentice. Flashback end. And unlike you and those imbeciles, I did my job right, Pakura stated to Kakashi. She drew her kunao and advanced. Naruto has more than enough reasons to deal with you personally, but knowing him, he wouldn't mind if I took care of trash like you. Her voice dripped with hatred. To kill innocents and children en masse. To twist your sensei's teachings for your own gain. To abandon your student when he needed you most. Scumbags like you don't deserve to live, Kakashi Hatake. She was ready to slash his throat. Then, severe leaf hurricane. Hearing Konoha's green wild beast, Pakura instantly leaped away. Might Guy immediately occupied her spot, taking a fighting stance. No one will kill Kakashi while I'm here. I'm his eternal youthful rival, Konoha's beautiful green beast, Might Guy. And you, the treacherous teacher of that demon, will learn true youth, friendship, and honor through my fists. Guy prepared divine punishment. Pakura took her own stance. The infamous beast of Konoha, Might Guy. Pakura began. Naruto told me about you. Specifically your obsessive idiocy, and what you did to him and his friend Yakumo. Her chakra surged. Flames appeared around her body. To hurt innocent children so much. To try and murder them out of blind stupidity and rage. People like you are why I became a teacher. So your kind wouldn't hurt children. For your sins, I'll send you to hell personally. Shakutan Kagetsuki no Yoroi. A quick series of hand signs. Pakura's body was engulfed in bright red flames. An aura of scorching heat covered her. The flaming armor of Fire God. Well, if that's how you wish to do it, I must answer. Guy shouted. With my own flames of youth. Sixth gate of view, open. An extremely powerful green aura formed around Guy. 6 of 8 inner gates opened. He looked at Pakura. Now, in this form, I shall personally make you regret ever meeting that demon and... Guy, Kakashi, what in the fucking hell is going on in here? Tsunade Senju's booming voice suddenly cut through. Looks turned to her, Naruto, Tsuji Okada, Hana Okada, Mikoto Sarutobi, Kushina Uzumaki, and Jiraiya. I gave clear orders not to provoke anyone. What do I find when Naruto teleports us here? Suzuki Uchiha tried to hurt Naruto's family, and you didn't stop him. And to top it off, you threatened my granddaughter-in-law. Tsunade's chakra spiked with her killer intent. Guy closed all his gates. Guy, if I ever hear you call Naruto a demon again, or if you attack his family or friends, I'll personally close those tenketsu permanently. And as for you, Hatake, I'll have a personal dialogue about those teamwork values you preach, once we reach Konoha. Now, you're the one Naruto mentioned as his sensei, Pakura of Shakutan? Yes, I am. It's an honor to make your acquaintance, Tsunade Senju. Glad to finally meet you in person. Pakura bowed slightly, dispelling her armor. Naruto told me a great deal about you. I thank you for everything you've done for my former student, and it's a great honor to meet the one who introduced medical education into schools. Well, I'm not one to brag, but it's a pleasure to meet you too, Pakura. I've heard about your experience as a teacher and sensei. I must say I'm almost jealous. Tsunade chuckled. Now, I assume you're informed about the daimyo hiring Naruto as an independent aide to Konoha? And that you'll be part of his group if you come with us? Yes, Naruto's clone was extremely detailed. I'm well informed, Pakura confirmed. It's been a long while since I've been on a mission. Plus, I'm curious about Konoha's educational system. So I'm more than happy to tag along with my former student on this mission. Even if it means working with the frog trash here and traitors to one's blood. Pakura glared at a fuming Jiraiya and Kushina. Why you? Who the hell are you to call me that? Jiraiya shot back. A disgraced Suna Kunoichi, so worthless Suna traded her for peace with Kiri. He boasted, I'll have you know, I trained the 4th Hokage. Soon I'll finish training the 6th too. What have you achieved? Training 54 students who became Chuyunin in their first year as Genin. 12 Genins who are now respected Jonin instructors. 3 in Umbu, 1 running Suna's academy. and I trained one of the world's most famous Ronin, the man who helped save an entire country from collapse. Hakura answered simply, without missing a beat. I never aimed to train a kage or become famous. My only goal was to properly teach children the arts of being a shinobi, with hopes they wouldn't live with their predecessors' sins, and to make their own way in life. This is what a sensei and teacher must aspire to, not simply training one or two people into being Hokage. And if you think I'll allow the disgrace of a shinobi to become Hokage, Jiraiya, you may as well be going senile. Tsunade glared at him. Menma may have some of Minato's talent, but his arrogance and stubbornness are worse than yours, not to mention his pride and how he carries himself. Just looking at him somehow makes me glad you didn't raise Naruto, Kushina. Menma may have small shortcomings, but he's as much a genius as Minato, if not more, Tsunade. And you can't deny his rightful status as Senju and Uzumaki head, no matter how you try. Kushina glared at Tsunade. He holds Minato's and my blood, the blood of his clan's founders, so you have no right to. The head of Senju is still me. I decide who becomes the next head, not you or that damned council. Tsunade reminded Kushina. As for the head of Uzumaki clan, or Uzukage, as it's traditionally called, I may not be full-blooded Uzumaki, but Mito Bahn told me the sacred right of being an Uzukage rests with the holder of Zanjutsu, one of the 3 founding sacred relics of Uzukage. The other 2 were lost, but Zanjutsu remains. And you know as well as I do who holds it, Kushina. Kushina stiffened at the mention. Meanwhile, Naruto dispelled the 4-symbol paralysis seal for Kakashi. Hey threaten my wife again, or if I see that Uchiha scumbag near her or my family, I'll come not just for your eye, but for your head. Naruto threatened his former sensei. He then teleported away to his house. In a flash of black and red, he stood before his home. Sasuke and Sakura were again trying to break in. This time, Gurren and Karen were there to stop them. Motioning them aside, Naruto approached his former teammates. His killer intent flooded the area. It drew their attention, and others. Sasuke smirked. Sakura, her hand healed, was already screaming at Naruto. Naruto, one of your women hurt Sasuke. Get her out of here so I can punish her. And those other 2, remove them now, before I make you regret ever challenging Sasuke or taking what's rightfully mine. Without a word, Naruto grabbed Sakura by the throat, lifting her effortlessly, a sight that even shocked Sasuke. You're an annoying bitch, Sakura. With no hesitation, Naruto snapped her neck with a simple move, ending Sakura Haruno's miserable life. Her body fell to the ground before Naruto, Karen, and Gurren. Finally, I've been waiting to shut her up for so long, Karen said, satisfied. Naruto, give me the time and place, and I'll rock your world. I'll make you mine, Karen declared with confidence. You 2 are cousins, right? Gurren reminded her friend. We're from very distant branches, I checked, Karen stated, adjusting her glasses. Our blood relation is minimal, just from being of the same clan. After all he's done for me, saving me, he's the only man I'd ever be with. Naruto, you monster. How could you just kill Sakura? Ino shrieked at him. You loved her, and now you just. Looks like you've really changed, Naruto, Shikamaru said coldly, standing up. The Naruto we knew would never kill someone just for being troublesome. But you truly seem like a demon. First Kiba, and now Sakura. You won't get away with either, I assure you. The council will. Shikamaru, if you haven't noticed, I answer only to the daimyo and the Hokage, not your council. As for Kiba, that rabid dog had it coming for years, and Sakura assaulted my wife for defending our family. Speaking of which, Naruto fixed his gaze on Sasuke, who seethed with fury, then shivered under the full force of Naruto's killer intent. First you try to kill me, and now that you can't, you go after my children and wives? Is this what Kakashi taught you, or is this how Uchihas fight their wars? Dobe, you think you'll get away with something like that? Once the council hears of it, they'll hang you. As for your whores, they'll be happy to give them to me, the elite Uchiha, and your little bastards will answer for their father's sins once I've bred your bitches properly. I'll even make them watch as their mothers are brought down by the might of Uchiha and made to carry my seed instead of yours. Sasuke snarled with a smirk, oblivious to the medical chakra Naruto was channeling in his left hand. You don't deserve to breathe the same air as me, and you certainly don't deserve a family or children. Believe me, once we're back in Konoha, the council will do exactly as I say, and you will pay for all this with your life, Dobe. Sasuke, you know what's funny? Naruto suddenly asked him. You're the person I'd love to kill the most, but if I did it now, I wouldn't be able to savor it. No, I'll keep you alive. I'll make sure you witness your own destruction, how you're mixed with shit and dirt, made to beg for death. And once you're on your knees, begging, I'll give you my permission to die. But until then, I'll ensure there are no more degenerates like you. With that, Naruto swiftly paralyzed Sasuke with his right hand, and his left hand went to Sasuke's groin, unleashing destructive energy into the Uchiha's pride. Unable to move, Suzuki watched in horror as Naruto's medical ninjutsu entered his crotch and testicles. He felt as if he was rotting from the inside out, screaming in internal pain. He collapsed, clutching his groin with his only hand, feeling the tool he intended to use for repopulating his clan literally rotting away. Naruto cleaned his hands with a water jutsu, observing the crawling Suzuki Uchiha desperately trying to hold himself together, failing miserably. Karen looked away in disgust, while Gurren was curious about what Naruto had done. "Naruto, what was that jutsu you just used on him? It looks terrifyingly painful," Gurren stated. Naruto explained, "This is something I came up with when I was learning medical ninjutsu. You know medics need perfect chakra control to channel healing chakra properly and accelerate cell regeneration, right?" Gurren nodded, having learned a few things as Tsunade's bodyguard. "Well, while training on wounded and dead wildlife in Uzu, I found that if you overload medically charged chakra into a body, the cells not only reproduce at an accelerated rate but mutate and reproduce at a deadly rate before dying in seconds. Think of it as cancer on Red Bull and steroids, but also on acid, kind of. Anyway, the important part is that Suzuki's reproductive system experienced the entire cancerous process in a second before rotting away due to cellular destruction. And they say Raise-nan is dangerous, heh? Get something like this between your legs, and you won't be getting any fun from it." Naruto chuckled, looking at Gurren's and Karen's horrified expressions. "Shit, and I thought Orochimaru was dark, but this, you know you can be scary sometimes, Naruto, right?" Gurren said. Naruto merely shrugged. "Does Tsunade know about your... I call it hand of corruption because it basically corrupts cells to their worst state. And yes, she knows. I even taught it to her. It's easy to learn, actually. It's a C rank in difficulty but can be as effective as an S rank," Naruto stated, making Gurren and Karen gulp. "Don't worry, I'd never use it on you too. You're far too beautiful for something so gross and atrocious." That comment made them blush. As for Suzuki Uchiha here, well, Karen, you can thank me later for this effective end to the Uchiha clan. "Oh, I'm sure I can think of more than a few ways to thank you, cousin." Karen licked her lips seductively. "After all, I've also been studying medical ninjutsu, and how to prolong and enhance the act, if you know what I mean. First, discuss it with Kurama and the others, then we can talk about it," Karen, Naruto stated, having had enough. He went inside his house to prepare for departure. The next morning, Naruto finished packing all essential items into sealing scrolls. He stood at the exit, looking back at his house, the place that had truly become his home. His wives and children had already left, but he lingered, gazing at the dwelling that felt like a real home. In Konoha, his home was merely a place to sleep and eat. It was a decrepit house infested with rats and roaches, with broken locks and ruined furniture. Hiruzen had placed him there after retrieving him from Kurane, sealing his memories as a precaution. Whether the old Hokage thought Naruto could survive on his own or had other motives, it was too late to ask now. Naruto felt no desire to use Edo Tensei to bring Hiruzen back for answers. A smile touched Naruto's face as he looked at the comfortable, warm, and caring environment of his home. When he and Kurama first arrived 5 years ago, with Yasaka on the way, Tajuna had ordered a house built for Naruto and his family. Uzumaki had insisted on paying, but Tajuna refused, building it for free and putting his best workers, and himself, to the task. It became the place where Naruto forged his most precious and heartwarming memories, his official marriages to Yujito and Madatabi, Yasaka's and Masamune's first words and steps, and days and nights filled with love, care, and happiness. This was the place Naruto truly called home, where he rushed back after missions. Here, he celebrated his birthday for the first time in his life, as well as his children's. He could finally be himself, not Hanzo Hattori, the persona he had created. Now, he was leaving, returning to a place he considered less a home and more a war zone. He sighed, then felt Yujito's soft hands on his shoulder. He met her eyes and smiled. Feeling nostalgic, "Naruto?" she asked softly, already knowing the answer. "Yeah," Naruto admitted, looking around. "You know how I lived in Konoha, Yuji-chan. And while I got somewhat used to it, and later to camps and living on the road, this place, it became where my soul could rest, where I truly felt at home, with you, Kara-chan, Mata-chan, our children. Would you believe me if I said I didn't even understand what a true home really is?" "I would, love, because I was the same way," Yujito smiled, hugging him from behind. "Back in Kumo, I also lived in a flat, though it was in much better condition and comfortable. But, whenever I returned there, I felt emptiness and coldness within it, nothing heartwarming, no matter how well decorated. And here, with you, the girls, and the kids, my heart feels like a small sun, surrounded by all of you and warming to new heights." Yujito sighed happily, hugging her husband closer as Naruto took her hand. "Naruto, promise me that once all this is over, we will come back here. Return to our home. Promise me." "I promise," Yujito, Naruto vowed to his wife, and to himself, that they would return to their home. "What?" Both blondes heard Kushina Uzumaki's distinct shout, making them immediately turn towards the source. Naruto stepped outside. Once he exited the house, he saw Kushina, Kakashi, and Jiraiya staring with shocked, wide eyes at Yasaka and Masamune, who were hiding behind Kurama. The fiery-haired woman positioned herself between the children and Kushina, her posture clearly indicating she wouldn't let Kushina take another step. Yujito immediately went to Masamune's side. He and his sister looked frightened by the sudden attention. Madatabi took a position near Kurama, with Karen, Kurane, and Anko joining in, while Tsunade was on her way to intervene. Naruto's face hardened as he moved to his wife's side and spoke. "What's this about, Kushina? Why are you, Jiraiya, and Kakashi eyeing my children like hawks?" Naruto was clearly in no mood to deal with this, especially with Kakashi after what he did to Sakura and Sasuke. "And Naruto, those children, they're yours," she all but screamed in disbelief. But they look like ts Tsunade and Minato and not me. And this hussy here claims to be your wife. Naruto, explain yourself." "I have nothing to explain, Kushina. And if you insult Kurama, Madatabi, or Yujito in any disrespectful way, I'll make sure you regret it, period. The same goes for all of you here, believe it," Naruto stated, unwilling to let anyone insult his family. "As for their looks, Senju blood seems more dominant in them and me, which I consider a blessing. Naruto, do you even know what they are? These kids, if they really are your children, are the new generation of both the Uzumaki and Senju clans. They need proper upbringing, it's their destiny to lead those clans, and it doesn't seem like you're doing a good job, as they just hide behind their mother's skirts," Jiraiya argued, ignoring the heated glare from the children's mothers. "Naruto, the fact that you're married and have children changes everything. Now, you must return to Konoha and stay there. Even though your wives aren't official by Konoha's laws, the children are yours, and with them in Konoha, we can rebuild both clans, restore them and..." "Jiraiya." Naruto flared his chakra, his eyes locked on his former sensei and godfather. "My children will never be used as pawns by Konoha and its council. I know what game you, Kakashi, and the others will play once my children are within Konoha's walls, and I'm telling you now, my family will not be manipulated by you and others. While I'm not officially Senju, I am an Uzumaki, and the rightful holder of the Uzukage title. So by all laws, I decide the fate of the Uzumaki, not you, not the council, and certainly not her." Naruto looked at Kushina, who prepared to retort. "Naruto, simply holding Zanjutsu doesn't make you Uzukage, believe me. By Konoha's laws, you're merely part of my clan, Clan Uzumaki of Konohagakure, and these children will be part of it once we get back there, but not those concubines of yours." Kushina glared at the three women before returning her gaze to Naruto. "I'll see to finding a suitable, rightful wife, while these women will have to be content as mistresses, unless I decide to get rid of them and I think you'll find that much harder than you imagine, Kushina of Konohagakure, or whatever you prefer." Kurama wasn't going to stand idly by and listen to her former container spew venom. She glared at Kushina and flared a small portion of her power as intimidation. "You can revel in whatever illusions your mind has created, but let me tell you this, you hold no power whatsoever over me, Naruto, or my children. And I doubt any remaining Uzumaki will accept someone as vain, short-sighted, and delirious as their leader." "Kurama, was it? Who do you think you are, talking to your head like that? I am of the main branch of Uzumaki and a direct descendant of Masamune and Yukihime Uzumaki, and just like Karen here, you are to obey me." Kushina glared at Kurama, stepping closer to the children. "Now, hand over my grandchildren before..." In the next second, Kushina's neck touched Zanjutsu's blade, with Naruto glaring at her. "Last warning, Kushina, one more step towards my family, and I will end you." Naruto made it perfectly clear he wasn't joking. Kakashi spoke up. "Looks like you've finally lost all sense of loyalty and morality if you're willing to kill your own teammates and threaten your own mother, Naruto." Kakashi glared at his former apprentice. "Minato-sensei must be ashamed of you in heaven, for his son to become such trash. No, I assure you, the only things he's ashamed of are how Konoha has drowned itself in corruption, how this woman tried to have me killed, and you, Kakashi." Naruto turned his glare to him, Kakashi glaring back. "Always speaking of teamwork, how friendship is important. Yet you've been nothing but a stuck-up jerk, prideful and overconfident in your own power, ignoring both Obito and Rin." Kakashi's eyes widened at their names. "You may say you honor them, but in reality, you only seek to honor yourself, especially with Sasuke. Training him individually, teaching him Chidori, how to best use Sharingan. How did it turn out? That bastard killed his own genin team, and if you need proof, look at Mikato right there, the only survivor. Face it, you didn't give a damn about me and Sakura, and you're only angry because I'm stronger than you and your prime apprentice combined, and I grew this strong without any of your help. And my father knows about it all, trust me. Naruto, as your mother and a true head of Uzumaki, I demand you give me this weapon and..." "Will you shut your mouth, Kushina?" Karen snapped suddenly. "Always acting so high and mighty, practically forcing me under that jerk Menma, or trying to sell me off to that Uchiha scumbag. No damned Uzumaki would ever do that, and want to know something interesting about leadership? A leader maintains command as long as subordinates acknowledge them as capable. The same goes for clans. If lesser branch members stop seeing their leader as worthy, they lose all power and sway. And I, the only other Uzumaki in Konoha, do not acknowledge you as the head of Uzumaki. Kushina looked as if she'd been slapped. You may be the Uzumaki of Konohagakure with Menma, so be it. But I am Karen of the true Uzumaki clan, and my Uzukage stands right here, holding his rightful weapon. So if you want to kick me out of your clan, be my guest. Karen, do you even realize what you're saying, you little ungrateful? Kushina was about to explode before Jiraiya spoke. Naruto, you're either mental or just stupid if you think we and Tsunade will allow something like that to pass. What you're doing here, you're breaking your own clan in two with this rebellion. Jiraiya glared at his former apprentice. You better apologize to her now, acknowledge her as your head and Menma as your superior, and do as she says, or otherwise I'll charge you three with treason and assault of a daimyo's official subordinate, Tsunade said with a cold, terrifying tone, making her presence known. I may not be an Uzumaki, but I know the rules, and by them, Naruto is the real Uzukage, Kushina, so zip it. You want to start your own clan, be my guest, but I'll first kill you and Jiraiya here before I let you use my grandchildren as your pawns. And if you think the council will support you in this endeavor, remember that internal clan matters are beyond their reach. Now get out of my sight, you three, Tsunade commanded. Jiraiya and Kakashi complied, while Kushina remained. Don't test my patience, Kushina. I will not move, not unless my grandchildren and my son accompany me, Tsunade. Kushina made it clear she was serious. Those women here can go ahead, but unless I'm with my own family on the way, I will not leave. Then you can just stay here for the rest of your days, because the moment I decide you can travel alongside my grandchildren will be the day skies rain blood and fire. Now, get out of my sight. Tsunade flared her chakra, ensuring Kushina immediately left, which she did. Tsunade's features then softened as she turned to her grandkids. Don't worry, my little munchkins. As long as your Baa-chan is near, she won't be able to touch you, nor will any of them dare to harm you. Tsunade smiled at them as the kids calmed down. Yasaka turned to her parents. Mama, that lady. She called Papa her son, but Papa is Baa-chan's son. Why would she call Papa that, and why does she call us her grandchildren? Yasaka asked her mother. Kurama looked at her and spoke. Yasaka, my sweet, light-kissed Sunday. This is hard to explain, and you'll understand it best when you're grown up, but, that woman, Kushina Uzumaki, she is Papa's mother by blood, but not by action and deeds. Kurama saw her daughter's confused look and smiled. There are two types of mothers, dear. The ones that give life to children, and the ones that raise and care for those children. I am both of them, while your Baa-chan is the second type. But that woman is the first type, who gave life to Papa but did not raise him. Women who do such a thing cannot even be called mothers, Yasaka, because abandoning one's child is not just bad, but evil, cruel, and vile. Only a very bad woman, a cruel and atrocious one, will do it, and when they do that, they lose the right to be called a real mother and call those they gave birth to their children. Do you understand what I mean, my dear? Kurama asked her daughter, who seemed thoughtful for a bit before turning to her father. Papa, did that woman abandon you? Yasaka asked in a sad voice. Naruto spoke, kneeling before his kids. Yes, she did, and she did bad things to me too. And now she wants to make it seem like nothing happened and that she is my mother in both blood and actions, but she is not, Naruto confirmed. What your mama said is true, all of it, Yachan. A real mother, a true one, is one that cares and loves her children, like your mama for you and Yujito-chan for Masamune. The same goes for fathers. Because of what happened to me when I was your age, I swore to myself and your mothers that I would never abandon my children, nor would I ignore them in favor of duty or even one of you. If I did that, I would be as bad as this woman. But what about your papa? Masamune asked Naruto, who smiled at his son. You remember the tales I told you about him, right? My father. While he was a great hero and someone I still look up to, he didn't have the chance to raise me because he was gone before I could remember him, not like my blood mother, but like the old people you see on the streets who say they'll soon have to go and never return. Naruto struggled to explain the concept of life and death. Masamune, Yasaka, no one lives forever, everything has its time on this land. Just like flowers that grow, bloom, and later wither away, so too do people. The same happened with my dad. I'm not trying to scare you. You're right, Yasaka, Kurama told her. We should leave now. All our belongings are packed and sealed. The only remaining issue is transporting you two. We'll be traveling very quickly, and you won't be able to keep up. I've got this, Kurama, Naruto simply said. Without even using hand seals, two shadow clones appeared and picked up both children. Oh, I almost forgot you could do that, Naruto, Anko smiled. She then leaned in and whispered, so, do your ladies make use of them, so as not to feel left out of the action? Anko asked seductively. Madatabi overheard and decided to return the favor. she leaned into Anko and whispered, "If you're so interested, why not join us next time? I'm sure you'd fit right in." But fair warning, Naruto can be such a beast in bed that he alone can push us past our limits, Madatabi suggested with a seductive smile and voice. Anko shivered slightly and blushed. You've heard of Uzumaki endurance and stamina. Naruto is certainly their finest. Even his clones often leave us exhausted, but so full of satisfaction and pleasure. Madatabi pulled away from Anko, leaving her with much to ponder. Nibi looked completely innocent. Naruto chose not to address the exchange. He and his entourage then set off at shinobi speed, leaving the land of waves for Konohagakure no Sato. Evening. A hotel. The journey to Konohagakure was quite swift and without incident, though not for lack of attempts. News of Naruto's family and his children spread rapidly during the trip. This sparked an unhealthy interest from Asuma, Suzuki, Kakashi, and Guy, not to mention Kushina and Jiraiya, and some of Konoha's former genin. Some, like Guy and Kakashi, tried to get closer. However, Naruto's clones made the consequences for the two jonin very clear. Tsunade, Gurren, and Karen also stayed constantly near the children, stopping any ill intentions early on. Still, many eyes watched the children. Additionally, during the trip, Mikoto Sarutobi and Hana were spotted by Konoha shinobi. This shocked everyone, especially Asuma and Suzuki. Suzuki snarled and practically moved forward with his hand on his blade. His intentions were obvious and sensed by others, specifically Pakura and Tsuji. They wasted no time flanking Suzuki and made it clear that any harm to the girl would result in the loss of his manhood and arm, at the very least. Asuma gritted his teeth in anger at the sight of the girl. He wanted nothing more than to make her pay for disobeying the Sarutobi clan's laws. Yet, despite his healed wounds, he didn't want to provoke the wrath of Shinzengamai's finest swordsman, who had reportedly killed over 40 jonin-ranked shinobi in the Battle of Miyakazama. So, apart from the general negativity directed at Naruto, his family, and his friends, the journey went remarkably well. However, as the sun began to set, Yasaka and Masamune started to flag. They weren't used to traveling such distances at high speed. Even though they were being carried, their young, developing bodies needed rest and recuperation. Short stops for meals weren't enough to help them recover sufficiently. If anything, the kids held up admirably and refused to show signs of fatigue until it was plainly obvious to their parents and others. Fortunately, Naruto knew the children couldn't withstand the pressure of such travel. The night before leaving, he had reviewed road maps to Konoha, searching for a comfortable resting place. A hotel in Ginkgo Town, just half a day from Konoha, was exactly what they needed. It offered good food, soft beds, and enough large rooms. While Konoha shinobi paid out of their own pockets, Naruto covered the expenses for his friends and family from his own deep pockets. By completing primarily B, A, and S rank missions, Naruto had amassed a substantial fortune from rewards, loot, and more. He also used some of Kurama's treasures, saved safely for centuries. It turned out his wife was not only a marvelous housekeeper but also a very careful lady, understanding the value of saved money. One might question why a Baijuyu would keep money, but Kurama was far from a typical chakra concentration in the form of a large nine-tailed vixen. In fact, she was far more comfortable and accustomed to her human form than her bestial one. She had spent centuries in human form, while her original form's total time amounted to only about 5 to 7 years collectively, perhaps even less. Kurama had adopted dozens of different appearances but always remained consistent in her general, core personality and in her female identity. Now, this immensely powerful being, who had taken human shape, decided to step out of her family suite for some fresh air. Yasaka and Masamune were already fast asleep, with Madatabi and Yujito within 5 meters of them. Naruto had decided to visit a bar with Tsuji to reminisce about their past battles and missions. Kurama didn't object, knowing that if trouble arose, she and the girls could easily handle anything. Even if something did transpire, Naruto would teleport into the room, ready and willing to defend his family. Stepping out onto the balcony, Kurama took a deep breath, then exhaled, enjoying the fresh forest air. She might appear more like a city lady, but much like Kokuo, her younger sister Gobi, Kurama enjoyed nature and forests. Letting out a content sigh, Kurama's body stiffened. Her senses had just picked up that she was no longer alone. Opening her eyes and turning around, she saw Jiraiya, Kakashi, and Kushina standing directly in front of her. They looked her in the eye with deadly seriousness, leaking a small amount of killing intent. Kurama didn't even acknowledge their killing intent, simply playing her part. Sneaking from the shadows upon a simple woman and a young mother, Kurama shook her head. No wonder Konoha shinobi aren't welcome among common people these days. You're anything but a simple woman, Kushina glared, but Kurama wasn't intimidated. We have some questions, and you're going to answer them, Missy. Like it or not, you won't be leaving this balcony until we're done. And don't even try to call for help. We've already placed silencing seals around this balcony, so neither Naruto nor anyone else will hear you. But something tells me you don't really need anyone's help to take care of yourself, do you? Kakashi narrowed his eye at Kurama, who simply let out an amused chuckle. First of all, who are you, really? You're definitely not from Konoha, and you have enough strength and power to send my best student flying out of the house and break my other student's arm. Only a shinobi of extreme prowess and strength could hope to do that, I would know. And you're definitely not a Konoha shinobi, so who are you? Why do all of you think that only a shinobi can defeat another shinobi? Kurama scoffed. Seriously, I know a few samurai who could easily best you three without trouble, and one of them is right here with us under this roof. She then asked, now, what happens if I decide not to answer any of your questions? I'm not your subordinate, nor am I employed by Konoha, nor do I have any allegiance or connection to it whatsoever. I can simply walk out of here, telling you nothing at all, which is what I think I'll do, Kurama said calmly, walking towards the door. Jiraiya stopped her, positioning himself between her and the door, arms crossed, glaring. As Kushina said, you won't be leaving this place until you answer our questions. If you choose not to, we'll just have to use less civilized methods to get the information out of you, Jiraiya stated. Kurama simply raised an eyebrow. Considering you're probably one of 4 main reasons my godson has become such a disrespectful mercenary, I'm more than a little compelled to use those methods on you right now. Jiraiya scowled at Kurama, who merely glared back, unfazed by his intimidation. If you consider me part of the reason Naruto suddenly changed his mind about your village, then you're as delusional as you are a worthless and atrocious author, Kurama replied, touching a nerve. Jiraiya restrained himself from hitting her. Think whatever you wish, but trust me, by the time Naruto and I married, he already had less than warm feelings for your village. Given what its people did to him, I completely understand him. The only thing that truly amazes me is how he survived such a hellhole without taking his own life just to end it all. He told me what you and this Cyclops told him back at the hospital after he'd been verbally tormented and tortured. Did you know that after you, Toad Sage, left him alone in the room, having berated him about tarnishing the legacy of the 4th Hokage by hurting your teammate and abandoning my teachings, Naruto wanted to cut his own veins? He didn't even want to face tomorrow morning. After everything you others told him, he'd had enough. All his hopes, dreams, aspirations, ideals, all crushed by you, glorious shinobi of Konoha. Hypocrites, liars, warmongers, and traitors, that's what Naruto and I think of you all. I had nothing to do with his views on your little village, Konoha, and we may have been a bit rash in our judgment of him, but that still doesn't change the fact that Naruto and his children are an essential part of Konoha. You, along with your friends, are leading him away from it, Jiraiya glared at Kurama, clenching his fist. So listen up, redhead. You're going to tell us who you are. If we don't like the answers, you can bet that once we reach Konoha, your little Goldilocks girl and that little boy will miss their mommies, since you'll be spending most of your time in interrogation chairs. Jiraiya decided to drop the veiled threats and made his point clear. Kurama was now holding herself back from killing him where he stood. And after Ibiki and Inoichi are done with you three, you'll be kicked out of Konoha. Your kids will get used to Kushina as their real grandmother, and Naruto will be happy and smiling once a new seal is placed upon his. Jiraiya had more to say, but he suddenly found himself unable to speak. Kurama's right hand was squeezing his throat, a murderous look on her face and a snarl. Kurama was generally a peaceful creature, not one prone to destroying cities, countries, and villages. Had she been as people described her, she wouldn't have had a chance at living a peaceful, quiet life. She had lashed out against mortals, true, but those mortals had practically made it their life's goal to drive her mad or use her for their own needs. Madara Uchiha was the prime example of the latter, along with Kushina, with her treatment of Kurama while she was inside her, and her blatant usage of Kurama's power as if it were her own. Even then, Kurama still maintained some semblance of self-control and restraint. However, all things change, and Kurama was no exception. She was now not just a Kyuubi, but more importantly, a mother and a wife. With Naruto and her daughter Yasaka came new priorities to protect and care for them. She could take insults towards herself and shrug them off. But threats towards her children, towards Yasaka and Masamune, towards her Naruto, that was where Kurama's limit lay, and Jiraiya had now crossed it. Flaring up her power without restraint, Kurama's nails and fangs elongated, her hair began to move violently, and 9 red furred tails emerged from her back. Ears popped up on top of her head, and her eyes changed to bloody red with black slits. Kakashi stood frozen in utter fear and terror. He had only once felt such intense, utterly crushing might, so powerful and pressuring that it nearly killed him on sight from the sheer dread it inspired. Kushina, on the other hand, had felt this power and pressure throughout her life, having been forced to contain it within her own body and suppress it in Menma. And now, she felt it right in front of her, the beast she had always feared. The Kyuubi, unleashed and unshackled, in human form, but with all its power back, and it was now her son's wife. Worthless piece of frog shit, you dare to threaten my children, my husband. Kyuubi spoke in an inhuman voice, booming with strength and power, as she tightened her grip on Jiraiya's throat. You can think of me as a monster, but I've never destroyed anything or anyone without a reason. But you and your damned village. Oh, I would pulverize it to nothing, watch it burn and turn to ashes, crushed to smithereens, for all the crimes it has committed. And you, Jiraiya of Toads, would watch that rotten piece of corruption brought down to ruin before I end your miserable little life. Without warning, Kurama slammed Jiraiya into the floor, almost breaking it. The old sage spat blood. Kurama grabbed him again and spoke, "Threaten my family ever again, and you will join your miserable monkey teacher in hell." Kurama easily tossed Jiraiya back into the building at the speed of a shooting star. He crashed through several walls. With that done, Kurama turned. Her red eyes landed on Kakashi. He was practically cowering in fear before her full might, trying to find a way to escape the powerful entity in Kushina. However, all his efforts were futile. He couldn't find any way to successfully escape her. Kurama reached Kakashi, seizing him with her tails and bringing him to his knees before her as she spoke. "You, a worthless, arrogant piece of trash, who dares to speak of ideals of friendship, teamwork, and bonds, when you abandon them in favor of a traitor and scumbag who should be fed to the dogs. You think you've known despair, horror, and loss with those teammates you cherish so much? Let me show you what true terror and true despair are, you piece of trash." A single look into Kakashi's eye, and Kurama cast upon him not a torturing genjutsu, though she knew a few. Instead, she decided to show this hypocrite what her husband had endured throughout his life in Konoha. She cast the memory mirror genjutsu, which allows the transfer of memories in a first-person view, experiencing all emotions and feelings as if they were one's own. Kurama had been with her husband through all his torments and tortures, through all the evil and vile he experienced in Konoha, and she remembered it all very well. Now she showed it all to Kakashi, every single memory, with every tiny detail included. All the suffering, fear, horror, loss, fury, and despair. Kakashi was now experiencing it all. He collapsed to the ground, freed from Kurama, screaming in utter terror and near madness as he experienced all of Naruto's concealed and hidden mental wounds and scars. No. Stop. Please, I beg of you. I did nothing. I am a human, just like you. Why are you doing this to me? Arg. Kakashi screamed in horrified delirium, sensing, feeling, and seeing what his former genin had gone through. His body convulsed on the floor. Kurama turned her gaze towards her former jailer. "And finally, you, my former jailer and traitorous wife and mother. I must say, I have waited a long time for this meeting." Kurama smiled at Kushina, showing her fangs. "What, fox, got your tongue all of a sudden? Nothing to say, Kushina? It's so unlike you to be speechless. Especially towards your former tenant, Kuobai. But how in the W world did you get out of Naruto?" Kushina had regained some composure, trying to steady herself for an attack and summon her chakra chains. Minato seal should have prevented any and all leaks and attempts at breaking, and Yu would have been left without any way out, just like with Menma. "Oh, your husband's seal worked marvelously, better than even he suspected it would. Such a high level of precision, accuracy, and inscription, not to mention the highest quality of formula and scheme. Had I not known for sure, I would have taken Minato for an Uzumaki, for that seal shames even their most powerful six paths blood seal. Mito would have been so proud of her great-grandson, had she been alive, for creating the seal." Kurama praised Minato with full honesty and respect. It took months for Naruto just to understand the formula and its language, not to mention all the resources he needed to compile just to survive the process of breaking it. But in the end, Naruto-kun cracked it and opened the cage for me, allowing me to go free. Even though he nearly died in the process, he still went through with it and set me free, after more than 70 years of imprisonment. "Why you tricked my son into breaking the seal?" Kushina was horrified. How could my son do such a thing? Does he have no honor and our responsibility for his duty? You keep your mouth shut about duties and responsibilities, whore. Kurama raised her power to an extreme height, frightening Kushina. "Your eldest son is the best that came out of your rotten womb. He is 100 times the Jinchuriki you ever were, Kushina, not to mention a far greater person than you and that arrogant shit Menma can ever hope to be. Unlike you, Naruto listened to me. He understood what truly transpired all those years ago, along with how Madara used me for his own devices. I didn't ask him to free me, I was content to be with him forever, the first person to ever make me feel truly loved and cared for. But he still freed me, granting me the one thing I desired more than anything in my life. And do you know what I did in return? I swore upon my father's memory that I shall forever be his and only his, in heart and soul, as his wife and soulmate." Kushina paled as she understood Kurama's meaning. "Naruto is not my jailer, but my husband and the man I love. The man who gave me the greatest joy of all, the joy of being a mother, something you do not deserve, Kushina. I still can't wrap my head around the fact that a man as nice and caring as Minato fell for someone as vile and unfaithful as you. If you are Naruto's wife, then Yasaka." Kushina realized her own granddaughter was also the daughter of none other than the Kuobai herself. "Yuve seduced my own son and had a child with him, a half-breed and a monster." Kurama's features immediately morphed into utter fury. She grabbed Kushina's flak jacket with lightning speed and pulled her closer. "Don't call my daughter a monster, you wretched whore, or I will rip that tongue out of your mouth." Kurama's threat was clear, ensuring Kushina understood. Your arrogance and ignorance are only matched by the amount of your sins, Kushina, and don't even try to deny it. I have lived inside you, and I know all your crimes and sins committed over your pathetic life. From betraying your father, mother, sister, and brother, and your entire clan when they needed you most, to how you found yourself in bed with the previous daimyo's nephew, siring him a daughter just 15 years ago, giving that wretch Menma a sister. Kushina instantly paled, unable to speak. I may have regained my full power, but I still have a connection to that part of power sealed in Menma, so I know all about it, as does my husband. He knows everything about you, Kushina, and what a rotten whore you really are. Minato didn't deserve to be with someone like you. I'll make sure my daughter and Masamune, as well as all of my family and friends, are safe from your vile grasp and that village's corrupted hand. And you will be the nice little girl you were always trained to be by those old Konoha fossils, and keep quiet about me. And what makes you think I'll do as you say? Kushina asked cockily. Kurama was unimpressed, though her demonic power subsided, and she reverted to her human self. She smiled and spoke again to Kushina. If you truly value the lives of your so-called perfect son and that spoiled little princess of a daughter you have, then you will keep quiet and stay away from my family, Kushina. But, if you decide otherwise. Naruto and his group finally arrived at Konoha, the Hidden Leaf Village, once his home, but now a source of contempt and unease. Despite his commitment to Daimyo and Tsunade, he wasn't happy to return. As a more mature person, he saw not Konoha's greatness, but hidden Umbu Black Ops, Shinins, and Jonins, all poised for conflict. Tested by Mizu's civil war, Naruto, Pakura, and Tsuji were on guard, even if they didn't show it. Naruto found it ironic that Konoha was easily infiltrated. An experienced shinobi skilled in espionage could easily find entry and exit points. A few seals to hide chakra from sensory core and radar would suffice. Having mastered these arts with Pakura and Mizu's Umbu Black Ops, Naruto could do all this with ease. He could easily dispose of the Umbu watching him. Their exposed locations would earn demotion in Mizu. However, Roots agents hid themselves well, showing some understanding of stealth. Yet, for Naruto, Pakura, Tsuji, and Yujito, finding them was simple. Passing through the gates, the group became a civilian spectacle. They gawked and murmured about the battered appearance of the group sent to retrieve Hanzo Hattori. Suzuki Uchiha, their beloved hero, was shockingly crippled and broken. Kiba and Sakura's absence was noted, with Inyazuka clan members glaring at Hana, and Sarutobi clan members scowling at Mikado. Tsuji Okada's cold, terrifying eyes and Pakura's flared power silenced them. Kurama and Naruto stood guard near their children, who were unaccustomed to such attention. Despite his changed hair and face guard, Naruto disliked being the center of Konoha's attention, a past experience that left its mark. Kurama's encounter with Kakashi, Jiraiya, and Kushina also left an impression. Kushina recounted the balcony incident, leading Naruto to decide a visit was needed to correct their memories. He used 4 memory alteration seals on Kushina, Kakashi, and Jiraiya, ensuring Kurama's information remained hidden. Naruto felt no guilt, sadness, or remorse. All Naruto felt was a small satisfaction and the sweet taste of ironic vengeance. As they passed through the crowd, a person Naruto hadn't expected to meet stood in their way, a tall figure in a black and orange jumpsuit, with spiky blonde hair, sky blue eyes, 3 whiskers, and a forehead protector. For a moment, Naruto thought he saw a ghost of himself. He looked upon his twin brother, Menma Namikaze Uzumaki. Hey Kaa-chan, Baa-chan, Pervy Sage, Kakashi-sensei, you're all back. Menma, as Naruto suspected, was loud. Man, it was boring without you all. Hey, what happened to Suzuki team, and where are Sakura-chan and Kiba? Are they late? They're not, Menma. They're dead. Kushina broke the news. Menma looked shocked. When we were on a mission to recruit Hanzo, that wasn't much of a recruitment, more of a capture without asking, Naruto stated, catching Menma's eye. So, this is the famous Menma Uzumaki. Just as I thought, not impressive. And you're that Hanzo guy everyone heard about, huh? Well, buddy, you chose the wrong people to kill, 'cause now I'll make sure you pay. Menma rushed Naruto without hesitation, forming a Raiznan with a shadow clone. Naruto's family, sisters, and friends moved aside. Tsunade prevented others from interfering, weary of Menma and his mother's antics. She wanted Naruto, her real grandson, to make Menma pay. Naruto appeared uninterested but carefully analyzed Menma's fighting style. As expected, Menma was a brawler, fighting with heart, not head, and lacked proper Raiznan control. This was a grave weakness Naruto had rectified in himself. Waiting until the last 2 seconds before the Raiznan formed, Naruto unsealed a shuriken from his left wrist and threw it at Menma's clone, hitting him in the face. The next second, Menma was sent flying into a nearby shop. Naruto knew destroying the clone near completion would transfer damage to the caster. Menma likely didn't know this, or Jiraiya and Kakashi hadn't told him. With one shuriken, Naruto gained the upper hand without moving. Menma emerged from the shop, spitting, then formed a cross sign, and 10 more shadow clones appeared, ready to fight. So, are you ready to give up now, loser? Menma called out. Naruto scoffed. I don't know, Naruto chuckled, vanishing. Are you? Suddenly, Menma heard Naruto's low voice and felt the cold, sharp steel of a kunai at his throat and back. How did you? Menma couldn't believe Naruto found him so easily, despite the smoke from the clones. Easily. Now dispel those clones and get out of our way. Menma dispelled them after Naruto released him, but then tried to strike again. Naruto anticipated this, catching Menma's fist and punching him in the gut with such force that he fell into the dirt before everyone. Menma! Naruto, how could you do such a thing to your own twin brother? Kushina rushed to her favorite son, joined by Jiraiya and Kakashi. Fighting so dirty, and with your own twin brother. If only Minato could see you, Jiraiya tried to admonish Naruto, but it had no effect. In case you went blind and moronic, this idiot tried to attack me with an A-rank jutsu. I could have killed him in 7 different ways, not counting the obvious ones, throughout this little scuffle, and I had full authority for it, remember? Naruto reminded them of his status. I am beyond your influence, as I work under daimyo, and if anyone attacks me or hurts my family, the consequences will be far worse for them. Now, if we're done, we should be on our way to our new home. Naruto, his friends, and family headed toward the Senju compound when a Chunin approached Tsunade. Lady Hokage, the council has called a meeting and demands your attention, as well as the attention of all those who arrived with you, the Chunin informed her. The meeting is taking place as we speak, and they want your presence immediately. Those damned arrogant, demanding something of a Hokage? Have they lost all sense of fear now? Tsunade muttered to herself. Well, better now than later, I guess. Naruto sighed, turning to his family and Shizune. Shizune, do you mind showing Kurama, Yujito, Matatabi, and the kids where the compound is? I don't think they'd enjoy this meeting too much, especially how official and boring they can get. Sure, I can do that, if Lady Tsunade doesn't mind. Tsunade nodded, allowing Shizune and Naruto's family to leave, but 2 more Chunin stopped them. Pardon me, but the council demands to see everyone, especially the 4th Hokage's grandchildren, the Chunin stated. Someone must have already sent word. Jiraiya, no doubt. Should have known he'd do such a thing the moment he had the chance, and he had plenty of those while we moved. Naruto quickly deduced what happened. He approached the Chunins and spoke, boys, you'd best remove yourselves from the path, because, unlike you, I care neither for this village nor for your pitiful lives, and I'll be more than happy to make you move. Flaring a bit of his killing intent and power, the Chunins immediately let them pass. You 3, you can kiss goodbye to those jackets, because from now on, for disobeying my orders, you are Genins, Tsunade stated as she and the rest headed to the council chambers. Making demands of Hokage. We'll see about that. Konoha council chambers, 15 minutes later. The chamber doors opened, and the group dispersed. Shinobi involved in recruiting Hanzo Hattori went to the shinobi side, joined by Jiraiya, Kushina, and Kakashi. Tsunade and her personal guard went to the head table. Naruto, Tsuji, Hana, Pakura, and Mikato simply proceeded to the center, drawing hateful glares from both shinobi and civilian sides. Some, like Suminyazuka and Sakura's mother, Mabuki Harano, barely restrained themselves from attacking, having lost their children on this mission, their murderer now just meters away. The elders looked at Naruto curiously, barely recognizing him. They expected him to remain the same easily manipulated blonde kid, but instead found one of the elemental nation's most dangerous Ronin was their former genin, whom they had banished and stripped of everything. Jiraiya's information indicated Naruto was not only different but extremely strong, capable of easily handling their entire pursuit group, killing Kiba Inyazuka but not others, and defeating their prized shinobi, Sasuke Uchiha. Sasuke's appearance confirmed he was useless, especially with information that Naruto had destroyed his ability to have children. The boy they deemed a failure and demon was possibly their most powerful enemy, though the elders and council would never admit it aloud. Instead, they would try to exploit him and his children, products of him, for Konoha's benefit. Tsunade, it's good to finally have you back with us, and Koharu began, but Tsunade interrupted. The next time this council makes any more demands towards their Hokage, I'll personally disband it and incarcerate its members for treason, Tsunade snarled, taking her seat. Perhaps I should do this now, considering you sent an entire company of our shinobi on an unsanctioned mission. Care to explain your reasoning? Lady Tsunade, this council is entrusted with Konoha's welfare. Given our less than positive situation, we, loyal Konoha shinobi, concluded that a professional like Hanzo Hattori would be beneficial, though none expected Hanzo to be one of our shinobi. Shikaka Nara explained, as he and others turned to Naruto, who removed his face guard to face the man. You've changed, Naruto. You were once a copy of your father, and now, a mercenary who kills for the higher bidder, without loyal friends or a village to call his own. and I have all of you here to thank for it," Naruto immediately retorted. "Though, it's funny how fast you've changed your opinion of me, once a demon, now a hero's son. Just shows how hypocritical and untrustworthy you people are. As for the mercenary bit, aren't we all mercenaries in a sense, working for the highest bidder? The only difference between me and you is I have a much larger client base," Naruto chuckled. "And have absolutely no loyalties or morality," Inouchi shot back. Naruto turned to the Mind Walker. "One would think that after all we had done for you, you'd show gratitude by returning when most needed, not by trying to kill our children in cold blood. And you dare sully your hands with your comrades' blood. What you've done for me." "Oh, I remember very well and clearly what you did to my mind, Inouchi," Naruto assured him, making Inouchi pale slightly. "You can thank the Kyuubi for preserving those scattered and shattered pieces, otherwise I wouldn't have known the torture you put me through with Hokage when you first tried to take my memories. And as for trying to kill those fools, they showed up at my doorstep, demanded I go with them, and threatened force if I didn't comply. I gave them ample opportunities to leave, which is merciful given my reputation, but you should have imparted some wisdom upon those idiots, instead of Konoha's propaganda. It would have saved them, though probably not all. Those I killed certainly had it coming, especially the degenerated castrate. You blasted demon, another damned word about my son, and I'll personally cut off your balls and feed them to the dogs." Some snarled and roared at Naruto, then turned to Hana. "And you, I always suspected you weren't a true Inyazuka, but to betray your own clan, to let this demon kill your own brother, and to lay under someone as weak and feeble as him. I never thought you were such a weak-willed bitch, Hana. And what about you, mother?" Hana spat back. "Did your precious son ever tell you that he and his friends raped and beat me to death, just because I was loyal to Hokage instead of you? Or how you turned our entire clan into a gang of rabid dogs, each ready to kill another and mount every woman they see? And Kiba was the worst, the first to beat and rape me that night. The Inumura clan, the real Inyazuka, saved and nurtured me back to health. And call my husband names again, and I'll show you I still have fangs, you rabid toothless bitch." Some exploded with rage, leaping with her wolf, ready to tear out her daughter's throat. Naruto reacted quickly, two kunao appearing in his hands, blasted like railgun projectiles charged with lightning chakra towards Kuromaru. A second later, the battered wolf's skull was pierced, its brain burned out by the two kunao embedded in the wall. Some reacted to her partner's sudden death with shock, a mistake that gave Hana ample time to close the distance. She may have abandoned her shinobi profession, but Akaiba and the Inumura clan's training made her strong enough to deal with some. Some always fought like a wild beast, without much thought, but Hana was a different kind of animal. Where some was reckless, Hana was cautious. Where some fought to prove something, Hana fought to kill. Both were predators, but only one waited to strike for the kill. Hana had studied Iryo ninjutsu well, even taking lessons from Naruto, one of the best medics she'd met. She was most interested in his personal technique, Hand of Corruption, which was terrifyingly deadly if applied correctly. Hana was already channeling chakra into her hand, ready to use this technique, or a weaker version of it, on some, until Tsuji Okada, a flash of black, appeared in front of her, protectively placing himself between Sim and Hana, hand on his katana's handle, blade already pointed at Sim's throat. The wild matriarch of the Inyazuka clan immediately stopped, the blade cutting a little, letting blood drip. But it wasn't the blade that stopped her, it was the former Shinzengamai captain's eyes, telling her, "Make another step towards her and I will end your life right here." Sim was mostly fearless, but even she feared certain things and people. She made the Inyazuka what they were precisely so no one could scare her. And Tsuji Okada terrified her. Backing down, she grabbed her partner's dead corpse, glared at Naruto, then returned to her place. The elders, deciding enough distractions had occurred, spoke up. Koharu began. "Naruto Uzumaki, you were exiled from this village due to crimes you were found guilty of. Although your supposed death and our later absolution have rendered you innocent, your actions make you not a desired friend and comrade to Konoha, but an extremely dangerous threat to us and our safety," Kohara stated with status and strength. Naruto looked bored. "The way you attacked your fellow shinobi, your comrades, murdered 2 of them in cold blood, maimed and crippled an esteemed Uchiha clan member, not to mention your collaboration with our enemies on multiple occasions, and the fact that you attacked and killed our shinobi before. Even though we need you, there's very little stopping us from shackling you, unless you comply. This council and Konoha are forgiving and prepared to overlook most of your past transgressions, if certain requirements are met by you," Homura continued. Tsunade and Naruto paid attention. "You are to relinquish all knowledge of Uzumaki sealing techniques, elemental jutsu, ninjutsu, and so forth. All your knowledge of Hiraishin no Jutsu is to be passed to this council, for we are best suited to use it. You will share all vital strategic information about all elemental nations and hidden villages you visited, including their rulers, shinobi, numbers, jinchuriki, and more. Your children, a daughter and a son, will be officially admitted into the Uzumaki clan under Kushina Uzumaki, as will you, but your concubines will be considered, and if this council determines so, they will be given to other clans for better purposes. You will be admitted into Konoha Shinobi Corp again, with a special Jonin rank and on probation for a year, under direct orders of Kakashi Hatake. You will provide Menma Uzumaki with all your techniques, knowledge, jutsu, and information. You will also train a specified number of shinobi in Fuinjutsu, along with teaching our Jonin several other techniques, but not before a special seal is placed upon you. Furthermore, you can take all those demands and requirements of yours and shove them right up your old, sand-filled, wrinkled greedy asses, because the day I decide to go back being Konoha Shinobi will be the day hell freezes over, Naruto told them, with strength and power, unwavering. The civilian and shinobi council roared at him before he made sure they knew he wasn't kidding. In an instant, a chilling, suffocating wave of killing intent erupted from Naruto, silencing every civilian, shinobi, and elder. Even Tsunade, Jiraiya, Kushina, and other elite Konoha veterans shivered at his sheer presence, an impressive feat for a mere person to instill such fear in hardened warriors. With his overwhelming intent, Naruto commanded immediate attention, clearing the space for his declaration. Now that you greedy lot have finally shut up, it's time you listen to me, Naruto stated plainly. As Inoichi and Shikako previously noted, I am a mercenary, an exceptionally skilled one. So much so, that the daimyo of the Land of Fire has hired me as her personal aide in Konoha, operating as an independent private military specialist directly under her jurisdiction. Before anyone gets any ideas, let me make it clear, I answer to only one person, your daimyo. As her personal military aide, I hold political, military, and judicial immunity from you. Naruto's gaze then settled on Konoha's elders. In other words, you old fossils have neither power nor influence over me. Lady Hokage, as the daimyo's sworn vassal and direct official, is the sole person here who can issue me orders, but only if they align with my primary objectives and missions from my employer. And what might those missions be, Naruto Uzumaki? Danzo inquired, prompting a chuckle from Naruto. That information is for me, my companions, and your Hokage alone. As a professional, I don't share details about my goals and missions. Knowing your stubborn, aggressive, narrow-minded, and arrogant nature concerning Konoha and your corrupt clans, I'll issue a single warning: if anyone, and I mean anyone, attempts to threaten or harm me, my friends, or especially my family in any way, you can kiss your life goodbye in the next second. The daimyo has granted me full carte blanche to exact suitable punishment on anyone who crosses my path, and I intend to use it to the fullest if push comes to shove. Naruto observed everyone glaring at him and his companions, his eyes landing on the Sarutobi clan, who were openly eyeing Mikato. If any of you still have doubts, Lady Daimyo will gladly dispel them when she arrives in Konoha within a fortnight for an inspection and investigation into a certain crime committed by Konoha's shinobi. What? What are you talking about? Why would our daimyo think such a thing? Koharu began to sweat, with Tsunade taking charge. Because Naruto, as her personal specialist, had the insight to inform her that the Sarutobi clan attacked and killed an heir to the Land of Fire's throne, along with his wife, and abducted their daughter, Mikato Matsudera, also known as Mikato Sarutobi. Shock rippled through the room as everyone turned to the trembling members of the Sarutobi clan, led by Asuma Sarutobi. Tsunade continued, I've heard tales of the Sarutobi clan's integrity and loyalty to Konoha and their own, but, to kill your own blood, along with her husband, a future daimyo of the Land of Fire, to abduct their daughter and force her into becoming a shinobi, just like this, when Lady Daimyo arrives, you can be assured your entire clan will pay for what you've done, among other things. My only regret is that the third Hokage isn't here to witness how his hypocrisy destroyed his own clan. Clan Sarutobi makes a place for everyone, and every member has their duty, and Hikari Sarutobi refused to do her duty to the clan and abandoned it. Asuma defended his clan's position, glaring at Mikato. Anyone who does so is a traitor to our clan and must be punished. Mikato here is just as guilty as her wretched, treasonous mother, having strayed from Konoha. I should have killed you there with your own mother, and as for that heir to the throne, no one dares to stand in the way of Konoha and the Sarutobi clan, not even the daimyo. Asuma stated with seething anger, before Mikato interjected. My parents did nothing wrong, and you slaughtered them purely out of your own stupid pride. And in case you forgot, that son of a bitch right there, she pointed at Suzuki Uchiha, who was about to attack her to silence her, killed my teammates and left me to die with a gut wound. Had it not been for Naruto-sensei, I'd be dead. And if I had returned, I would also be dead, either by your hand, by that Uchiha bastard's hand, or because I'd be accused of treason by this council, who so favors him. You damned bitch, you should have stayed dead. And Suzuki was ready to rise when Hayashi Hyuuga finally spoke. Mikato-san, according to what you're saying, does that mean Suzuki Uchiha not only tried to kill you but also attacked and killed your other teammates, including Yoshikiri Hyuuga? Mikato simply nodded, and Hayashi inhaled sharply before turning to Tsunade Senju. Lady Hokage, as you know, such actions constitute capital treason against Konoha. As the head of Clan Hyuuga, I demand Suzuki Uchiha be put to the sword for the crimes of betrayal, the slaughter of his own genin, and the fabrication of crimes. You can't just do such a thing. Kushina suddenly rose to Suzuki's defense, drawing Naruto and Tsunade's attention. He's the last of the Uchiha line and the son of my old friend, Mikoto Uchiha. I know this is a huge mistake and that he would never. Kushina Uzumaki, sit down, Tsunade commanded, and Kushina reluctantly obeyed. Your personal feelings towards this Uchiha are well known, as is your motherly attitude towards him, but that doesn't change the fact that Sasuke Uchiha has betrayed Konoha and will face justice for it. Sasuke turned pale, looking around as if seeking an exit. Tsunade continued, seize Sasuke Uchiha and escort him to prison, where he will await trial and his fate will be decided. The appeared, ready to apprehend Sasuke, but he managed to shake them off, roaring inhumanly, having lost everything but his Uchiha pride. No! No one commands an Uchiha, not even you, Senju bitch. And you. Sasuke pointed at Naruto, his sole remaining hand crackling with lightning. It's all because of you, you damn dope. Die. Sasuke, consumed by desperation and humiliation, leaped from the table, intent on killing Naruto, oblivious to the consequences, wishing only to destroy him then and there. Unfortunately for the self-proclaimed last Uchiha, he hadn't learned his lessons. He failed to account for Naruto's vastly superior power, leagues above his own, more than capable of decimating Sasuke in countless ways. Naruto and his companions clearly saw Sasuke lunging for Naruto's head, and Naruto instantly devised a dozen ways to stop him. However, he might have wanted to see Sasuke suffer, to be utterly broken and destroyed, before granting him death. Yet, his pragmatic side reminded him that merely castrating Sasuke was foolish. No, he was a practical mercenary, and practical mercenaries don't let personal feelings dictate their actions. Uzumaki understood that as long as Sasuke lived, he would be not only a nuisance but also a potential threat to his family. Could he really allow him to roam free, waiting until he decided to break him? Sometimes, Naruto felt like an idiot, letting petty feelings and foolishness run rampant. No, he had learned the hard way that enemies like Sasuke aren't meant to be broken and made to beg for life. This type of foe, the prideful, arrogant, and unrelenting, needs only one thing, and that's precisely what Naruto was about to give him. Calmly opening his palm, Naruto began channeling lightning energy into it, the sound of thousands of chirping birds emanating from his hand. He vividly remembered the Chidori technique. After all, it's hard to forget the jutsu that nearly killed you. Naruto remembered it well as the hand signs for Reikari, recalling them from his first mission outside Konoha. Deducing that Reikari was a refined, more controlled, and more dangerous variant of the Chidori, Naruto decided to add it to his jutsu list before developing an even better, more versatile, and deadlier technique. His left hand formed the signs while his right hand already hummed with channeled lightning energy, the lightning shifting from white-blue to purple with the influx of power. Kakashi's eyes widened, witnessing his former student not only mastering his own technique but upgrading and perfecting it into something new. Sasuke, his only remaining eye bloodshot, didn't even see it as he closed the distance between himself and Naruto, crushing the floor beneath his feet. As for Naruto's lightning jutsu, it was far more contained and ready, as he vanished in a flash before everyone's eyes, until a piercing sound echoed throughout the chambers. In the center of the chambers, Sasuke Uchiha, the Uchiha clan's prodigy, the elite, and so forth stood impaled by Naruto Uzumaki's right hand, which had pierced his chest, destroying his ribs and heart, purple lightning emanating from Sasuke's back. For a full second, life remained in Sasuke's body, until Naruto withdrew his hand, letting him fall, an expression of horror, shock, and terror frozen on his now dead face. A symbolic death, killed by the man he had tried to kill, and by the very technique he favored for it. Everyone in the chambers was silent and shocked by this display, before Naruto spoke again. Consider this an example for all of you. Cross me, and you're dead. Now, if that's all, my friends and I will be on our way. Without waiting for a reply, Naruto and his group left the chambers, his point made absolutely clear. Senju Compound. Several hours after the council meeting, the Senju clan compound and grounds were once considered sacred, housing Konoha's founding clan, 2 previous Hokage, and the current 5th. Passers-by often gawked or entered to pay respects or say hello. That was, until Naruto Uzumaki, his family, and friends moved in, making it their new home until their contract expired. Now, most people avoid the place entirely, unsure when they might incur the wrath of the returned fox demon. Mere hours had passed, yet it was enough to send shockwaves throughout the Hidden Leaf village. News of the entire Uchiha clan's death, along with its last official member, was more than sufficient to put Konoha in a state of shock. However, Sasuke Uchiha's death wasn't the sole reason for the village's pervasive edginess and trembling. The revelation of who delivered the lethal blows to Kiba Inyazuka, Sakura Haruno, and Sasuke Uchiha also contributed to the sudden decrease in people wanting to approach the compound. After all, the civilian council spared no expense ensuring the populace knew Naruto Uzumaki was back, far more dangerous than before, and warning them about his demonic mistresses and the spawn sired by the demon fox. If anything amused Naruto, it was the civilian propaganda machine's effectiveness. It must have taken considerable effort to keep the populace believing a simple, orphan poor boy was responsible for thousands of deaths. Either their methods were excellent, or the general populace was incredibly stupid. Either way, Naruto knew he and his family wouldn't be receiving love letters or bows from the locals, and they could live with that. The real problem, however, wasn't with him or his wives, but with their children, Yasaka and Masamune. While they largely stayed close to the family and didn't venture far, they still needed the company of children their own age. In Wave, they easily found other children to play with and were welcomed, as Wave's people were far kinder and gentler than Konoha's. But here, Kurama and Yujito trusted virtually no one in the village, especially not civilians or major clans, fearing their children could become easy prey or targets. Naruto already had a full list of people inside and outside Konoha who would undoubtedly try to capture them, so he needed to be prepared. It also didn't help that the entire village now knew Naruto Uzumaki was back, and he had a family. For all its supposed secrecy and status as a hidden village, Konoha was absolutely terrible at keeping secrets within its walls and borders. Back when he first started as Hanzo Hattori, Naruto gathered rumors and news from Konoha, detailing the situation in his former home. Not only was such irresponsibility and information dissemination atrocious for a hidden village, but what made it worse was Naruto's knowledge of spies from other countries within the village. He himself had completed several survey missions near Konoha, unbeknownst to them, so he was well aware that every other hidden village had at least half a dozen spies each. And Kiri had 11 spies right here, all brought in thanks to Naruto's information and training in stealth, urban recon, and information gathering. The bottom line was that before the day ended, all of the elemental nations would know of Naruto's return, as well as his status as a married man and father. And now, standing in his new courtyard, contemplating the house's security measures, he was also trying to figure out where to begin his work within the village itself. He already had a few general ideas, but he figured it would be best to first survey the situation more thoroughly and stop the Akatsuki from striking at Gaara and Tsunagakure. Tsunade was already assembling a plan and strike team for the latter, though he would have preferred to handle it alone or with Pakura and Tsuji. Unfortunately, the council still held some sway over such matters, so Naruto had to endure this inconvenience while focusing on the upcoming dismantling of the Sarutobi clan, as well as the daimyo's arrival in a few days. It turned out Lady Daimyo, after receiving Naruto's message regarding her niece, decided to come to Konoha earlier than anticipated to deal with the Sarutobi as quickly as possible. Needless to say, Clan Sarutobi quickly lost all its prestige and friends, as no one wanted to be anywhere near them when the daimyo arrived to destroy them. Once one of Konoha's most respected and admired clans, one of the first to join, it now became a pariah, isolated and without anyone to call upon. Their fate was sealed, as Naruto had figured, and all he needed to do now was wait and see it all unfold. Lost in thought, Naruto suddenly felt the mansion's detection barrier disturbed. He and Kurama had fortified the estate to its maximum capacity within an hour and a half using all kinds of fuinjutsu. Naruto expected someone to try their luck breaking in, but he didn't think anyone would be bold or stupid enough to do it on the first day. Regardless, whoever it was had sealed their fate, as Naruto teleported from his spot, reappearing directly behind the intruder. The person must have leaped from the ground onto the estate roof, hoping to sneak up and strike at Naruto or his family. Whatever plan he hoped to use was now useless, as Naruto quietly crept up on him before kicking him off the roof and onto the ground. Leaping off the roof and landing directly on top of the intruder, Naruto held two kunai pointed at his throat before taking a closer look at the Konoha shinobi who had intruded on his grounds. Blinking twice, the former blonde almost didn't recognize someone he used to know. Kano Amaru, Naruto asked the now-grown former loudmouthed grandson of the third Hokage, who grinned at Naruto despite their position. Is this some kind of a joke? Because I fail to see why you're grinning like that after this charade. Oh, come on, boss. Don't you remember I and my gang used to do this all the time with you? And you always busted us. Kano Amaru reminded Naruto, who got up and put away his kunai, letting the younger shinobi rise. Those were some good times, right? For some, me. I wouldn't call them really good for me, or any time in this village, Naruto simply remarked to Kano Amaru, who continued smiling. Now, what do you want, Kano Amaru? What, can't I just pay a visit to my surrogate big brother? The guy who really taught me what it means to be a shinobi? Kano Amaru asked Naruto as if it were obvious. It's been nearly 8 years, and I've heard you've made a really big name for yourself. Just like I knew you would, boss. I haven't been sitting idle either. I've already made special jonin, so I guess I'm almost as cool as. Kano Amaru, cut the chit-chat, and get to the point. Naruto interrupted him, and Kano Amaru looked at his former idol with a questioning gaze. As a Konoha shinobi, you must have long been aware of Hanzo Hattori and his relations with this village's shinobi, which means, after you found out I was that guy, you wouldn't be all that eager to see me. If you weren't, then the only reason you would come here would be to ask me something on behalf of your clan, who must have sent you here in the first place, knowing of our past relations. Am I correct? Naruto clearly saw Kano Amaru's expression shift from a goofball to a focused and concentrated shinobi, before he spoke. Nothing really escapes you now, huh? He said with a hint of bitterness. I suppose I shouldn't be surprised, considering your reputation and what you've done for other nations. There were a couple of times I helped Konoha, but they were few and far between, Naruto remarked, and Konohamaru didn't bat an eye. So let me guess, you're here to convince me to stop the daimyo from effectively destroying Clan Sarutobi for their crime of killing Mikato's father and mother, am I correct? Konohamaru stiffened at this, before continuing. Naruto, you've got to understand that not all of Clan Sarutobi is responsible for what happened to the previous daimyo's son. Yeah, I know my clan did a bad thing, but that's a huge understatement on your part, Konohamaru, Naruto noted. Your clan openly broke the most sacred laws in the Land of Fire, interfered with the royal succession, abducted a princess, killed the crown heir to the Land of Fire's throne, and made Mikato Matsudera into what amounts to a war slave. And from what I understand, practically everyone in the Sarutobi clan, including you, knew about Mikato's real origin, yet you did nothing. From where I see it, Konohamaru, your clan is doomed, no matter what I say to her. There has to be some way to prevent her from dismantling my clan, Naruto. Look, if this is a matter of money, my clan is prepared to pay you any amount you want. Just name the price, and we'll give it to you. Konohamaru hoped this would placate Naruto, but he was mistaken. You really think money is going to change my mind on this subject? Naruto asked with a narrowed gaze. Konohamaru, in case you haven't noticed, money isn't something I have an immediate need for. As a Ronin, I've already accumulated enough fortune to allow my grandchildren a life of luxury and peace. Add to that what I have as an Uzumaki clan head and what I was granted from my participation in Mizu's civil war, I can literally buy the island of Uzu, rebuild it, and repopulate it, and I'd still have enough left to buy enough orange paint to decorate the entire Hokage mountain 5 times over. And before you ask, I've already counted it, twice. Ugh, fine, have it your way, Naruto. Konohamaru seemed to be losing his cool, but Naruto didn't even flinch. Just tell me, what does my clan need to give you to save us? You want land? Take all the land outside and inside our village. Our jutsu, scrolls, and all the knowledge gathered? We'll deliver them to you within an hour. Our women? You can have all of them, all of our virgins, daughters, wives, all of them. If that's what it takes to save our clan, we'll do anything just to make sure the Sarutobi clan isn't destroyed. Despite Konohamaru's clear despair and honesty, Naruto found his begging a little amusing. Konohamaru, have you considered I want your clan gone? Naruto clearly saw the morbid surprise on his face. Apparently, Asuma and the others failed to fill you in on the details. It's not my place to tell you about it, nor explain my motives and reasoning, so I'll simply cut to the chase. Your clan and I have a very eventful history together, brimming with violence and near-death experiences for me, especially from Asuma Sarutobi. Now, I understand there are some innocent members among the Sarutobi clan, and I'll see to it that only those who committed crimes are punished. But as for the general clan, there's nothing I will do for it. Damn it, Naruto, what the hell is wrong with you? You've never been this selfish or cruel to anyone, never. Konohamaru was practically furious with his former idol turning on his clan like that. Even with the people who berated and beat you, you'd always just laugh it off like a goof and do the right thing. Why the hell can't you do the same damn thing with my clan? What in the fucking hell changed that you can't just let it all go and give my clan what it wants? Naruto narrowed his eyes at Konohamaru before speaking in a cold, steel voice. And what would that be, letting your clan silence Mikado? Or me obeying every order like an idiot? Naruto could see that Konohamaru wasn't against that. You know, Konohamaru, ever since I busted you, all you've been doing is asking me about saving your clan, as if you don't even care why the daimyo was going to end it. And from what Mikado already told me, you were acting towards her just like the rest of the clan, if not worse, considering she told me you were chosen as her future husband. From her tales to me and Suji, around the same time she became a genin, you started making rather unfitting moves on her. And what's so bad about this? It's my clan's internal affair, and neither you nor the daimyo can affect it. Konohamaru was now finally dropping his facade, as Naruto could clearly see the true colors of the young Sarutobi. This decision was made by my Gramps, our third Hokage, and it's customary in my clan for future husbands and wives to practice their duties to each other, even if one party disagrees. Mikato should have been glad she was allowed this honor, considering what her mother did. First, this was never an internal affair of your clan, not after how you betrayed the daimyo, Naruto reminded Konohamaru, who simply stiffened. Second, the daimyo can and will affect whatever decision made in a clan if it concerns her and her safety. And third, I have absolutely no intention of changing the daimyo's mind on this matter, Konohamaru. The only thing I can honestly recommend you do is simply give away those who were directly involved in the deaths of the daimyo's son, his wife, and the kidnapping of Mikado. That way, the daimyo will at least grant the rest of your clan a life of exile, which is better than the alternatives. My clan will never be reduced to some roaming exiles in search of a place to live. This is our home, our village, the village that Hiruzen Sarutobi built, and we will not allow some big-headed feudal lord to order us around. Konohamaru was seething with anger and malice, with Naruto preparing himself in case things took a turn for the worse. Now, Naruto, give me back Mikato and stop the daimyo from destroying my clan, or I can assure you that the day the daimyo comes into this village will be the day you'll have to bury those two brats of yours. Throughout the entire conversation, Naruto had been holding his rising anger and fury in check, even though it was tough for him to do so with Konohamaru around. Just looking at him made Naruto have an unyielding desire to strangle the boy. There was a time when he had considered Konohamaru a good boy and a nice lad, but that was long before he had saved Mikato from death and learned from her the true colors of Clan Sarutobi, the treatment she had to endure from them, not to mention being always humiliated, pushed around like a piece of garbage, constant berating, and beatings for no good reason other than because the Sarutobi considered her unworthy of their name. While all of this was more than enough for Naruto to forget his respect and admiration for the third Hokage, whatever he had left for him, it didn't immediately deter him from considering Konohamaru a good boy and a friend. That is, until Mikato revealed to him and everyone else that the Konohamaru Naruto had known wasn't the entire person. Clan Sarutobi, for the sake of their public image and reputation, had always put on a nice and kind front for everyone to see and admire, so that their far more hideous and malicious true inner self was well hidden from the public. And Konohamaru was no different. Even as a child, berating and beating Mikato was nothing out of the ordinary for him. When it became known that Mikato was to be his bride, however, that is when for Mikato, Clan Sarutobi became a practically living hell. Women in some of the clans, mostly in the more orthodox and conservative ones, were often trained to please their future husbands in various ways. Clan Sarutobi was no different in that regard with its women, as females from lower branches were subjected to such treatment from when they were capable enough of this, and members of shinobi clans often grew up and matured very early on in their lives. What Mikato had described was simply horrendous and atrocious, and finding out that Konohamaru had taken part in this it was enough for Naruto to completely forget and put behind him any positive feelings he had for Konohamaru. The only thing that had stopped Naruto from killing him right now was just that little ghost of a former blonde idiot, ever present in him, reminding him that this was once one of his only friends. However, the moment Konohamaru had made this threat towards Yasaka and Masamune, that ghost was silenced by the ever-present essence of an Uzumaki father. Uzumaki had always treasured their family and cherished it above all. It was the most important thing for them, and the greatest honor every Uzumaki had considered to hold was being able to start one of his own, with a loving partner or partners at his side and children of their own, to threaten the safety of his family and in such an open manner. This was something that Naruto would never let go of. You've crossed the line here, Sarutobi. Naruto's voice was now dangerously low, with Konohamaru flinching. Out of simple mercy, I'll let you leave this place alive. But if you or your clan takes even a literal step towards my family or Mikato, then I won't wait for the daimyo to come here. I'll make sure that Clan Sarutobi is not just destroyed, but utterly annihilated, eradicated, and rendered non-existent. My clan has survived worse threats and greater enemies than you, Naruto, so what makes you think that this will even scare us? Konohamaru arrogantly asked. My clan was the one that put the current daimyo's dynasty in power centuries ago, and will make sure as hell to remind that woman of our role in their rise to power. And once she realizes it, there'll be nothing stopping us from taking care of Mikato and you along the line, except the fact that the daimyo won't even give a damn about this. You think it matters anymore that Clan Sarutobi helped the Matsudera clan become rulers of this land centuries ago? Naruto seriously asked Konohamaru. You've long been repaid for your services, and now it is just that, history. Now, Konohamaru, get the fuck out of here, or I'll start my cleanup of Sarutobi from you. Zanjutsu materialized in Naruto's hand as he gripped the handle of his sword, waiting for his opponent to make his move. Konohamaru had believed himself to be an extremely powerful and potent shinobi, one of the best in this village and an obvious pick as the future Hokage, or at least he believed himself to be. He was molded into being the perfect inheritor of Sarutobi clan's tradition and name, and this alone was more than enough to make him one of the best shinobi of this village. And while Naruto may have made himself the name of one of the most fearsome and terrifying Ronin of this time and era, he was confident enough that he could take him. Or at least that would have happened, had the elders of his clan not instructed him to not engage Naruto directly and merely try to stop him diplomatically. This was something that Konohamaru couldn't understand, as in the past, while his grandfather was around, Clan Sarutobi was completely undisputed in their power and influence. Not only that, there was simply no one who could even say a word against them, but now, for his clan to become fearful of what amounted to a single Ronin, even with the Kyuubi trapped inside of him, this was something completely appalling for him, but traditions dictated that he followed the commands. Naruto could see that Konohamaru had dropped from his battle stance, while he still gripped Zanjutsu in his hand, waiting for the next move from the young Sarutobi clan member. Konohamaru walked to the grass and towards the wall surrounding the estate, before he stopped and spoke again. This isn't over, Naruto. My clan will have its due. And with this said, Konohamaru leapt out of the estate's grounds, leaving Naruto alone, as he returned his weapon back to where it came from. I'm counting on it, Konohamaru, Naruto simply said out loud before he noticed he wasn't alone. I take it you heard everything he had to say to me, Kara-chan? Naruto turned to face his first wife as she walked to him from the house. Not all, but I've heard enough, she simply stated. I'm actually quite surprised that you let him go, Naruto. Had it been up to me, I would have long wiped the floor with him and his clan. I remember that he used to be your friend and all, but that was before Mikato, so why have you been so neutral to him, so to speak? Truth be told, I'm kinda surprised I was talkative towards him at all, Naruto honestly admitted to his wife. I personally suspect that it has something to do with who I used to be, or rather, what I was rendered to be in the past. Didn't think that any traces of that blonde idiot had remained in me, but he was always inside of you, even if you didn't realize or ignored it, Naruto, Kurama said, with Naruto looking at her. Because no matter what this place and its people have done to you, they were never able to destroy the very core of your personality, the unbreakable will and determination to lead a good life. The Naruto they molded still had those qualities, and you practically embody them in your own way. Kurama smiled at him, while Naruto let out a small chuckle. I guess there's no point in arguing on this subject with you, is there? I've spent most of my life living inside of you, my love, so I know you better than anyone. Kurama stepped closer to Naruto, leaning into him and embracing him, with Naruto hugging and holding his wife close. I know your heart, Naruto, and I know what you think about. We both talked about it, and Yujito with Mata-chan have agreed to it, and there's no way we will leave you in this nest of vipers. As for the children, we'll be sure to take care of them and explain to them what's going on around here. Plus it's not like they'll be all alone here, especially with Tsunade, Karen, Gurren, and Mikato near them, not to mention their new aunties Kurane and Anko. Although the latter seems to be quite interested in becoming a closer relative to them. Kurama playfully purred to Naruto. I've noticed that too. Naruto sighed at this. We'll discuss this with Yujito and Matatabi later. There's not much to discuss, to be honest with you. Matatabi already likes her, and Yujito trusts my word on her, as she asked me about Anko. And as for me, I myself have nothing wrong with Anko joining our family. She is loyal, caring, has a bit of spunk and gall in her, but it's something I appreciate in people, plus she's already smitten by you and cares for the kids. Kurama reasoned with Naruto. That, and I'm pretty sure she won't take no for an answer. Suddenly, a voice came into Naruto's head, belonging to his father. Plus, knowing her kind of women, I wouldn't be too surprised that she had accidentally found her way into your bedroom, stark naked and tied your hands and legs to bedposts. That, at least, happened to me, once. Please tell me that isn't how Kushina got you, Dad, Naruto mentally stated, while Kurama chuckled at this. No, that was before your mother, at least before we became an official item. Back then, I was dating another kunoichi from my team. What a girl she was, Aika. Never a boring day with her, nor would she ever allow anyone to wallow in sadness for too long. A constant bundle of energy, joy, and happiness. Minato recalled with fondness. Your mother may have been the one to marry me, but I can with full honesty say that she never had my heart like Aika did. If only the war hadn't started, we would have been married, but then the war kicked off and she was among the first casualties. Wish I was contained within that girl myself. Kushina absolutely hated that woman, but she reminded me of Mito from her younger days. Shame she had been killed, but that is war and, oh, are you bloody kidding me? Kurama growled out both mentally and in the real world, with Naruto looking at his wife with a questioning look. Just had to ruin our moment, and I've been planning some quality time for us. We have guests at our front gates. Care to guess who, darling? Kushina and Menma? Naruto asked out loud, with Kurama nodding. And they've brought along the frog idiot, Kurama said out loud. From what I can get from Menma's mind, they are here to try and establish relations between us and them, along with trying to convince you why Menma is so important to you. I don't know about you, Naruto, but I don't want to hear anything those two have to say. Then we are both in agreement on that one, Kurama. I'll have my shadow clone take care of them in a jiffy. Naruto was about to make his favorite sign, until Minato spoke up again. Naruto, I know that you want nothing to do with Jiraiya, Kushina, and Menma, and I understand that completely. However, I would like for those three to come in. Now that was something that had surprised both Naruto and Kurama, as they knew that Minato didn't hold at this point any love for those three. It has been quite a long time, and I have quite a long list of things to tell them three. That is, if you'll let me, son. You want to, I see. Naruto and Kurama understood what Minato meant and wanted. If that is what you want, Dad. Kurama, are you coming? Well, this will be quite a treat for my eyes and ears. Kurama chuckled in a little evil way. Let's go and greet our guests. With that being said, husband and wife moved through the house and to the front gates. Just as Kurama had said, right there they found Kushina and Menma, accompanied by Jiraiya, already moving inside the vicinity of the detection barrier. The trio was slightly surprised to see Kurama and Naruto greeting them, but that didn't deter them, as Kushina spoke up. Naruto, son, I had hoped that we could talk to you, in private. Kushina spoke up without even greetings, while Kurama scowled a little at the woman. I understand that we started out on the wrong foot, and that if we just sit and talked, you would come to understand that we don't mean you any harm, and only want to reconnect with you. I would sooner believe that I'm a direct descendant of the sage of the 6 paths than in this drivel. Naruto simply stated, turning his eyes to a scowling Menma. And what exactly are these two for? Watch what you're saying, loser. I am this close to making you pay for what you have done to my friends and stealing away Karen-chan. Menma shouted at him, with Naruto simply blinking at him. You already have these whores, so why does Karen only now speak about you all the time? Lay off of her, would you, and leave her to the real Uzumaki man. Listen up, Uzumaki man, if you speak like that about my wives and family, I'll make sure every woman loses interest in you, as there won't be a single remotely human-looking spot on your face and body. Naruto warned Menma, with Kushina glaring at both of them. Seriously, why the hell did you bring him here, especially after our initial introduction? Naruto, you can deny this as much as you want, but Menma is your brother, so it is imperative that you reconnect and you help us train him. You don't know it yet, but there is a prophecy that the toads have. Jiraiya began speaking, before Naruto interrupted him. Ah yes, the prophecy about the promised child, the one to bring peace and prosperity to the land, ending all war and bloodshed upon it. Is this the one you are referring to, Jiraiya? Jiraiya and Kushina were utterly surprised to hear about it from Naruto. How did you learn of it? The Toad Sage asked him. You really think it's a secret revealed only to toads? Over a dozen summons also have their own great sages, and each of them is familiar with this prophecy, and half of those sages also have prophetic abilities, Naruto informed Jiraiya and Kushina. The only difference is that those sages take these prophecies with a grain of salt and act with caution about them, as they understand that time constantly shifts and alters, thanks to the actions of people inhabiting the world. According to the great sage of my summon, most prophecies constantly either become invalid or alter completely, and it is foolish to try to live by this predetermined scenario. The best thing to do is live by your own choices and with your own actions. You learned that from another great sage? Just who is your summon and how did you obtain it? And just who the hell is he to insult the great Toad Sage? Jiraiya demanded to know from Naruto. It must be something really lame and boring, like a ferret or a sparrow, if you could afford to sign a contract with them. Jiraiya, I know you have little respect for other summons and their sages, but if you insult tigers like that one more time, then I'll visit empty Mayaboku with them to have words with your great sage. Jiraiya paled upon hearing Naruto say that he had a tiger summon, while Kushina was agape at the news. And let me assure you, Torahime, the great tiger sage and mother of tigers, doesn't take well to insults to her kind and their sages. Naruto, why you have my father's summoning contract? Kushina asked Naruto, who simply nodded. Where did you get it? I went to Uzu and I only found ruins there. You didn't look well enough, then. Naruto simply stated. Now, as much as I may like to stay here with you and dribble about this pointless stuff, there is actually someone who would like to have a word with you three. So if you want to come in, then follow me. Without even hearing their response, Naruto and Kurama went into the house, being closely followed by their uninvited guests. Once they had reached the isolated guest room, used for private discussions, Naruto and Kurama shut the doors and put seals in place. Alright, Jiraiya, why have you summoned us up here? Pa asked, before noticing Naruto and Kurama. Ah, Naruto boy. Ma and I are so glad you've finally come to your senses. Better late than never, if you ask me. Now we can restore your summoning contract, and everything will be just right. Ma was already rambling when Kurama silenced her with a glare. Oi, who are you to give me such scary looks? I'm Naruto's wife, Kurama, and if you're done with the interruptions, let my husband finish the jutsu. Kurama practically barked at them. Naruto, focused, quickly performed a series of hand signs before speaking. Edo Tensei. Naruto clapped his hands, and the summon clone immediately began to be covered in ashes and dust. In mere seconds, the dust and ashes settled on his skin and body, integrating themselves. Once the process was complete, instead of Naruto's clone, stood someone they couldn't believe, Minato Namikaze. He looked almost identical to Menma and Naruto, with spiky blonde hair, dressed in a Hokage Haori and green vest. Though pale, there was no denying this was truly the fourth Hokage, Jiraiya's former student, Kushina's husband, and father to Naruto and Menma. Kushina and Jiraiya, along with Menma and the frogs, were agape with shock, while Naruto and Kurama remained unfazed. The summoned Minato inspected his vessel, finding it in good condition, before turning his blue eyes to the guests and speaking. Hello, everyone. It has been quite a long time, hasn't it? Minato spoke civilly, though with a hint of coldness. This didn't stop Kushina from nearly breaking into tears at the sight of her dead husband. Minato-kun. It's you. She practically launched herself at him, but Minato stopped her with a hand, shocking everyone, especially Menma and Kushina. Minato-kun, Don't you recognize us? It's me, Kushina, and this is. I recognize everyone here, Kushina, and I know this is our son, Menma. But that doesn't mean I'm glad to see you, not in the slightest. Minato stated coldly, folding his arms across his chest, shocking his family and mentor. I wish I could say differently, but after witnessing what you two have done to my son, especially you, Kushina, I have to restrain myself from hurting you both. Jigaki, what are you saying? And how are you even? Wait, those hand signs. Naruto, where and how did you learn this accursed jutsu? Jiraiya demanded of Naruto. Don't you remember this is the same jutsu that caused the third lord to lose to Orochimaru and die? What kind of madman would even attempt to use it? For a supposed sage, you're really dumb, Jiraiya. Edo Tensei isn't accursed, nor did I use a sacrifice to bring Dad back, only a shadow clone. Naruto pointed toward Minato. The second Hokage developed the original Edo Tensei to be used with an object containing the DNA of the summoned person, but he never fully specified if the sacrifice had to be a living person or just a clone. As it turns out, a shadow clone works just the same. And as for how Dad found out about all this, let's just say he's managed to literally cheat death. Back when I performed the Shiki Fun, I already knew the price, but I managed to trick Shinigami by splitting my chakra between the boys, so I could reactivate the seal on them if either lost control and started pushing out too much of the Kyuubi's chakra, Minato explained to them. Since chakra is literally a manifestation of a person's physical and spiritual energy, or soul, I was able to maintain myself as a spirit within both Naruto and Menma, keeping an eye on what was happening. In other words, I know everything you, Kushina, have done to my son, as well as how you, Jiraiya, with the third Hokage, tormented my son, altered his mind, and did absolutely nothing to stop what was happening to him. Hell, I'm pretty sure you even endorsed people acting like that. Minato, please, I'm very sorry, and I wish I could have seen it sooner, but I just lost you to the Kyuubi, and Naruto looked so much like it, I couldn't see the difference, so Kushina tried to defend herself. So you placed a bounty on our own son's head, Minato shouted, shocking everyone. Kushina, you were the one who trained me in sealing jutsu, and it would have been effortless to see that Naruto wasn't the Kyuubi. But no, all you did was get it in your head that our son was possessed by the Kyuubi, just like that. Although, let's not forget just what role you've played in all of this, Jiraiya. Minato turned his glare toward his former sensei. And now, kid, I know what you're thinking, and let me explain. Old man and I were looking out for the betterment of this village, your village, the one you gave up your life for. Jiraiya, like Kushina, tried to defend himself. And you must understand that it was imperative that one of the kids was left in the village as a deterrent for all the other villages. We had to make a choice, and we decided that Naruto was the one to be left behind, so we spoke with Kushina and endorsed her own bloody delusions with your damn words. You think this is what I gave my life for, so this village would use my children as weapons? I wasn't giving a damn about this cursed village at the moment. All I cared about was saving my wife and my children from a rampaging tailed beast, and I knew the only way to do so was to seal it away. Minato let out a breath, calming down a little. I had hoped that Kushina would be able to raise our children with love and care, and that you and Lord Third would make sure they weren't subjected to hatred, nor were pampered as damn heroes of the village. I wanted nobody to know the identities of the holders at all, so the Jinchuriki were hidden away from other villages, but no. You just had to go around and announce that Naruto was the sole Jinchuriki of the Kyuubi and not even bother explaining that he wasn't even the damn fox. You literally painted the target on my son's back for not just everyone in this accursed village, but for Kumo and IWA as well. Minato, I'm sorry. Lord Third and I thought and believed that it would be best if Naruto was announced as the real Jinchuriki, since it would keep Menma and Kushina out of harm's way, Jiraiya explained to him. We did not expect that it would turn out so badly, and that Naruto was going to be harmed. Spare me the excuses, you bastard. Minato scowled at him. Didn't you get it by now? I know everything, and I know just how you were going to keep Naruto docile and loyal. I can hardly even believe that I wanted to be the Hokage of this village. And as for you, Menma, I am very disappointed in you. What, but why, Dad? I'm praised by practically everyone in this village, and there are girls everywhere just wanting me to take them as my girlfriends. I'm the best shinobi in this village, so why would you be disappointed with me? It's this idiot loser you should be disappointed in. Menma pointed toward Naruto, folding his arms in the same fashion as his father. He was the one who was left behind and was later even kicked out for being an idiot, while I've been completing missions and getting famous, just like you. I am disappointed with you, Menma, because you fail to understand that being a shinobi was and never will be about fame and girls. It is about protecting what is most important to you, to live by your convictions, and stand your ground when need arises. Being a shinobi is not about becoming a messiah, a legend, or something like that, but in being ready to do what is needed for your village and your family, Minato stated to him. It is true that I would have preferred if either you or Naruto had become a Hokage, but what I had wished even more for was that my children had been able to forge their own path, unaffected by anything and anyone, to lead a life of their choosing, not others. It was my choice to be a Hokage, but I would not force it upon either of you, nor would I pamper you like everyone has done. Although, it is actually rather foolish of me to place the blame with just Menma alone. Minato turned his head toward Jiraiya and Kushina. Minato, you have to understand, the prophecy, the one I told you about, it'll soon come to fruition. The great sage himself has confirmed that Menma is the child and Jiraiya was trying to defend their position until Minato spoke up again. That damned prophecy. Oh, how I wish I'd never even heard of it from you in the first place, Minato shouted at Jiraiya. This damn thing has practically ruined my life, because thanks to your idiotic thinking, I've lost both Aika and Keiji, my teammates, with the former being my first love and fiancé. It was always about this damned prophecy with you, Jiraiya, and because of the senile old toad's dribble, one of my sons had been tormented beyond thought, while my other son was made into a pampered, arrogant fool. To hell with this damned prophecy, that's what I've got to tell you. Minato, how can you even say such things? We truly believed you were the chosen child, and we trained you for this, Pa stated, drawing everyone's attention. Look, if you just let us explain, then you'll see that the prophecy still matters and I've said what I think about it, and I completely agree with Naruto on this matter, Minato simply stated to him. I asked Naruto to bring me here so I could look you in the eye and tell you just how much you've disappointed me. You preached that I would be disappointed with Naruto, but I'm more proud of my son here than I ever was. He has endured and persevered through things I couldn't even imagine, and has learned to live his life free from anyone and anything. You should admire and respect him for this, but instead, I can't even stand you. Naruto, if you don't mind. Not at all. Release. Naruto made the sign, releasing the Edo Tensei and letting his father's spirit leave the vessel, dispelling it in the process. With this action, Kushina, Jiraiya, the Toads, and Menma were left devastated and shattered. They couldn't believe that what they thought would be their most avid and strongest supporter had suddenly turned on them and told them exactly how he felt. For the first time in their lives, all of them finally saw their illusions crumble, revealing the ugly reality of their actions.